Chad, hello. Hello, how are we doing? I hope you guys are doing well. Give me a second, I need to still look up some things. We should be almost ready. Hello, Isa. Hello, Cocos. Hi. It's reaction time. And I'm even almost on time. That's crazy. I haven't achieved a new power beyond anything. Late? No. Not. Maybe like 2 minutes. Maybe like 2 minutes. But hi, Shadow. Hi, how are you doing? I've been doing good. Yeah, I need to do some things real quick. First of all, I need that cable. Uh-huh, motor. Sure. I'm late. But I also go often overtime, so I guess that would, you know, solve that problem in a way, I would assume. You know? Anyways, I'm almost ready. Then we'll do some reactions today. And yeah, pretty nice, pretty neat. Love to see it. It's been a pretty normal Sunday, nothing special. Yeah. How are you guys doing though? My bottle of water, obviously important. Water is of great importance for streams like these. Let's funny how I can register that I'm drinking, that my mouth opens. That's very interesting. But for some things it doesn't, which is very interesting. I prepared some videos, and we're gonna watch. Yeah. Not much though, not much though. Nothing crazy. Some longer stuff which I like, because I want to watch some longer stuff now as well. I need to check real quick something. First of all, the model seems somewhat fine. I would want to check if adjusting it more a little bit. I like that. Pretty neat. Pretty good. What I also want to check is audio. Seems fine, right? It's the right mic. It is the right mic. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Yeah, then I would say we'll just switch to some reaction stuff, I'd assume. Righty, righty, righty. Nyong. Now we're here. Now we're there. Now we're everywhere. Do I want to start with the short one? Why not? That's chat music. Oh, I just realized. Interesting. I got that recommended by Andrew Steve, I think. Was it? No, by Zero. I think. Was it? Anyways, turn up that a bit more. Pretty good, in my opinion. That seems also fine. Or maybe we'll do that later as like Actually, we'll do that later. As like more or less like a warm-up. As like a little break from like other stuff, I would say, actually. In this case, I'll just start with let's start with something freaky.
So
not the Gooner Discord. Do I really want to watch that? I'll maybe keep that for later. Actually, I'm gonna keep that for later. We'll pull out good old reliable. We'll pull out good old reliable. We're gonna pull out good old reliable. Actually. I need to drink more. I didn't drink all that much. I did not drink all that much. Anyways. I have no idea what happened here. I just saw like a couple of tweets about this. Apparently, like Trash Taze brought on Hassan, which is like interesting. Why would you do that? I don't know, but yeah, Asmongold and the Trash Taste backlash has broken Hassan Piker. Interesting by Residence Desu. Let's just see. Let's just see what happened here. I'm curious. What has happened here?
Hey, what's up, guys? Riff here. So today we're going to be talking briefly about Hassan Piker. Now, I think everyone watching this video is aware of his long history of unhinged takes. However, I believe
the racism he does, he brings on actual terrorists on stream and stuff. It's very how do you put it? Very interesting. Very interesting. His group is the reason why there was this, why a lot of like advertisers pulled out of Twitch, funnily enough.
some of this rhetoric has definitely increased over the past week or two because his most valuable currency, his ego, has been threatened by two.
What? Interesting. How is that a currency? The very own ego. That's interesting.
Events, and they're both relevant to the type of topics we talk about on this channel, hence why we're making this video today. Those two events are the Trash Taste podcast situation, as well, in his own words, his dethroning as the top political streamer on Twitch by Asmongold. Now, when I say in...
Wait, what? Asmongold went full political? I guess sure.
Increasingly unhinged takes, I'm more saying the frequency at which he makes these unhinged statements. In fact, during the whole Trash Taste podcast situation from about a week ago, his immediate response was talking about things, including his idea of having a terrorist propaganda tier list live on Twitch, which obviously if he did that, he would face no punishment. In fact, you'd probably get a special...
What? That would get every normal person banned. Like if I, for example, did something like that on YouTube, I'd be banned. That stream would be gone immediately. What the heck? Are people actually allowed to do that on that platform? What the fuck?
Special cameo, another birthday song from Dan Clancy.
But then again, he brought an actual terrorist on stream
himself. So what am I talking about? Well, this is the clip making the rounds right now on social media. Let's give this a quick listen.
There's about $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott, okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott, you wouldn't make him a prominent part of the Republican Party.
There's about...
Yep, that's...
completely unhinged. Okay. Like, you can't win against them politically, so you must delete them because your own politics sucks so much that people would probably, like I said, people would probably pick people that have committed crimes over somebody who does bad politics at this point.
Hassan directing people to kill a sitting U.S. senator. Normally that would get you a knock on your door from the FBI at the very least, but I think everyone looking at this objectively would say if you were a regular streamer, you would not only be banned for saying this, you'd probably be permabanned. You would never come back to this platform. And also what makes this even more hilarious is the fact that not even a year ago, he made a similar threat to another U.S. official with...
What the fuck? Never mind.
This quote tweet here sharing this image, which for context was the weapon that was crafted to assassinate the former Prime Minister of Japan, Shinzo Abe. So he has a history of doing this. And like I said, right now, I want to look at the two events that I think are kind of making him spiral because his ego is being challenged in ways that don't sit well with him. The first one, as I said, is the...
Funny, but then I think, I could be wrong, but I think he currently lives in Japan. Look at that nice dislike ratio, 70k dislikes to 22 likes. That worked probably pretty well, I would assume. That looks successful, I would assume.
The Trash Taste podcast situation. For those who didn't watch my video a few days ago about this, he went on as a special guest to this Trash Taste podcast, which is run by the Anime Man, CDawg VA, as well as Giguk, three prominent channels in the anime content creation space.
That is such a stupid decision. Hello, Codename Z, I'm a rat, can you make me something else? Well, but you typed in chat, so you're no longer a rat, and technically Pikachu is an electric mouse. So even that doesn't work quite well. But hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
And as you can see, people reacted very, very negatively to this. And as I said, I respect the boys who run this podcast. I think generally they have good intentions with things, but I think they grossly miscalculated how people would respond to his appearance as a special guest on the podcast. They even said they expected like a few negative comments. I definitely don't think they expected 99% of the comments to be negative in regards to the choice of special guest. And when we covered this about 6 days ago, the like-dislike ratio was pretty much 50-50. It was like 15,000 dislikes, 14,000, or 15,000 likes, 14,000 dislikes.
Interesting. Like, how can you miscalculate that much? That is the problem. How can you miscalculate that much? The thing is, like, at that point, I would rather question what was going on in their heads. And I would assume nothing went on. Quite literally nothing. Doing good, thought I'd drop in to say hi. Okay, nice. Good to hear that you're doing well.
And now it's up to 70,000 dislikes, and it only grew to 22,000 likes. Now, I don't think this is fully a criticism of Trash Taste. I think this is more of a repudiation of Hassan Piker. As I pointed out in the previous video, he's been on the podcast before, but that was about 2 years ago, and I don't think a lot of people were as informed about some of his unhinged beliefs. And now that people are more familiar thanks to a lot of videos calling him out, this is what people think of Hassan in anything he is a part of, and they are making it very well known in the dislike ratio there. And
but then again, I have to question if people know that much how difficult Hassan of a person is, then I would question if they really thought through when bringing him on there. Or if they, I think this is much less of like, I don't care, just bring him on. More so than actually looking into like his background and knowing what's going on. Because I don't believe that these guys don't know who he is.
also, overall, that also was the result after he begged his own community to counter what he claimed was a brigade on him and the podcast episode, and that only made things worse, by the way. But clearly his ego was very hurt by this. I think he went outside his own community and saw how badly he was received, and I think it made him very upset. Hence why he asked his own audience to go and try to remedy the situation. And we get it, right? Like, everyone who's on the internet and has some level of controversy attached to them, which I would say applies to
Hassan mauls while reading hate comments from his Trash Taste podcast episode. Directs his audience get in and actively counter the brigade. To be fair, that's kind of pathetic. Like, do you really care that much? It's like one podcast, wow.
So pretty much everyone we're talking about today at some level. You're going to deal with people who are going to make viral tweets hating on you and things like that. You're not going to be well liked by everyone outside your community, but I think it's a little different when your mere presence on anything will draw a ton of negativity, and that's what's going on with Hassan Piker. And I think it's pretty obvious he's seeing this first and foremost and very clearly with the Trash Taste podcast, and it's just not going over well with him. Now, that's the first event I'm talking about here. I want to get to the second event, and that's, of course, the Rat King himself, Asmongold.
The Rat King, huh? Funny how you get turned into a rat if you don't come in. I guess here he is in human form.
In Hassan's own words, he has now overtaken the top spot as political streamer on Twitch. This is a label that Asmon doesn't even care for, and he still considers Hassan the top political streamer because it's not the only thing that Asmongold does. While it's still a good portion, it's not the only thing he does. But yeah, to Hassan, this stuff matters. The numbers.
Also fun, here's a little fun fact. Twitch apparently makes it now so in the future that everyone can receive bits and stuff. Isn't that funny? Because I wonder if Asmongold's second account has something to do with that. Because his second account is not monetized. Therefore, it's costing the millions. Which is really funny. I think that's funny.
Matter. The labels matter. Because it's, attached to his ego. I think that's very obvious. And this clip right here is really telling of that. he's going after Asmongold and basically blaming him for a rise of right-wing sentiment permeating throughout the streaming world and honestly throughout the world is really what he's implying in many cases. And he again brings up the numbers and seems very insecure about it. Let's give this a quick listen.
If there wasn't such a high density of hogs that were like literally looking desperately for some kind of hog content on Twitch, which led to a massive amount of people gravitating towards Asmongold and Asmongold getting like fucking 50K every day doing right-wing commentary, none of these motherfuckers would do this, okay? They just wouldn't.
Okay, so first of all, calling Asmongold right-wing is hilarious. I think most people would view him as a centrist. He's a guy who has, on many different occasions, including recently, said he wanted to vote for Bernie Sanders. So if he's some right-wing pundit, he's not a very good one, let's be honest. But this is the
thing is, you have to consider this, right? Every time they say right-wing, they usually mean everything that's not their opinion. That's usually how that works.
deal here. So he's at first implying that people are only speaking out on certain things and criticizing certain things and sharing certain opinions because Asmongold basically made it okay and they want to grift, right? They see the numbers he polls and they want to emulate those numbers. It's only about numbers and popularity with whatever they're sharing, and now they're being emboldened by Asmongold. And I think that's, number one, pretty insidious. It's basically implying that there are a lot of people out there who have these beliefs, but were afraid to say them because, well, let's face it, the last half a decade or so, cancel culture has been a real thing. If you had wrong think or you criticize,
Yeah, if you had wrong think, Hakai. Just die. Good riddance. Hi Lumpy, Hassan Jelly. Yeah. He's a goopy guy now, cause apparently Asmongold is now top #1 political streamer, which sure, I guess. Poke 100 Girls newest episode just came out. The live stream was so fun. Awesome. Good that you enjoyed it. Huh. I don't know. This is just like, I agree, there has been a lot of like, if you don't share the right opinion, you're practically like you were executed on the spot. That has changed. It's just like the tides have turned. Oh no, look how the table turns.
the wrong thing, your life could literally be over. And now that sort of phase is dying out and people are finally speaking up. And speaking up for what turns out to be the majority opinion in many regards. And I think the reason Asmongold is so popular, especially right now, is because his opinion on things is not right-wing or left-wing or anything like that. It's just common sense. It's the type of opinion that the average person would at least have a somewhat positive view of. They may not agree with everything he's saying, but they might at least find what he's saying to be reasonable and not something extreme like sympathizing with terrorists or something like that. If you ask,
what you try to say is people like logic and like reasonable thinking. Yeah. Like that makes sense.
90% of the people, what they thought about his average take, I think they wouldn't have much of a problem with it. And he has proven that through his views, I mean, every video getting around 1 million+ views on pretty much every political topic, he's proven that a lot of these opinions are popular. And I think that has emboldened people not to grift off of that, but to think, oh, I can actually share my opinions on things, and this is actually popular right now, and I'm not going to get a brigade of people trying to cancel me and ruin my life for criticizing what they might consider the wrong thing. Okay, and no content creator is ever perfect, okay? But again, in this sort of conversation between Asmongold and Hassan, who's going to relate more to the common person with their views? Like, I think we're talking about some pretty common viewpoints versus extreme ones. And I think it's pretty obvious which one of those labels applies to each person in this scenario. And like it or not, in this...
The funny part is, like, Hassan, again, I think, lives in Japan, but he hates people that are conservative. So he now lives in a country that he technically does not like. But wait, it's anime cute country world country, so you know, that balances it out. Asmongold, not gonna lie, I don't like him much. He never really says anything. He just virtue signals and always keeps the middle ground as to not offend any group. I don't think the only time where I was like, I don't really think he virtue signals. He is very much a centrist. That's what he is. He's very much a centrist. I would say. He most of the time just applies logic. I mean, originally he really just said what he thought, which also got him to apologize to the Twitter mob. With the whole Palestine thing, was it?
Particular situation, but the general population voted for this sort of stuff. And, you know, again, we're talking about the labels here, but let's hear a little more, because he's very upset about losing this top spot.
That's it. For a lot of people, it's not like a genuinely held perspective. For many of them, they just don't care. It comes from a place of like, I don't really give a shit. I don't really necessarily give a shit about politics, but I see that this is like getting clout. And the perfect example I can give you is when the most prominent voice of politics on the platform before this last round was myself.
He's mentioned it twice in 30 seconds. Have you seen that? Any clip you find of Hassan right now is mentioning that he has fallen behind Asmongold in this race for the top position of political streamer on Twitch, which is a lone race because Asmongold doesn't even care for the label. But again, with this whole general population label he's giving, the general population is not agreeing with you right now on all these things. I think a lot more people are agreeing with the takes that Asmongold has because, again, they represent what most normal people think. They're not as extreme as a bunch of wackadoos on Twitter or Reddit will try to make you feel like they are. But proof of that really shows just in the coverage of the Trash Taste podcast situation. Look at the way people agree with this. The like-dislike ratio, 54,000 likes versus around...
I mean, there we have it. If people were like... When he was saying, like, it's not that many, and people don't... the vast majority of people really don't agree with him, but they also don't care, like... Just compare it. Almost pretty much 700 dislikes versus 54,000 likes. And on Trash Taste, we have, like, 22k likes and like 70k dislikes. Yeah, it does not add up.
700 dislikes. That's roughly a 98% like-dislike ratio on a very controversial topic, directly talking about this relevant situation involving Hassan. I think, again, it shows he has a pretty agreeable opinion even on some more controversial topics. And let's not forget, the clip in particular that fueled this entire conversation was this right here. This was a Worcester, Massachusetts City Council vote where a group of LGBT people wanted to make the city a sanctuary for transgender and gender diverse people. And this is what we were talking about.
Oh, funny how that came up from like yesterday with Amaranth. I remember that, which is interesting. Yeah, that was bad. I think the guy's okay. He knows what he is talking about. But I just say he doesn't take a solid stance. He tries to please everyone. I wouldn't necessarily go with that because I feel like Asmongold really doesn't care most of the time, except that one time that I mentioned. This episode, I haven't heard this yet. Yeah, they brought Hassan onto their podcast, which really backfired. You have like a 80 percent dislike ratio. It is tremendous. That was not well thought through.
And then Hassan was upset about some comments that Amaranth, of all people, made about this. And first of all, if you're listening to anything Amaranth has to say about pretty much anything, you've already kind of lost. But anyways, they're basically trying to say, Hassan's trying to say that Asmongold and people like that have radicalized people to say all these crazy, unhinged things, referring to their criticisms of this clip. Now, of course, most people find this to be crazy. Let's watch what we're talking about here.
If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking right now. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry, am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
I speak as both.
If 2 of your I'm gonna straight up say it. If 2 of your children are trans, something went wrong. The likelihood of that happening go towards like 0.000000000 something. I don't think that happens. I don't think that I mean, it can happen, but that the chances of that are astronomically low. The last time he was over, not gonna lie, it was a good episode. Yeah, but then you know what he's talking about, and then it's over. It's not particularly about the episode, it's what Hassan says, like, on the internet. I mean, bro brought a literal terrorist onto his stream. Bro, is okay with physically eliminating political opponents. He is special. Those people are insane. I mean, some of them certainly are insane.
The B and the T in the LGBT.
I'm multiply disabled. I have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I'm on the autism spectrum, and I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want to be here. It's my day off. I do not want to be in your DMs.
Is that a zombie? Why do you do look dead? What? I actually think people are hunting them. Nobody's hunting them. The vast majority of people don't care. Yeah, that wasn't a good look. None of what Hassan is just as bad as everything else is extremist. It's just that he's on the extreme left. I don't like extremism, no matter where it comes from.
I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me.
You guys literally made her put that glitter on her face. But anyways, this is an example of the type of clip you show 90% of people in the world and they'll be like, yeah, that's weird. This looks like a blue sky meetup. Okay, these people...
That's wild. A blue sky meetup? That's wild. a blue sky meetup is crazy.
Are unhinged, and these are the type of people calling you a bigot and a freak on social media, right? But that's what we're talking about here, and this is Asmongold's coverage of that clip that is being referenced in this entire situation, and you can see how people viewed his opinion that is basically stating this is a clown show, right? And I think people agree. 81,000 likes.
Of course people agree. And even if you consider that, the vast majority of people, a big part of people still clicked on this video and did not dislike. What could that mean? I don't really like either of them. One has a really extreme stance and one has practically no stance. Yeah. Again, I wouldn't say Asmongold has no stance. He's just a centrist. I mean, he wanted to originally vote for Bernie Sanders.
500 dislikes. That's a 99 plus like-dislike ratio on 2.5 million views, by the way. So this left the ether of the monolith of Asmongold's followers. Clearly, a lot of people agree that this is outlandish behavior. And I don't think this is some right-wing extremism. I don't think Asmongold is influencing anyone. I think he's speaking a commonly held belief about stuff like this. Okay? This is a clown show. You show this to a regular person, they probably agree. And that's really all there is to say about this, because we also see how deep this goes. He is directly blaming Asmongold.
Hassan implies Amaranth was radicalized by Asmongold? What? They are nothing alike. They have nothing to do with each other. Zero. I mean, even Amaranth's viewership has nothing to do with politics. They're all just gooners. What do you mean? There is no connection. What?
Gold for causing all this radicalization. The irony, by the way.
Why they're saying
This is, in many ways, no different than when Elon Musk hits the fucking Sig Heil, other people do it too, and it...
Can you let this go? This is a autistic man having an awkward moment with his hands. I could show you multiple pictures of left-wing and right-wing politicians doing the exact same salute. But it isn't a salute. It's just a hand gesture. The intention at the end matters. It's a bit unflattering, sure. What? I mean, he has none. That's an opinion. It is what it is. Well, I could be nice because he would put forth opinions from both the sides, but I don't know. I just don't like it. I'd rather someone say their actual opinion. I can understand that. I can understand that.
normalizes that kind of attitude. It normalizes that kind of politics. And it's precisely the same thing that's happening here, okay? Asmongold says a bunch of unhinged shit and he's popping off. Other content creators see that, as I've told you before, and they respond to it. They see that and they go, ooh, I can get in on this as well.
So what he's saying is content creators like Asmongold are normalizing unhinged.
Yeah, because people care about Amaranth's political opinion. He is having the best mental gymnastics I've seen.
Behavior and normalizing very dangerous things people are saying. Let me just remind us of where we started this video.
About $50 billion estimated that are lost every year in Medicaid, just in fraud alone. No.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
That's how we started the video. Okay, we're not even getting into the terrorist sympathizing and the platforming of terrorists and the comments about 9/11 and all these crazy unhinged things that literally go on a list that's so long it's hard to keep track of what's going on. But yeah, this is the person angry at you for normalizing what? Looking at a very bizarre scene and saying, yeah, that's a bunch of weird people. I don't know. There's really nothing else to say on this situation. Two real pain points for Hassan that have struck his most valuable currency, which is his ego, of course. And that's the Trash Taste podcast situation that has only gotten worse for him. And then, of course, getting dethroned as the top political streamer on...
Yeah, dethroned for a throne Asmongold isn't even fighting for. That's crazy. He is crazy. He is crazy. He's crazy. He's occasionally very much hypocritical. He said he thinks girls deserve to get raped because they're rich. Very interesting take. Other stuff as well. I think America deserved the plane incident.
Twitch, which is clearly two things that have hurt his ego a lot. But for now, that's going to do it for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below.
My thoughts is this man is a moron. Apparently his ego is really fragile, that he has to send his own people to the podcast he was on to fight the negative publicity. Not much to say here. Not much to say here. Really not much to say here. Interesting. Very interesting. Anyways, I need to drink something. Didn't Asmongold always have the bigger platform? Yes, he did. I think he should have been still have the big. She should have still had the bigger platform. I mean, they're making it so that I would assume it's probably Asmongold's fault, right? The thing is that Twitch is now thinking about like making it so that you can throw your money at everyone, not just the ones who became affiliate. Because Asmongold's second channel is not monetized and he streams on there and it costs them millions. So I would say yes, he probably has the bigger platform. All right. I'm gonna jump into this one, I think. Yeah, let's do this one.
Kendrick Lamar.
That was recommended. How one bad joke shattered a comedian's ego by Patrick CC. I think I've reacted to Patrick CC before. I'm interested what has happened here. I have no idea. Though I know the comedian in this video, that was the guy who was on the podcast, on the Joe Rogan podcast, and like saying he hates nothing more than fat models, stuff like that. Interesting. Bits and subs are already available to everyone now for Twitch. Oh, interesting. That's cool, I guess. So they already did it. Interesting. Let's just see what's going on here.
Kendrick Lamar delivered one line on his recent album that sent comedian Andrew Schultz on an all-out...
Oh yeah, then I know this guy. I like the clip where he said, I hate nothing more than fat models. Like, an actor has to memorize some lines. Comedians, you know, they can at least make you laugh. A regular model is at least trying to make it look like she can be looked at or he can be looked at. But a fat model is like, I'll just look at me. Something along those lines.
Crusade to expose Kendrick for being a hypocritical liar that panders to social justice warriors for money and status.
Never pander to the mob. Because the mob is smaller.
However, the more Andrew attempted to attack Kendrick, he just dug himself a deeper hole that he is struggling to climb out of. It all started in July of 2024 when Andrew hosted the UK podcast duo Shits and Gigs, whose real names are James and Fuhad. The pair are known to share their unfiltered...
Wait, I think I know these dudes as well. There was this one clip where, I think this guy read out, like a message he got. Where like a guy dates overweight women to get them to lose weight, so they cheat on him. I think I know this one.
Opinions on sex, friendship, and relationships, and although those were large talking points throughout this pod, Andrew kept obnoxiously forcing race into his questions or topics.
Are there black people in the UK that are just black people?
I don't know anyone who's ever known a god.
Facts.
Ever.
No idea.
But that's like, you're asking the wrong guys. Like, that's the whitest shit.
Do they have black ones? Black people love the front like they don't love America, and the second they leave, they be complaining about where the f they go.
A topic called the Black Girlfriend Effect was brought up and sparked.
Does bro have a weird obsession with, like, skin color? What?
Sparked a much larger discussion online, and even Kendrick Lamar chimed in.
What is the black girlfriend effect? This is
you don't know about this?
glow up the other culture.
Yeah, so you'll see a guy who's had a black girlfriend, all of a sudden he's got buzz cut, like clean shape up, glows up, bro.
Yeah, I like that. They shave their hair because they start losing it because they're so stressed.
Would that usually happen with any woman? I'm just joking. Didn't he say they deserve better or something? So he helps them get better and find someone they truly love? Something like that. Like he was questioning if he's doing God's work or not.
around this black girl complaining about shit all the fucking time. That's why they gotta shave their
Nah,
hair.
bro. White guys with black girlfriends,
They grow a
step,
beard
they step their
because
dick
there's
up.
more cushion when they get slapped the fuck out of.
That's hilarious.
I think the black girlfriend effect. It might be a protective instinct, bro.
You think?
Protective. Yeah. Do you guys have you ever had black girlfriends?
Yeah.
Have you ever had white girls?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. What's your favorite?
We love them all.
Yeah.
Bros picked the equal way. We love them all, because that's a dangerous statement they were about to make. That is bros were playing with fire here. Better just say, yeah, we love them all. Smart.
Yeah.
Oh really?
We love them all.
Yeah.
That means white.
Yo, who gets?
That means what? No.
Translation.
Kendrick fans, get him!
It's very clear that James and Fuhad's description of the black girlfriend effect was to discuss white guys going through a positive transformation due to them settling down with a black woman. But they didn't make this up out of thin air. There was a trend recently on TikTok where white guys showed their transformations, such as elevating their fashion sense, growing out their facial hair, working out, or
What the fuck? How is that real? That's an actual trend? What the heck?
investing in self-care in general as a result of dating a black woman. It was a wholesome trend meant to highlight black women inspiring their partners to be better versions of themselves. And in an attempt to be funny, Andrew decided to take the low road of leaning into tired old stereotypes of black women being mean, angry, and physically aggressive towards their partners. Now, Andrew's audience is very much used to him making jokes about other races and ethnicities, whether it be in his stand-up act or on his podcast.
Is that yours right there, bro? Latina? Okay. You gotta be careful with her. You on birth control? Maybe, maybe not. Nah, you need certified yes from them, okay? Don't.
God. Hi, GT. Hi. Things like, I don't really care much about that. That's comedy. I'm not good. Of course, there's limits. Like, it needs to have, like, a punchline. Then it's a joke. So I don't care all that much.
Go with that pull-out method with Latinas. You come on a Latin girl's stomach, her belly button just opens up and takes that shit in, dog. Like fucking hungry hippos in there, dog. You gotta come on her back. That's why they call them wetbacks. That was a
What the fuck?
good ad. That's a Mexican right there. Only a Mexican could whistle like a bluebird.
You no oil money, and you're in the Middle East? Israeli? Oh, they don't have any oil. That's the one bad investment Jews have made.
Therefore, he didn't receive much backlash initially, but James and Fuhad's audience were taken aback by Andrew's persistence to keep the conversation about race. They were also disappointed that James and Fuhad laughed at what they deemed as racist jokes. As an American, this is the most ignorant conversation, hyperfixated on race and keeping people segregated based on stereotypes. That's humorous to these people? So unnecessary. They let this guy run too many black jokes. As a black man from the UK, I'm disappointed, I can't lie. Now, it's important to understand that James and Fuhad are known to be relatively non-controversial. They also have a large female fan base. So to see the two laughing at Andrew, a white guy who's making a joke at the expense of black women, rub their audience the wrong way. No one's going after Andrew Schultz because his whole shtick is edgy, offensive comedy. He is trying to be inflammatory. You can't shame a guy who has no shame about what he does in the first place. The fact SNG didn't see this coming a mile off is entirely—
Again, I don't really care about, like, jokes like that. I'm German. I constantly hear Nazi jokes. I don't care. I don't care.
entirely on them. While James and Fuhad felt the heat from their fans online, they decided to apologize for not checking or reprimanding Andrew for his insensitive jokes.
First of all, before we get into like specifics or anything like that, obviously there's just literally no excuse. There is no excuse.
Agreed.
And fight or flight is a real thing. When you're in those situations, you look at it through a lens of like, bro, if it was me, I promise you I'll stand up, I'll kick them cameras down, I would smack homeboy in the face, I would say this, I would do that. But when you're in there, you're in shock.
You're in shock, and all you want to do is move on.
Yeah, bro, move on is the fucking word, bro. All you want to do is move on. Just move on to the next thing. Just move on to the next thing. It is our duty to protect you guys.
Facts.
And it is definitely not.
The question once again is, would you apologize if people weren't outraged? Because I don't think you would have apologized. You laughed. You found this funny. So I don't think you're actually sorry. Because, like, if it actually made you uncomfortable, like, if something like that would have made me uncomfortable, I would have left. Yeah. I can see why someone could get offended. Yeah, but the thing is, where do you stop? That's the question. Where do you stop? Because then we have to, like, you know, equalize it. Regardless, you can't make any jokes about any race whatsoever. None. You can't make any jokes about... Technically, you can only make, like, save baby jokes, because you can't make, like, jokes that are a bit more, you know, insensitive. Because, or just remove comedy entirely, because you can barely do anything if you can't be a bit more, you know, punchy, so to speak, at that point. Because technically, anything could be offensive to anyone. That's the problem. Where do you draw the line?
Not cool to be in that situation, and again, not be the ones to stand up and kick the cameras down. And we f***ed it on that occasion. We did. It's not going to happen again. And it's about being human. It's about realizing that you don't know what you're prepared for. You don't know how to prepare for something
you don't know
that you
about.
don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
And once it's happened one time, you're like, all right.
You learn from your mistakes, and that's literally
You
learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, we f***ed it, and we're sorry.
We definitely do apologize.
Some of their fans felt that the apology was genuine. Sure, they laughed at the joke, but Andrew should be the one to blame, as he is the one who actually made the joke.
But then again, I'm just saying, to be fair, I don't feel like this apology was truly, like, there wasn't energy behind it. Is that just me? So it's kind of like, I don't know. This apology here didn't give me the energy of, like, I'm truly sorry. My bad. Hi Zira, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Then you're policing a comedy. Yeah, because, like, you have to turn your joke around 10 times to make it so that it hopefully hurts nobody's feelings. Sorry, but that's utopia. You will never create a world where you will never create a world. That's utopia. You will never create a world where you won't have anybody, like, where nobody will be offended by something. Like, that won't happen. True. You need to adjust your jokes to your audience, right? That's your fucking job. Yeah, and his audience finds race jokes funny. Like, what are you gonna do about that? He's cultivated an audience which would find it funny, and I'm happy for him, but their audience and his are really different. They are really different. Then the question also becomes, why did they agree to come on that podcast, you know? Can I send a video about the guy on comedians on award shows? Sure. I'm usually just careful, because comedian stuff are oftentimes copyrighted. I'm actually... I find it actually funny that the stream has not been nuked yet.
Others felt that the apology was insincere and that they still didn't properly acknowledge how hurtful these jokes are to black women.
As black women, we get beat down by every demographic, everybody's beaten on black women. Behaviors like the ones that these two have expressed and the ones that we all have experienced in our lives, they are hurtful. It makes us sad. makes us angry. It makes us feel alone. And I think that it's important for us to use that kind of language in these kinds of conversations, because actions like what happened in this podcast, it's important to talk about how much this hurts, because it doesn't just hurt us as individuals, it hurts the Black community.
Interestingly, Andrew used their apology to remind the world that he had no intentions of apologizing.
Any listeners here that are upset at us, we just want to let you know that you're going to stay upset, okay? What we're not going to do is sit here with our tucked between our legs apologizing on the podcast for jokes.
Andrew then proceeded to react to and mock James and Fuhad's apology.
How many years have we been doing this?
6, 7.
The past 7 years, where I've been saying that your people f*** mud.
Yeah.
And you've been saying that my people f*** sheep.
Yeah.
I don't feel like we've protected either of our people.
You know what? You're right. You're right. And it's our duty to protect people.
Scottish people, I just want to say that I apologize to all of you for letting this mud say we
Scottish people, I apologize that you're all so ugly that you have to sheep. I apologize for that.
It's our duty to protect people.
Andrew's co-host, Akash, then proceeds to speak on behalf of Black women.
Oh, we have Black female fans. I appreciate them so much. I think they must be so hurt by this. They're not hurt by this. You don't realize that. You start feeling empathy for people that don't feel bad, that weren't hurt.
No Black women were offended. The stereotype Andrew said is that Black women are angry. Why would they try and stand up for themselves when y'all would just say, yup, look at how angry they are. That's Black women for you. It's impossible to fight or debate with someone who really feels that way. You called them abusers, bro. They're not engaging with that nonsense. Akash and Andrew explaining the feelings of Black women, many Black women who are fans definitely canceled them. Whether it actually has an effect on the mass of their fan base remains to be seen. Also, I'm the only Black woman I know who watches Flagrant. The podcast wasn't noticed because y'all don't have a large Black women audience. Somehow the clip went viral and more Black women were exposed to it. There's this phenomenon that happens with podcast comedians today where criticism is intertwined with cancel culture, and comedians use it as a defense mechanism to essentially win every argument or justify their behavior. A comedian's job is to tell jokes with the goal of making people laugh. On stage, if they make a bad joke, people won't laugh. Maybe even in extreme situations, they might boo the comedian. This is commonly referred to as bombing on stage. When a comedian is bombing, do they start having a TED talk about how they are actually funny and they're just joking and that the audience needs to...
I mean, some would probably do that. Yes, some would probably do that. Some comedians. I could see that happening. I could see that. I don't know him. I'm not him, and if I didn't like it, I would just turn it off. Yeah, yeah, makes sense, right? Makes sense.
To stop trying to cancel them and chill out. These are just jokes. No. They finish the set and they learn how to make their material better. Today, when comedians like Andrew Schultz get backlash online for bad jokes, they turn it into a think piece. They start casting blame on others for not laughing or understanding the joke. It's because you don't get it, or, oh, this is just cancel culture. And this is especially more common on podcasts because while stand-up is often written and more carefully crafted, podcasts are usually unfiltered conversations that go on for hours, so you're bound to miss a few times. You're bound to tell a few bad jokes, and that's normal. But for Schultz, considering his right-hand man Akash laughs every single time Andrew breathes, you can see why Andrew must think that all of his jokes are crushing with his millions of viewers. You can watch Andrew get a reality check in real time when Shane Gillis straight up told Andrew his joke was not funny, and Schultz immediately started blaming Shane for being politically correct.
Bro, Shane actually has been working out, dude. This is fucking
Let's see it.
God. Okay. that is diabolical. The problem is I find that funny.
Hold on.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
Bro, you look good. Is this from West Point?
That actually is.
Oh, nice.
You guys, and I, you know what?
That's his rival's profile picture. Shane, can we click the video? I just want to hear the sound. I just want to hear the sound.
It's his Sue. It's his... Nah, you look great, dog. Congrats.
I don't think that's funny.
But yeah, I see that. I see why. I see why.
Like you don't get it? You mean?
No, my guy's nice.
By the way,
yeah, that's valid.
These guys are awesome.
Yeah,
they're having fun.
Yeah,
for you guys to sit here and be like,
wait a minute,
let's bring it up and mock them. That's f***ed up, dude. That's a dude.
We're mocking
By using them as an insult.
Using. We're using you.
So you're insulting them by saying I look like them, or you're insulting me by saying I look like them.
This is you back in your victim thing.
No, I'm not being a victim. I'm saying the jokes you're doing is not. It's not like.
It's not PC.
That's not cool.
You know what's really great?
Triggering.
You're making fun of these guys, these Down syndrome dudes, putting out TikTok videos.
Now, it doesn't seem that Shane was actually offended. He was trying to just be contrarian for the sake of comedy, but Andrew's reaction was very
Yeah, I could see it. The thing is, like, regardless, you should still be able to make jokes in these settings. I mostly like it when two people are bantering and being racist to each other. That cancel out the racism. True. I agree. When like two guys are like beating on each other with like racist jokes, that's really funny. See, the problem that I have is like you should be able to make jokes about everything and everyone because obviously time and place, obviously. I'm not making fun of a cancer patient in front of a cancer patient. Nobody would do that. Or like a joke about that. No, nobody should do that. But I think that I don't want to. How do I put this? If we take one group out of like never make jokes about them, we are treating them not equally to everyone else. Which is like, to me, that's like wrong, because like that makes them like different, and I don't want to have that like different. I'd rather treat them just like everyone else.
telling. He was genuinely bent out of shape, getting loud and aggressive towards someone who didn't just mindlessly laugh at one of his jokes. This is exactly how Andrew would react when Kendrick Lamar addressed his feelings towards Andrew's jokes about black women in the song Waxed Out Murals on his new album, GNX. Kendrick rapped, "Don't let no white comedian talk about no black woman, that's law." This single line, composed of just 12 words, absolutely derailed Andrew Schultz. He established war on Kendrick Lamar. Andrew starts off his response by essentially calling Kendrick, and all other rappers, hypocrites.
Rappers are telling comedians we need to be more respectful to women, so we gotta sit back and reflect.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
They're the most pious group.
Listen, nobody has respected women more. Through art.
Yes.
Than rappers, okay?
Absolutely.
So I completely understand how a rapper could look at a comedian telling a joke and be like, yo, y'all need to switch that shit.
Yeah.
How dare y'all keep saying your wives are annoying? Be more like us and, just ain't nothing but hoes and tricks. I beat my with a stick, what? You can lick on the so suck the dick. I beat my with a stick, what?
Now, there's no argument against generalizing much of popular rap music as misogynistic.
I mean, he is wrong, Hi, Private Fortune. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. This guy, isn't he a comedian? Yes, he is. Hello, happy tourist. Hi. It's a slippery slope, exactly. All I'm saying is, no matter how dark your joke is, it would work with some group, and it's alright. Just keep your audience in mind. I agree. You can make your jokes, but do it with your own audience, where it makes sense. Because otherwise it would backfire like it would be here. The thing is, he isn't wrong. Rap music in most rap music is very much, women are used, very much talked about like objects in those. But nobody bats an eye. Nobody bats an eye on how toxic baby mama culture is. Nobody cares. How's the weather in Germany? It's currently sunny. Matt Rife made fun of women in wheelchairs. It was good because it works. The thing is, like, he makes two audiences that don't, like, work with each other. That's the problem, I think, the core issue here.
For decades, hip-hop artists have reduced women to nothing more than sex objects, often referring to them as bitches, hoes, and other demeaning words. Now, I'm not saying Kendrick Lamar is completely innocent of perpetuating this behavior in his lyrics. However, he is not necessarily the poster child of disrespecting women in his raps. Kendrick has often called out his own hypocrisy. He has shined a light on how his trauma defines him and keeps him in cycles of perpetuating this behavior. It doesn't justify it, but discussing and self-reflecting can allow him to learn from his past and try to do better in the future.
This took a while for me to grasp the concept that all women are bitches, all women are hoes. You get what I'm saying? But when I was 16, 17 years old, that's what I was saying. You know, all of them the same, you know what I'm saying? So it took time for me to realize, damn, my mom's not a bitch. My mom's not a hoe, my little sister is not. So now I gotta distinguish, you know, right from wrong.
But Andrew takes it a step further and says that because Kendrick has collaborated with and celebrated rappers who often disrespect women, that makes him just as guilty.
Go back to talk about Drake, how he's a deadbeat dad, while you do songs with Future.
Rapper Future is often referred to as the Toxic King, and has droves of lyrics that minimize and disrespect women, such as, "Anytime I got you, girl, you might..."
I mean, kind of true. The question is Kendrick still working with these people or not, which I do not know. If he's not working with them anymore, then it would not be hypocritical to criticize him. If he still does, then it is kind of hypocritical.
My possession. Even if I hit you once, you part of my collection. Or think I might pull out my D and I pee on her. Kendrick.
What the fuck are these lyrics? That's disgusting!
Collaborated with Future this year for the first time on a song called Like That. Unsurprisingly, Future's verse is all about having his way with women. So while many people see this as Kendrick being hypocritical, others say that just because he's not perfect doesn't mean he can't try to send a positive message.
Kendrick is a rapper. Kendrick decides he wants to stand up for black women for whatever reason. What essentially came back was, you're not qualified to stand up for black women because of look at you, because you are with a cohort of people, rappers, who in the past have been bad to black women. That argument is used anytime black people stand up for themselves in any way.
Sure.
Because there is a purity test.
Not really. That is brought up in general. If you surround yourself by people that beat up other people, ignore race here, chances are you might be one of them. That's the problem. Is if you surround yourself with people that are bad, people will assume you are bad. That's just how it is. You can't change that. The only way to change that is cut out the people that are bad. Very simple.
That black people have to pass before they defend themselves.
Of course.
That is a way to keep them from defending themselves. To equate a black person with the worst version of what you feel a black person is culturally is a way to say, as long as you're with that, you can't say anything about what we're saying, right? Kendrick ain't never made bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. Kendrick has never said any of that stuff, but he is a rapper. Rappers say those things. He is inherently connected to the worst lyrics amongst his industry because he is with them. So he's not good enough to want to defend black women. That trick bag, whether or not Andrew knows it or not,
he knows,
has been used decade after decade after decade on black people.
Schultz also falsely claimed that Kendrick threatened to remove his music from Spotify in 2018 when a hateful content and conduct policy was enforced that removed R. Kelly, XXXTentacion, and others from Spotify editorial playlists.
Are you saying that Kendrick Lamar put it on wax that he is protecting black women from white comedians' jokes, but not the kidnapping, molestation, and
rape
yeah.
of R. Kelly. And actually, in reality, he would take his own music off Spotify to protect R. Kelly.
Yeah.
Someone who's kidnapped,
a sexual
molested,
predator. Yeah.
and black women.
Kendrick never threatened to take down his music. It was the head of his label who made the threat, which, as messed up as it sounds, actually has more power over Kendrick's music than he does. His label head, Anthony Top Dog Tiffith, told Billboard, "I don't think it's right for artists to be censored, especially in our culture. How did they just pick those artists out? How come they didn't pick out any others from any other genres or any other different cultures? There are
Then if you that's interesting that we bring that up. I don't think it's right for artists to be censored. Wouldn't you be able to also apply that to comedians? Interestingly enough. What if we surround ourselves with four walls? I do. Then you're either the ceiling or you're the floor.
There are so many other artists that have different things going on, and they could have picked anybody, but it seems to me that they're constantly picking on hip-hop culture. It's not that the label thought that R. Kelly was actually innocent, they just felt that this hateful content and conduct policy was a slippery slope that could lead to more censorship in music. Andrew also convinced himself that Kendrick needed to mention him for clout.
I didn't want to tell you because you had things to focus on.
What a time to be alive where...
I was not one of the Asians who said, good luck on your special.
I'm just saying, what a time to be alive where rappers got to talk about comedians for clout.
God bless, dude.
Like, we are up right now.
God bless.
The biggest story about the album outside of
that sounds a bit full of yourself. That sounds a bit full of yourself. I don't think he cares. Does he? I don't know.
the album and people enjoying it was a sub at a comedian?
Kendrick dissed me for clout. How delusional and oblivious can you be, bro? Schultz continues to call Kendrick a hypocrite by pointing out that he has a musical comedy in production with the creators of South Park.
Now I understand why he's doing a comedy with the South Park creators.
That makes sense.
Because he appreciates white comedians that make fun of black people.
There you go.
And they've done that brilliantly for decades.
Yeah, that's true.
And he would never want to, break one of his own laws.
No, that's true.
I mean, didn't they have a character called Token on the South Park show?
Yeah, they do.
Which I'm sure Kendrick is a big fan of.
That's true.
He must be a big fan if he's going to do a comedy with them. I mean, we can look that up. Apparently, he has a comedy coming out. Yep.
It is true that Lamar is pairing with the South Park creators, Matt Stone and Trey Parker, on a feature-length film. The film will depict the past and present coming to a head when a young black man who is interning as a slave reenactor at a living history museum discovers that his white girlfriend's ancestors once owned his. Paramount film chief Brian Robbins said, "The script is one of the funniest and most original scripts we've ever read, and it's certain to create some fireworks when it hits theaters on July 4th, 2025. And yes, I'm sure you all know, South Park has aimed jokes at black people countless times over the years."
Here we see a black person eating chicken and watermelon, a stereotype that hurts.
Okay. Interesting.
Hurts the African American community.
Okay, well, looks like you're gonna get a lot of help here. Category is people who annoy you. Audience, keep quiet, please.
Good God. South Park makes fun of everyone though. That's their brand. True, they don't care. Like they slap everyone.
Well, 10 seconds, Mr. Marsh.
Well, I know it, but I don't think I should say it.
Now, in all fairness, South Park has made jokes about literally every race, every religion, every ethnicity, every gender, every disability. They have joked on everyone equally, which is the exact same ethos that Andrew lives by.
Well, I will say, as far as that line goes, we're going to make fun of everybody, and that's just the reality of the matter. Is everyone gets these jokes. That's the ethos of the show. It's the ethos of the comedy that we do. And the second you start, and he just might not be aware of it. I don't know if he's doing it to sell records or if he's doing it because he just thinks it rhymes or it looks good, or he's taking advantage of like a viral moment, knowing that we'll react and knowing the internet will react. But the reality is the second that you make a group protected, everything else becomes racist. You're either racist to that group or you're racist to everybody else. And when you make fun of everybody, that is the one beautiful thing that allows us to kind of come together and laugh at ourselves and each other. I've been very fortunate to travel the world making fun of people of all different race, religions, cultures to their face, everywhere around the world.
That is
everywhere. And they've had an incredible sense of humor about it. They're coming out specifically to see that happen.
However, things took a strange turn when Schultz started pondering the idea of him and Kendrick in a one-on-one fight.
You want to squabble up with Kenny?
No. I mean, here's the thing.
Now it's just like, he's correct. I agree with him. But now it's like, it gets weird. Like, it was one line, and Bros just keeps talking and talking and talking. Like, okay, what? Just continue doing your thing? Is that weird to say?
This is the thing that is kind of funny about it, is like, first of all, Kendrick's people and the gang affiliate, you know, everybody, his security, they will kill me. They will destroy me. They'll find me in the street. They'll f***ing cut me up. They'll shoot me. They'll do whatever. I'm not a tough guy. Y'all do. But just Kendrick, I would make love to him. There's nothing he could do about it. Just Kendrick Lamar, I would make love to him, and the only thing that he could do is decide if it's consensual or not. That's the only thing he could do. If it's me and Kendrick, this is about physics. It's about physics. I don't even know if I'll get hard. But if we're in a cell, there's a chance.
What? Did this get weirdly weird? What? That's odd. That's weird. But the difference is he wasn't with his kind of group, so... Yes, I think the whole problem boils down that he should have not made jokes with these other two guys. Like, because the audience are so different. He should have done it with, if you want to do podcasts like that, do it with somebody that shares your, you know, your viewership. The people that watch you or listen to you or whatever.
If we're in a cell and we're bored and we done tattooing each other, whatever you do in the cell, and we ran out of board games and we did all the other things, we cleaned everything, and I'm like, man, I might as well f you. There's nothing he could physically do to stop that besides put his legs in the air and choose a position. Maybe Mark, I let him choose a position.
Why are you pulling this picture up, Mark? Why are you doing this?
Look put up that picture of him and Travis Kelce's girl. Look at that shit.
Oh my God, dude, that's unbelievable.
Yo, I'll be honest. I would go so far as to say, I don't think he could stop most people on the planet from having sex with him.
This is getting weird. Exactly, I don't hate the guy. He just made the dumb mistake, pretty much. And the others two also made the dumb mistake. What the fuck? That derailed completely. Yeah. Why did I use the word rail? What the fuck is happening? What?
Like, the only reason he got security is to stop people from having sex with him whenever he wants.
What? Okay, now it has become weird.
Up until this point, Andrew could be seen as rightfully defending himself and making somewhat decent points. However, making a joke that he could and would assault an R-word Kendrick was potentially crossing a line. Meek Mill thought so. He tweeted, "White men saying they'll R-word black men openly is extreme, and then say it's just a joke. Black manhood is not a joke. I seen the same guy saying I was gay on his stand-up. My white friends like, it's a joke. We don't joke like that in the black community at all." O'Shea Jackson Jr., Ice Cube's son, simply called him a weirdo for his jokes in a tweet that has 6.3 million views. Andrew replied with "Google No Vaseline" by Ice Cube, basically insinuating that O'Shea's own father has made a song about R-word. The ironic part is that if Schultz Googled what No Vaseline was about, he would have learned that it was a diss track towards his former group, NWA, and their manager, Jerry Heller, who had them locked in a hard...
Bro could have actually just stopped. Bro could have actually just stopped. Hi, you're stupid and dumb. How is it going? Hope you're doing good. Honestly, this guy sounds so full of himself, and this guy's also begging to be punched in the face in public. True. He does sound full of himself. He's not wrong in the points in some of the points he makes, but he does sound full of himself. Also, hi, Indie Steve. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Horrible business contract. O'Shea replied, a metaphor about getting effed business-wise by your manager. It's not the same, homie. He ain't call you a bitch. He ain't say F you. Didn't even say your name. And your response was buck-breaking. Shit was just crazy. However, others stepped up to defend Schultz. LOL, y'all mad at Andrew Schultz but push this tough-ass, no-rules hip-hop culture. Dudes talk about murder, pimping, sex trafficking, smacking hoes, drill shit, etc. And clutch your pearls at a joke. And yes, a joke from the Patrice O'Neal, Bernie Mac, Richard Pryor, Bill Burr type of comedy eras. The culture calls Drake not like us and drags him for days because he dared to take legal action against his predominantly white label for allegedly using payola to sabotage his career and contract negotiations. The culture then turns around and calls for the cancellation of a white comedian who made a joke and pointed out Kendrick's hypocrisy. Despite the internet raining down on Andrew, he refused to back down or apologize. He believed he was right, and he suggested the reason why he kept the beef alive was because he was receiving death threats from internet trolls.
It really just is. If you boil this whole situation down, it's just people sitting in mud and throwing mud at each other. If you really boil it down, yeah, it's really just like. They all have a point! I don't know for which side to root, they all have a point.
Death threats to them, death threats to me.
And I was getting death.
Of course, death threats to me. Death threats to me, death threats to my family, telling they're gonna kill my daughter, posting on my daughter's
We
picture.
still haven't posted an app.
We haven't talked, I don't talk about it for 2 weeks, right? I go, okay, you saying death threats to all of us? You gonna talk shit about my daughter? Okay, it's up. I'm a your man. Right? Because if we saying anything, it's like, let's have some fun.
It's still funny.
I'm your man.
It's still funny.
Right?
Sexual love.
No, but then we're gonna do the molding of his butt. I'm hanging it on the wall.
Schultz.
What the fuck? What did just go into my ears? Get it out of my head! Ah! What the heck? I don't think Kendrick is a hypocrite. I would say yes and no. He himself is realizing that he shouldn't be doing it, but he's still working with others that like create these texts. So it's like, and that's wrong. Yeah, this is weird as fuck. I know it's a joke. It's supposed to be like a joke, but why are you dragging it out and why are you making it so weird? Like it's no longer a joke. I feel like it's more so weird. Why are you talking about smashing another man? Suddenly, what happened here?
Tripled down on his comments during a podcast with Charlemagne the God, where Andrew repeated all his same arguments, how Kendrick is a rapper, and rappers promote misogyny, and how he couldn't fight him one-on-one, and how he is a hypocrite for collaborating with the South Park creators.
So the guys that created South Park are two white guys, and they've made jokes about black women.
Well, they make jokes about everybody.
Oh my God! Hold on. What did you say?
Now, they do have a character.
What did you say?
What's the character, the black character? Token. And they do make jokes, like they did earlier this year. They did do the episode about Lizzo. They do make jokes about everybody. Like, everybody gets it on South Park. And see, that is what. That's
Do you know who you're talking to?
Now, I don't really know what's going on.
Well, if
I don't know.
Everybody gets these jokes.
Okay, that I know.
Everybody. Mustard gets it. Mayo gets it. Okay?
It's crazy. But all of them do. So should he not collab with everyone? Technically not. No. Technically not. Obviously he can't do that due to money reasons and stuff. Obviously he can't do that, but technically he shouldn't. That's the problem. Technically he shouldn't. Because you have to consider this, right? If he collabs with them, he is also spreading this. That's the problem.
Sauce gets it. Okay. Curry gets it. Curry gets it.
Oh, you talking about the season?
Yeah.
I didn't know you talking about Steph or Indians. So.
I'm talking about Indians. That's Indians. We're doing it for each group of people. Everybody get these jokes. That's the rule.
Taylor, what's the line?
But Kendrick got specific laws.
Says, never
Kendrick got to
let-
protect women from comedians as long as he's got an album coming out.
I'm just looking for.
Listen, Kendrick's got to stand up for you ladies.
The last verse.
As long as he could profit from it, he got to stand up for you ladies.
Andrew even tried to take it as far as suggesting that he didn't know the angry black woman stereotype existed.
And I could see what people say you might have been reinforcing the stereotype of
Yes, black women.
black women being angry.
Yes.
But the jokes
First
with the
of all,
black men.
I didn't even know that was a stereotype.
Black men. Andrew.
I just thought you were angry. I didn't know it was like a
Yo.
whole black woman thing. I just.
Now you're a bit reaching, my guy. It's already out there though. 99% of the industry does it. Oh, the wonderful argument of everyone else does it, so can I. Hey, the vast majority of people is running over people on the street. Should you do it? Like, you're in a room with 100 people. 99 of them jump out of the window. Well, then everyone does it. Do you do it as well? Like, that argument is ass. It's dog shit. That doesn't work. Like, the argument, everyone does it, so I can too. No. That does not work.
I just thought it was a you to me thing.
Fans were disappointed with Charlemagne pretending that he has no idea what's going on when he has been a large voice in hip-hop commentary for the past 15 years, and he has co-hosted the Brilliant Idiots podcast alongside Schultz for the past 5 years. Additionally, he pressed Post Malone in 2015 for not doing enough for Black Lives Matter.
What are you doing for the Black Lives Matter movement?
What? I don't know. Is that a serious question?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
If anything.
Charlemagne has criticized many white rappers for appropriating black culture, as he tends to interpret the behavior of these white rappers as a form of mockery of black stereotypes. But when Andrew was directly making fun of black people, he just pretended he had no idea what was going on. The crazy part is, Kendrick was actually talking more about people like Charlemagne than Schultz. That's why he's so quiet. And if you listen to the song again, you'll see Kendrick called him out perfectly. The fact that Charla roasts every other white person but quiet about Schultz is crazy. This whole situation is the perfect example of the modern day comedian's response to criticism of unfunny material. Comedy defenders will remain firm in their stance that when it comes to jokes, everything is on the table. Nothing or no one is off limits. And as a fan of stand-up comedy myself, I do agree with that ethos. Go ahead, shoot your shot. I think we have all laughed at some pretty horrible things. In the midst of all this chaos, Andrew...
I agree. Just very simple. If you want to make fun of people, make fun of everything, not just a select group though. Which I don't know if Schultz like targets a select group. I have no idea if that has ever happened. Don't know. But yeah, I agree. I just think this entire situation is weird. Because nothing comes of it.
Andrew did make some reasonable points. There is a hypocritical nature of people who are casting criticism on Andrew while praising Kendrick. However, what not many people are saying is that simply Andrew's joke was not funny. So he can make all the good points that he wants, but he still failed to do his one job as a comedian: make you laugh.
I agree. Again, it depends on your audience, and I think he made a joke with people that have a completely different audience that he has, and then this spiraled out of control. That's how I see it. I think both sides are kind of hypocritical, in a sense. It's very interesting. But I don't know what much to think of the situation. I hope you didn't hear my belly loudly. Because, like, you also have to consider this, right? the argument that everyone else does it also is like, then nothing ever changes if I don't change my stance and I say no to that, then how can that ever change? Because at the end of the day, every change starts with the person perpetuating it, right? Or the people continuing it. That's how I see it. Alright. Chat, we didn't hear your belly loudly. Okay, everything's fine, because that belly is going crazy. Chat, I must take a quick pee-pee break. I will be right back. have returned. Sorry, chat. The sun it took a little longer, so I had to block out the sun. Because the sun became a deadly laser. Once more. Yeah, the sun. It is a deadly, truly deadly laser. So yeah, I had to fix that. No, it's no longer a deadly laser. But also, I need to do something real quick. Diagonal said I should do it. Which is... do this. And... do this. You have now received a power-up, Sumax. According to Diagonal, I was supposed to do it. You're welcome. You're now part of the second in command group. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? Alright, works for me. That's weird. You got promoted. So to speak. You received the promotion. You can feel on it now. Anyways. Alright, this one was next. Damn. Yeah, Diagonal said that I should think about doing it, so I thought about it and like, yeah, you spend so much time here, I think you deserve a promotion. So yeah. Apparently this is chat music. She's the boyfriend. Wow, these settings are weird. Yeah, you can now time out mods as well. You got the upgrade. You don't need to do much, though. It's really not much because most things I do. Anyways, She's the Boyfriend by Unlimited Motivation? Oh, I would block things if I zoomed in. Okay. I think I saw that as an animation. Wow. Yeah, dear. Two weapons. Yeah, it has happened. Two people that can make others suffer. Yeah. I've seen an animation like that. Wait, is that the original? In this case?
You know she's mommy.
Yeah. She is definitely the boyfriend here. When is it my turn? What? What do you mean, when is it your turn?
Material when she got that heat resistance. I love how
The music's scaring me though. That one corn piece felt the piece the
that heat resistance.
I know she's a mom material when she got that heat resistance. What the fuck? I love how aggressive it was.
Aggressive it was for absolutely no reason, while also being wholesome. The way I would.
I mean, it was very much wholesome. Yeah, the feeling that comes up with like being taken care also of a woman, taking care of a woman, and being taken care of a woman. I can see that. When will I be promoted? I'm not gonna promote everyone. Like, you're not even doing that much more. Also, you're too unhinged to have you as an admin. Sorry.
Instantly fall in love.
True and real. Like, yes, claim me. Yes, I'm your princess now, and you're the knight in shining armor, or the knightress.
Her confidence in not stabbing herself in the hand is way more than I would have. Hi, son. How was the date? Good. Now she owns me. What?
Real. Like, bro knew that he is now owned.
What did she bring to the table? She built the table. That wasn't allowed.
If I change my entire personality, like outfits, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
That was a straight up blush and giggle. How
True. This is so wholesome.
was your date with that girl? I think I'm the girl that kiss was.
Yeah, she's gonna carry him to the bed after for the wedding night. She's gonna do that. That kiss was personal, true.
Personal man started to kick his feet and giggle.
I would be. The problem is this person is Asian. What if it's actually a dude and not a chick? Ever consider that? Because, you know, nowadays chicks with dicks exist. Need to grind for that promotion. I need to grind for more women. Fictional women. But I agree. Like, that would make me, like... That would make me go insane. Like, what the heck? My one video I uploaded first one got 5k. Nice, nice.
How was your date? She married me.
True.
Mom, I'm getting married. Who's the bride?
The wrist max. True.
Corn kiss was the cherry on top. And the wink was the cherry on top of that cherry when
AI. That's funny. The thing is, like... I find that always kind of, like... I know. Like... When I ate from the same thing that my ex... Damn! My cat just ran over my stuff. That's crazy. God damn. We have died! Chat, we have died! God damn it. Okay. My cat really just ran over my entire setup. That is crazy. What the heck happened? Chat, I'll be right back. I gotta do something. Almost everything, just the mic. Mike stole it exactly. Everything is fixed. But I'm not fixed. Oh, that was interesting. Damn. Mic was stolen. The mic was taken. Real quick. But we back. We back. That was interesting. But all is good. We are still alive. The mic still sounds normal, I hope. Everything is plugged in. Yes, we live. We lived. We lived. Anyways. What do you mean? An hour behind? What? What do you mean? Anyways, okay. Gotta do something real quick. Gotta do something real quick. The cat again, just looking at me like, yes. It's alright, Poker, you survived. Sure, sure, yeah. I still survived. But anyways, we can continue, I think. We can continue. It was interesting. Because these siblings are fighting. Yeah, I didn't notice for 5 minutes. I was an hour behind. The music was playing. What the fuck? Interesting. Anyways, let's continue. Poker, this is completely off topic, but I think you later have like a more advanced model. You are likely gonna have a Zigzagoon cosplay toggle. Probably that would work. Sure, that would work. But yeah, let's continue.
Your mom goes to meet your girlfriend. Your son also calls me mommy.
Why is that so real? That is so real. That is so real.
I actually can't stop watching this. I actually can't stop watching this. She's so pretty and that laugh is so contagious and lovely.
Bro is gooning over a simple video. What? Ain't no way bro is gooning over a video. Ain't no way.
Keeper, no, but she's keeping me. Goddamn main character energy.
These are awesome. I like it.
She's the handsome boyfriend we all need. The kiss and the wink, you're killing me. There's no questioning about marriage. He's definitely the housewife. Sean Diamond, the Washington, she is the husband and is the wife.
She's the husband, he's the wife. I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'd be the boy wife too. Like, I'm cooking, I'm cleaning, I'm taking care of the kids. Don't worry, you go work. I'm submitting.
He is the wife. He fell in love. That laugh was a blush through and through. She's a keeper. She's keeping you.
She's a keeper. She's keeping you. Yeah, true. I would be kept too.
Your boyfriend is mad cute. How many times have you watched this? Yes. What happened? I became a Disney princess. What do you do for a living? I do as my wife says. I like her straight up savage, then smiles like a.
I do as my wife says. Yes. This is cute. And hurts my heart.
Princess makes me smile knowing there are women like this. She's not daddy's princess. She is daddy and you were her princess. She threw it on his plate after kissing it. Gotta love her. She's the kind of girl who will bring you to meet your mother. Son, how was the date? Is she a keeper? She's the owner. Every introvert deserves a woman like her. That absolute riz was just God's here.
I'm an introvert. I don't know if I'd be okay with a woman like that. I don't know.
She's the type of wife to tell her husband, calm down and take deep breaths during her labor. She is not her daddy's princess, she is her mom's warrior. How was your date? Mommy said I can't talk to strangers. Her cuteness.
What is this? What is this? It's making me do something.
Beyond the universe. This your girlfriend? No, I'm the girlfriend. The way he giggles at the end. She is the mommy in the relationship.
I mean, yes, kind of. This is cute. This is cute. This was a good recommendation by Zero. This is cute.
3 hours later, her cat was torn. It was the most intense night. I could have sworn. Then in the dawn, before the next morning, we laid on the lawn, feeding the fawn. So that was the first day. She raised me up with corn. My first date with this guy.
Crazy.
After the day, I fixed his car before he sent me home. Your son calls me daddy. You mean mommy, no. The wink at the end, though, like the video.
That's the end. Really? Is it? No, it's not. Wait, there are more. Wait, I need to read these. How was the date? Him? I'm pregnant. How was your date? She's my boyfriend now. So, how was the date, son? She was a total gentleman. The way she kissed the corn, winked, broke. I would have collapsed. I would have probably evaporated. Like, I would have probably evaporated. I would have gone, disappeared. She made him giggle with a blushing face. I can't feel it. I'm gonna go back just to the beginning to hear the giggle, because I didn't hear it.
You know she's my.
Oh yeah, he's giggling. Yeah, he is giggling. Yeah, I can understand. He is giggling. Never mind. I've now changed. I am not the evolved deer. You're still the good old rare deer. That's not gonna change. Okay, there's another one. There's another one. With chat. Messages being turned into music.
Bro skipped Monday, bro.
Bro skipped Monday? Oh god, this is already starting like this!
Genders. He needs a bro, the male version of bra. Is he the future Toji? Dream physique, Yuke. What color was his pants? Where he put his food?
Good question. She is a guy. God damn it.
She is a guy, and he is a girl. Bro has good character design, this girl's cool.
True, bro has more massive tits than some women I know. That's a great body. I mean, it's certainly a great physique, more or less.
Bro thinks he's sandy cheeks, missing Texas. I wish, man, you boy or girl, why are they bigger than mine?
That weird,
Bro's built like Roblox, seeing 2.0 package. Imagine he became gay now. This guy looks like 442's Ronaldo.
That's pretty much it. That was interesting. But yeah, good physique. See, I want to get now into some more VTuber stuff, I feel like. Which is why I'm going to jump into this one. With this level of moves, he should be able to lactate. Yeah, you are a gooner. You are a gooner. You are a gooner. I will straight up say this.
I'm sorry.
I had this video now for about a month in there. And I wasn't able to watch it, but now I will. Depressed Nusagi, the absolute state of Hololive. I know that they're financially doing kind of not so well, and like there have been some problems with investors. That's pretty much what I know. We'll see what's going on here. Hold on. No!
I'm sorry. I'll be graduating from Hololive on January.
That's Fauna. It's a character, a deer. That's pretty. It's Fauna. My heart hurts.
3rd, 2025. The reason for my graduation disagreement with management. I'm not leaving because I don't want to be here, and I'm not leaving because I don't want to be an idol. 配信活動終了し
Damn, all the members are dropping like flies. Yeah. But the original girls of Hololive EN, they're still standing tall as tall as ever.
1月末頃に卒業することを決めました。
I've been ignored for 20 days straight. I don't expect anything. I just want an explanation as
Who would be ignoring Crony? Nobody would.
to why they're canceled. And you can't even give me that?
The lack of support that we get from this company is insane. That's what I've been dealing with this whole entire year, these past 2.5 years.
See, it's still wild how well Face Connect is doing. That is crazy. It is still crazy to me how a fish man found the most crazy women ever and said, "Mine, yes, we're turning you into a VTuber."
Some months ago, I said that the only real criticism many people had for Hololive was criticisms that was found in all VTuber agencies. Restrictions as to how a talent can create content, the anti-male culture, the trends that a lot of people have when it comes to their—
I mean, the anti-male... Is it really you can anti would be like, I don't like men. I think I wouldn't say it's anti-male culture. It's just that men do not attract that as many viewers. Most men are not Vox Akuma. Niji Sanji is more like a weird outlier. I'm back. Welcome back. Reminds me of Coco. Yeah, Kiria Coco. Yeah.
Hiroshis as if they're beyond criticism and almost worshipping them to a certain extent. I, unfortunately, have to report that within a couple months after that video has been made, things have changed. 2024 was a bad year for VTuber fans. Unless you're a VShoujo guy or a V4 Mirai guy, it kept everyone at its toes, and almost all VTubers and VTuber agencies experienced some sort of loss. And what an unusual amount of departures that seemed innocent and reasonable for Hololive eventually started to become consistently suspicious.
Yeah, I once again think this has a lot to do with investors and management and stuff like that.
Eyebrow raising. First, the termination of Yozora Mel, an OG member of Hololive that was let go due to breaking contract. She seemed apologetic on her PL, so most people assumed that it was actually something that she may have done as a mistake, that Cover had no choice but to pull the trigger to make the rule enforcement within the company consistent. Second, the graduation of A-chan, another OG member of Hololive that was technically staff but was just as loved as a normal Hololive talent. She's been known to take care of her sick family members, so it's been presumed that she had to take off of her work to do that instead, as well as pursue endeavors.
It's like, imagine being like loved by fans even if you're just a staff member. That is crazy. That is wild.
Beyond Hololive. Third, the termination of Gamma from Holostars. Nothing too specific, kinda similar to Yozora Mel where things are left vague but with a few negative presumptions. Fourth, the graduation of Minato Aqua, citing wanting to pursue other endeavors outside Hololive. A difference in direction, wanting to do something else, and that she even plans to do other stuff with Hololive members beyond her graduation. She had the biggest graduation stream in VTubing history as
well. Let's just round it up. 750k viewers is diabolical. That is almost... It is not double, but it's close to double what Coco had. That is crazy. And 237k through Super Chat. That is diabolical. I'm almost 8-year VTuber, so happy I'm an indie. Yeah, but the problem also... There's also certain problems with being an indie. And that is that as an indie, you barely get the chance to like if you become a big indie, the problem becomes that you barely get any chance to get into like those big like thingies. Cause like I've realized when you look at like the big groups and all, they're all or like events, it's mostly really just all corporate VTubers. And like once every while there is an indie in there.
Well, fifth, the departure of Amelia Watson, one of the more well-known talents in the English industry, the innovator and trendsetter that popularized a lot of norms and culture that you know now. Although she isn't fully graduated and can interact, come back and make stuff with Hololive whenever she desires, even going as far as Cover Corp still making merch of her. Sixth, the graduation of Sakamata Chloe, the biggest of Holo X, citing creative differences as the reason, I suppose with the possibility of coming back. This was when the
Watson is doing well though, so that's alright. That's alright. I don't know if I would put that specifically on Hololive though. Maybe she really just wanted to get more innovative, and being at Hololive kind of stopped that. I don't know.
alarm bells started ringing with a lot of people. And then seventh, the graduation of Ceres Fauna, certified mommy of Hololive Promise, citing disagreements with management and that her not wanting to leave or to be an idol was not the reason she's leaving, implying that she didn't want to leave, but in her circumstances had to. These are worrying implications for Hololive. Hololive has an average of 1 to 3 graduations a year, so that number doubling and tripling in 1 year, a year where the CEO promised a change in direction where Cover Corp was going, is a little concerning. A year where so many talents have expressed...
Like I said, I'm gonna straight up say it. Investors. I've also heard like BlackRock, like getting into having some stock. I could be wrong. Not that that would have much influence, because they're really just in everything. No more ground pound, I'm sad. True.
Grievances against management. Where did it start? Where did it go wrong? Well, allow this video to attempt to unravel this mystery. I didn't think I'd be able to make this video, at least not this year, not until some real fuck-ups were happening. This year reminded me of how bad 2020 was in terms of audience morale and reception, so I think this is the perfect time to do so. Boys and girls, we are talking about Hololive. I don't think I need to repeat.
Though I'm gonna straight up say it, the whole Kiryu Coco situation, I'll be completely honest, I think Hololive should have backed her up more. I'm gonna be straight up honest.
To you the entire history of this company, as it's a tale told many times. It's a saga of inspiration and huge up and downs. They're not a perfect company, but they've always been the golden example of what it's like to actually manage a corporation and maintain a cult following, a culture loved by all. As they are one of the biggest titans of the industry, with each talent being a superstar in their own right, they had expectations to fulfill, responsibilities and obligations to respond to. They were looked up as the golden standard, and whether they liked it or not, if they were to remain on top, they had to appear and operate as the golden standard. But like I said, they're not a perfect company. Their fuck-ups are documented thoroughly in this industry. But they seem to grow, learn from their mistakes, and to make sure to grow their audience and bottom line, and I do believe that. However, as a company develops, so does many aspects of itself, both the wanted and the unwanted. Where there is smoke, there is fire. And the smoke in this case is the unusual number of departures. You see, since the conception of Hololive, there has always been an average of 1 to 3 departures, which includes graduations and terminations. In 2018, Hitomi Chris. 2019, none.
Well, 2019 seemed to be pretty good here. Yeah, but they're with a Chinese company. Yeah, true. I think Valkyria might have also just been safer. I don't know.
2020, Mano Aloe from Hololive 4th Gen, Kagami Kira, Yakushiji Suzaku, and Tsukishita Kaoru from Holostars, and all of Hololive China, but Hololive China doesn't count. 2021.
Yeah, that doesn't count because that is a special box. That's a special can of worms. What happened there?
Coco, 2022, Ura Harusha from Hololife's 3rd Gen, as well as Sukomo-sana from Holo EN, 2023, Magni and Vesper from Holostars EN, and 2024, of course, was the 7 that I just listed down. As you can see, aside from 2020, which had an understandable and very justified reason to release all of Hololive China, 2024 was an especially bad year. One would argue that it is just a time where the old guards of VTubing would go and pursue their own endeavors, and while that is a good and reasonable factor, I believe that's not all of it. Because this is also a year that a lot of talents in general have expressed their grievances against management. Grievances that has been made for a while now but that doesn't seem to have changed or acted upon. Hololive talents have expressed sentiments of Hololive changing, and while these change are not necessarily bad or even specific, that they might further the goals of the company, I do believe it results into a lot of the burnout and graduations that we've seen.
ね、なんかでもさ、ホロライブ激務問題あると思うんだけどさ、で、講習受けて
This is the only Japanese Hololive VTuber that I know. And I only know her because people are lusting over her. That's the only reason I know her.
1時間の間に12件溜まってたことがあって、これはこの件はこの何日でいいですかとか、このイラストとかこういう感じですけどなんかありますかみたいな。オッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーってとこあるんだけどオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケーオッケー世を忍ぶ仮の姿で働いてたんだけど普通にその時はもうめっちゃ楽だった。もう月のほとんどスタジオに行ったりスタジオじゃないところにお仕事でいろんな
Working in other locations for jobs that aren't streaming related.
ところに行ったりその配信じゃなくて配信に
There's so much non-streaming work. Interesting. So there's a lot of work that does not involve streaming, but what would that even entail? Like, what would that mean or be?
以外のお仕事がめっちゃ多いわけよ。でもそれって我が輩がやりたくてやってんだけどね。お仕事終わらない寝れない
Work doesn't end, can't sleep, have to stream to sleep. Damn. Sounds like coal mines here.
配信しなくちゃ寝れない生活習慣終わり体の抗体
My lifestyle's ruined, my immune system is weak. Oh god. You're brave enough to say that out loud? I don't know about that one.
がカス仕事以外で回らない
You're just going from one thing to the next with no time for anything else. Holo workaholic? They have to do manual labor? Apparently so.
ないぜレッスンもあるし収録もあるし仕事もあるし
Lessons, recordings, work, streams. So that stuff does not only entail streaming. I mean, recordings make sense, right? Because, like, for some events, you plan, like, stuff, maybe you release music, who knows? That makes sense, right? Lessons? What does lessons entail?
配信もあるしうわーみたいになることがあるマジでまあでもねお仕事受ける受けないはもう
So, one reason as to why all these graduations could be happening is being overworked?
Especially when these talents have other things they want to do, but are then told to do other things that are mandatory. Sometimes, the things they may want to do may not even be allowed. So if you have the talents that wants to do something but they're not allowed to do it, but they're obligated to do this one other thing that they don't want to do instead, you can see where the creative differences come from. You can see how these can end up in a disaster. It's incompatible. And again, nothing wrong with that, especially those that joined Hololive wanting to be an idol or something along those profession. Other people, however, may not want to do that.
I mean, that obviously comes with that, right? That obviously comes with that. Huh. Interesting. Interesting.
And suffer as a result. Some talents just want to stream. Some talents ability and need. It may not just be these obligatory activities. The bureaucracy, the restrictions, the way how certain projects can take up to a year because of all these perms and the stuff that they have to do. And all these necessary but often inconvenient and annoying things. It can weigh on people. There's a clip by Randon, an orc VTuber, wink 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 wink, where he says that the reason why VTubers go on hiatuses, at least a big reason, is that they often feel mentally worn down when their managers shoot down things they want to do.
True, that would frustrate me as. That's why I would never want to be like. That's why I would never join like a VTuber company. I would like that. Like I want to do this. Let's say I want to like make music. Let's say I would like want to explore music, right? And like suddenly I can't do that, or I want to try. Like I heard that a big problem was in a lot of like VTuber agencies is like getting a 3D model set up. I heard that was a big problem also for Hololive. Yeah, singing, probably dancing. Yeah, maybe just regular videos. Who knows? That's so sad. Working to the point where your health goes down. Poke, you should take it easy too. Yeah, I'm in that department. Certainly am. Certainly am. I'm working in that department. That's why I stayed in the VTuber. Did you even ever have the opportunity to like join a corporation? I think a current corporation is kind of in trouble is Globy, I think, is it called? Could be wrong. Hi, Chill. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. But this, I like this. This is like one of the very few like big, somewhat big indie VTubers, male indie VTubers.
In his words, a non-creative telling a creative how to be creative. And to the people that knows, there is reason to believe that he speaks from experience. Speaking this for a lot of people who cannot speak it. And I think this problem is more so a core problem that Hololive has. They're very notorious for having these sorts of things. Slow perms with acquisition, and a lot of general inflexibility. But it's not without good reason. 2019 and 2020 was a flexible, more free Hololive.
Damn, these models are going, somewhat crazy, I have to say. These models are going wild. That's a bit... Whoops!
That was able to do what they want, without the suppressing gaze of the public, of sponsors and companies and shareholders. They were able to do things that they wanted to do for fun, until they weren't. Bikini and lewd stuff started to get flagged, ASMRs started to get punished, names got an entire country blacklisting them. Game companies started shooting them down that almost resulted into talents quitting and half their content being thrown to the void. What I'm trying to say is that Hololive went through a lot of growing pains and just wants to avoid those that caused these pains. So because of these, talents, especially the big ones, have attained a massive following from their agency, and that agency's goals and theirs have become incompatible. What is stopping these talents from leaving and taking their fan base with them, especially right now?
I really just think it's I really just think a major problem here is like obviously YouTube does have its hand in this as well, considering that again they think that making noises with your mouth or whispering is sexual. I don't know how that works. At this point I'm questioning if YouTube has ever seen actual corn. I don't know. It's interesting. The contract. Yep. I'm good, thanks. And you, Poker? I'm doing alright. Mold's going wild. Yep. As usual.
See, this year, Hololive members have been experiencing a lot of hiccups as a result of either work or managerial oopsies or due to a lot of the changes happening, like I said. And some of these issues weren't new. Some of them inherent in Hololive, recurring or always has been there. Some of these manifested in ways such as Project Hope being canned, Omega Alpha being fridged, and having wasted such a good model, which I am super salty for, by the way.
Yeah, the model for this one is crazy. Like, the model for this one is actually crazy. Not gonna lie. Like, that model, just look it up, it is actually, that is a good model. They can't pay the fine of canceling the contract, probably. Yeah.
Gura not streaming for entire months because of burnout and a lot of projects being put in the back burner or are delayed. Kiara has also expressed her concerns about her 3D and birthday events not being passed through, like Bae having panic attacks on stream and being super stressed about things that just came her way after she ended stream. At this point, presumably due to Hololive stuff. Could be wrong, but it is consistent with what a lot of the girls were talking about. Crony complaining that her requests for perms gets ignored. She has aired her frustrations against management as well. Ina being not able to stream or even tweet because management messed up a visa, presumably supposed to be a work visa. But because that has been screwed over, and that streaming or tweeting on the Ina account would be considered work,
What? Like, then Ina can't do anything. Like, she can't do anything. She can't tweet. Technically, she can tweet, she can upload, she can stream. That all falls on the work. You gotta be stupid to mess that up. Would they also get called out for taking down core Novella Live members? I mean, that's still somewhat understand. I would say that's more understandable than for example, stuff like that. I don't consider that like a massive big issue. Glad to hear it for both for you both. Nice, good.
she won't be able to do so for a while. And while Covercorp did try to be transparent and did address this, the fact that it still has happened is interesting. Pecora has also been a little more vocal on the changes in management too, and that while Marine says it's to protect them, that Hololive feels sometimes suffocating. Honestly, this one comment on the official Hololive subreddit
Okay. Bay, overworked to the point of panic attack due to homework and deadlines. Fauna cites disagreements with management, graduates. Aqua disagrees with company direction, graduates. Crony actively contemptuous of past management, regularly complains about management's poor communication. Gura goes MIA because she's burned out with vague behind-the-scenes issues, as passion project sidelined. Oh, poor short girl. Ina shelved for over a month due to managerial incompetence. Expressed frustration even before that. Like, how you screw up someone's visa? How do you screw up somebody's work visa? Somebody that works for you, that can't work for you without that can't make money for you without the visa. Like, what went wrong? Laplace, openly critical of management and the new direction. I'm telling you right now, this has 100% to do with investors. 100%. Pecora lamented the new changes, openly states her manager advises her to simply coast while focusing on other projects instead of streaming like she wants to do. Chloe cites it's all management, huh? Managerial issues? Graduates. Mori, as recently as a few months ago, has been management screwing her over. I also know that Mori is like, I don't know how she does it. That woman has to be so overworked, it is crazy. Iris, actively ignored and neglected by her manager for the longest time until she finally received a bit of attention. Poor Iris. This is diabolical.
Summarize it all, and I think we have to admit that it makes a lot of sense.
There's likely more. I'm forgetting how much on infallible is problem. Yeah, the problem is at this point something is clearly wrong. We exploit you, poor management communication, pretty much. Like, this is... Yeah, I could see it. The problem is, once again, I don't know, it probably is slightly out of control here.
However, the one issue that really opened my eyes to this whole thing is from Holostar's EN member, Regis, who has this to say about management.
Wasted 4 months of my time, this company. So, thanks for being here and boosting my mood, guys. It's unbelievable how much better I can do stuff myself. It was my Rococo coil.
So he's now indie, I would assume? Yeah. That means... Imagine, like, working 4 months under a company for quite literally nothing. That would infuriate me. This is sad. You join an agency for better management, they mistreat you. That's why, like, the problem is also that, okay, some people obviously they know this, so they wouldn't join. But there's people, again, we've seen it with New Generation for Niji Sanji, where they join. Even though they should be fully aware what's even going on with the company. Blue guy sounds good. I'm not even gonna comment on that anymore.
The company was gonna send it over. Then it wasn't working, quote unquote. It wasn't working back in July. They said, okay, you know, we're gonna try to fix it and we'll get back to you. Sure, okay, sure. I wait 4 months. All right, taking too long. What's happening? Oh, they're still working on it. Okay, send it over, I'll do it myself. I'll fix it myself. They send it over, I do all the custom stuff. I'd spend 1 hour troubleshooting, and it works. And guess what? The kicker is, there was a nice layer of dust on the top, which means they didn't even touch it.
This is interesting. Regis is normally one of the chiller dudes that I've seen, at least from the outside looking in. He's been silent, patient, considerate in a lot of situations. He's been a little negative as of late, but him saying this, it opens and alludes to so many issues. And Axel comes out to talk about it a little, saying that he signed up for this work, that he has his own disappointments and frustrations, and that the fan base's voice is important. Light a fire under management's ass and get them to change, a sort of soft confirmation that yeah, things aren't sunshine and rainbows, but that he's fine. Haka would even echo the same sentiment about how grateful he is that the fan base is voicing out their frustrations.
And also, thank you guys. Seriously, thank you. Your voice is heard. Your voice matters. That's all I'm gonna say. Thank you. Thank you so much for not only caring about the boys, thank you so much for also caring about my senpais. You guys have no idea how I appreciate that. And I know how hard you guys fight.
This is crazy, you know why? Because the viewers, the community has to attempt to fix it. That is so stupid. That shouldn't even be a thing. This is crazy.
Thank you for using the proper channels to, you know, communicate things. Thank you so much for doing that. Like, seriously. I know one day our voices together will be loud enough for, you know, things to make a difference. For things to be heard. So thank you so much for caring. That's literally all I can say. Seriously. Like, no joke. It means a lot.
I mean, you know, like, I signed up to do those stuff, so, like, finally being able to do stuff like that, well, I can only really do it while I'm over here in Japan, but being able to do those stuff is definitely, like, a blessing, and the only reason why I can do it is because, you know, you guys are here, like, supporting us, so... Listen, I'm gonna be dead honest with you, I don't exactly know the fucking current situation, like, of how management is trying to plan go forwards and stuff, because that's stuff usually only management really knows, right? Like, I don't know how busy it is in the studio and stuff, so I don't know, but what I can say is that what you guys have been posting on Twitter and all that, we do definitely hear your voice, but like, I just don't know if there's anything that I can do personally for you guys. Like, one other thing I really hate doing is like giving you guys like false hope is what I...
But that's usually how it is, right? Like, the viewers and the creators, right? They barely have any power. The only way the only thing you could technically do is quit. But you usually have no alternative. Because remember, once you are in such a company, you can't really run anything on the side. That's usually the problem. Because remember, the model is owned by these... I don't know if Hololive handles it like that, but I think they do so. That, like, your model is not your own. It's not yours. Same goes for like stuff like Niji Sanji. It is not yours. So you can't really pull out. They won't do anything unless the community takes matters in their own hands. But even then, they don't do anything because money talks. So, and the thing, like, it's like the blade cuts both ways. Because let's say the community actually like revolts, for example, wouldn't no longer watch. This hurts the streamers. So what do you do? That's the problem. What do you do? except like voice your opinion. You can't really do anything.
Hey, I don't want to be like, oh, like next year for sure, I'm pretty sure there's gonna be something like this, and then not being able to do it, because like that stuff has happened to myself personally, you know, working here as well, being like, oh, you know, I'm pretty sure it will happen next year, don't worry. So I was like, okay, well, I look forward to it, and then it just doesn't happen, and I feel crushed when that shit happened. I was like, what? Come on, I was promised this, and then I don't even, like, when that shit happens, like, you want to complain about it more, right? Yeah, so everyone has, like, you know, frustrations of whatever shape it may be, but like what you guys are doing is, I feel like, is good and correct. Just, you know, voicing out your, like, frustrations, and I mean, you know, like, I could voice a bunch of things, but let's just say, okay, I'm gonna threaten Cover to do this, because if they don't, I'm gonna be, like, you know, don't do any of that shit. Like, that's just childish.
Is Holostars not being given proper support because they don't make much money comparative to the girls?
I think I know that from somewhere. Any color? Anybody? That gives me the energy, you know? The more money you make, the more support you get. Which technically makes sense, but technically also not, because, like, how are you supposed to grow if you can't do things because you don't have the money? It's like a doom circle, like you can't improve if you don't have the resources to improve.
How long has this been happening? Would this be a factor into Magni and Vesper's graduation? All of this to say that, yeah, Holostars seem like they have their own issues. But he speaks for himself. Regis and others who had problems with the company speak for themselves. For there are people still mentioned in that comment thread that actually came in to defend Cover Corp. Shiori and Kiara has stated that the company doesn't really force them to do anything they don't want to do, especially idol activities. Bae said that despite all of it, she still wants to be here. Crony says something similar, all these sorts of things.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are kind of feeling uneasy at the moment. I really do mean it when I say that, you know, things will be okay. I said it on Twitter, and I personally don't believe the company is heading towards like a negative direction. And yeah, like I saw some people who wanted to hear my thoughts about it, since, you know, I would mention like, you know, some frustrations with management here and there. But the thing is, like, those concerns were only brought up because they're not really that big of a deal, since if things were actually problematic, I wouldn't be bringing it up on stream.
Yeah, which makes sense. That makes sense. If things were actually problematic, you wouldn't say them, because you can't say them, probably, I would assume. That's logical, right? They'll push the most successful people first. It's sad, but it does make sense. Yeah, of course it makes sense. You first and foremost, you're money oriented as a company. That makes sense, yeah.
And if things got really bad to that point, I don't think I would be here. Like, I have my disagreements here and there, but regardless of what's happened, I'm pretty happy to be here. Like, there's still things I want to do and show you guys, but I don't think I'll be leaving soon.
Suisei even came out to defend Cover Corp from all the overworking allegations.
専念できなくて辛いんじゃないかみたいな。だから配信に専念する人は配信に専念させて、アイドルやりたい人はアイドルやってみたいな。
The thing is, like, the problem is, like, when the talents say it, right? You never know. Were the talents told to say that? That is always the question you must ask yourself. Like, is it the talents defending Cover Corp out of their own free will or not? And you will never know this. That's the problem. You can only go by trust me, bro.
で、それに関してなんだけど、じゃあ推しに言うてみればみたいな。もうライブなんかしなくていいんだよ。もう歌って踊る姿よりも配信してる姿の方が見たい。元気に過ごしてって言うてみればみたいな。っていうのすごい思ってて。なんで勝手にそのさ、推しが歌って踊ってを従ってないみたいな風に思うんだろうって。 思ってなんかそれにムカついてたの。みんなさ、やりたくてやってんだよ。
Aside from Suisei's response, a few people in their membership streams assured fans that it's okay, sort of saying that a lot of the things Chloe or Fauna implied or felt didn't really apply to them, like the overwork or being made to do idle work. Perhaps again, it was an issue that was unique to Chloe and Fauna or their circumstances, but the message that came from the Japanese talents and what this change means for the company are so vague that really nobody outside Hololive knows what it's all about, as well as what the responsibilities and policies that the members are graduating and plan to graduate disagree with. And this vagueness is the point. So we don't and won't know what is happening, so that nothing is ever confirmed good or bad. We as an audience will never truly know what is changing in Hololive.
True, like that goes for everything. We can't just theorize what's happening. Except if somebody maybe leaks information, but who would leak information?
And we will never know the real reason that these disagreements in the company can mean, as well as why the VTubers are leaving. We have no choice but to put up with it. That makes people restless. That's where people start asking talents questions and forming speculations based on what the crumbs that they're given. Overwork, forced to do things, lack of agency. And it just doesn't make people restless, it also makes people defensive. Unless you're a 4chaner, there's this strange culture in Hololive where you're not allowed to criticize management, a talent, or voice concerns, lest the fandom fuck you up unless the criticism comes from the talent. A lot of people believe that any mistakes management makes are all understandable, or that it's nobody's fault because of circumstantial issues such as them going public, or that investors demands it, or scheduling, or again because they've been burnt in the past and they'd rather not get burnt again. But I feel like these reasons shouldn't be an excuse to a lot of these mistakes. It shouldn't be this blasphemous thing if we criticize Hololive or their management. Even if the talents, the female ones at least, say that they're happy with management, we can't ignore exactly the implications of Regis saying that he hasn't been receiving good company support for the past 2 years that he's been there. So I think despite the defenses the girls gave, the concerns are well-founded. Even if it's a concern that's exclusive on the Holostars side, perhaps it is. Of course, this does not apply to all managers in any corporation. Individual managers for the girls could be welcoming and good and actually does their job.
True, it could also just be like certain managers pulling off bullshit. Like, we don't know that. That's why it's all vague. Like, though the problem is, if everything's so vague, would you really want, like... With, like, all theories about your company, do you want as the person running it to... it become too big or too much? And not just help make it, like, disprove it? I always question that.
But some staff members with certain responsibilities and tasks may just be really bad at their job. Maybe the staff at Holostars isn't as good as the staff in Hololive for whatever reason. Whatever the case, it's not gone unnoticed. And with the announcements of the departure of Chloe and Fauna, it wasn't just the English fanbase that took notice, but the Japanese fanbase as well. 2024 came at a time where people, now in droves, actually started to question what is really going on in Hololive. Because while this is normally normal, while people in employment come and go in a company, this is the first time it happened. In the context of Hololive and its culture, it's not normal. Hololive just does not lose 7 members.
True. Like, it's out of the ordinary. You know, it's out of the ordinary. Okay, bye. I'm going to do my Zenless Zone Zero stream. Now have fun, you guys. Bye, GT. Take care.
In 1 year. The CEO mentioned that Cover Corp was forced to go public, or that he'd have to sell the company a while back, and I think that provides some insight as to how things ended up the way they are. How they can plan for these big and grand events, how they can get exclusive and hard to reach opportunities that they weren't able to. Hololive, I don't think would have been able to say, make official expansion plans to the West, or have Suisei fulfill her dream of performing at Budokan alone, or literally nab AKB48 girls. So no matter how we look at it, despite people complaining about it, Cover Corp, or even Niji, becoming public wasn't just inevitable, but necessary. And as a result, they have to ensure that these investors are happy, and often, that means restrictions and a whole lot of bureaucracy than what was already normal in Japanese companies. Yago says the direction of the company is one that wants to diversify their means of income and make talents fit a niche and make each individual IP bigger. Of course, while we don't actually know what's currently going on in Hololive, one cannot help but notice these problems and how to help it, especially for a multi-million-dollar company, which is to be flexible in the right ways. Sure, you have investors and shareholders you want to make happy. Sure, it may not be as easy as it sounds, but you gotta try, right? Because when you're a Hololive member, money is not going to be everything. And while I don't think a lot of Hololive members are just going to straight up leave, I do think it's a problem that a lot of them are saying creative differences all around at the same time. And at the face of all this backlash, Yago acknowledged the criticisms around them. Around January, he comes out again to acknowledge that CoverCorp's recent
Interesting. So it is at least acknowledged. The problem is, all along, investors. The thing is, like, was it necessary probably for the companies to survive? Yes. Or was it? That's the question. Maybe it was. Assuming it was. Why are investors so interested in running it into the ground?
Mistakes are the result of their rapid expansion, apologizing to fans, and that they are trying their damnedest to fix whatever problems may occur. It's not all doom and gloom, however, for you see, this isn't the first time CoverCorp has fucked up to this extent. I was one of the more vocal critics of the company back in 2020 and 2021 during the peak of the Cryo Coco saga. I survived and participated in that shitfest, and I still will do now. And the one thing that I've noticed throughout all this time was that CoverCorp did learn from their mistakes. CoverCorp fucks up a lot and will continue to fuck up. They're actually a little more trained PR-wise and is willing to eat their mistakes when they see it, but I do think that's one of the good traits that they have when it comes to fucking up. I just hope that they actually learn the right lessons this time and become a little bit more flexible. Because change means growth or failure. If you are somewhere or someone that refuses to change, you cannot grow. Changing is a risk that comes with not just business but anything in life. And those that decide to remain with CoverCorp have to take those risks, as well as those that are new and that join them. And who are we to tell them what's good for them?
Well, sometimes one may not see what's good for them because they're so blinded. You know, the saying "protect others from themselves" still works. We will never know what's actually going on. But it's certain to assume that they're not gonna go the Niji route. That's unlikely.
I do think that a lot of the backlash and the concern handling and the heat that CoverCorp is tanking is deserved. You can't make mistakes anywhere without facing any sort of repercussions after all. And again, they do have a track record of actually improving, so I think I'll stay with them a while. At least until Ina, Pecora, or Suicide graduates. If they go, I go, my guy. People
that's gonna be me and for Kiara. She graduates, I'm going.
Come and go, especially if they were a legacy talent, especially in individual circumstances unique to each talent. It's not just because Hololive is overworking people or that the company is publicly traded. It's not just because people are forced to do things they don't want to do. Hololive is changing, and that comes with its own anxieties and differences, and we will never really know what it means. Eventually, there will be more talents going out the door and will be saying a lot of negative experiences that they have with Hololive and Cover. There will be more hard-hitting graduations, and you have to prepare for that. It's gonna come soon. There will be times where your will to support this company may be tested. I made a video a couple weeks ago titled "Why VTubers Leave Their Agencies," and I think it summarizes the answer. It's reasons like goal incompatibility, which would include them being obligated to do things they don't want to do or not getting enough support.
Almost being pushed into the sewer slide? Yep.
Support on things that they want to do. I also mentioned that they may still want to tolerate all of that regardless because they may be afraid to leave their comfort zones or that this is all they have or that they like the company in general. But the one thing I wanted to point out in that video that I will now is that what does it all mean for the fan base of the agency that is being left? Because the old guards, the legacy talents. Some of them have been doing VTubing for a major part of their lives and may want to do something else, something new. Because when a company changes and the legacy talents are no longer interested in working with them, they, as an agency, have at the very least have to do something. And one of the things that they are going to have to go about it is to build a new generation of talents whose goals are compatible with the current state of the agency. Though the problem with that, at least short term, is that these talents would have to show the same promise, develop their own stories like the old talents did, which is harder and takes a lot more toll on the new.
It's harder because it's gonna be harder because the market is oversaturated. For example, why should I watch a new Hololive talent if, for example, an indie VTuber shares similar characteristics, or somebody else who's been longer here has in some other company has similar characteristics? It's always like people already have, unless that favorite VTuber graduates, people already have their favorites. So how are you going to make it so that, what's the word? You pull those people onto your side and like you convert them. You know, the VTuber conversion therapy. That's difficult to do.
New talents, and it also is asking for a lot from the old fans who liked the classic version of what the company used to be. On the fan side, I think if you love the culture of Hololive, hoping that the new talents will keep the legacy of the old ones alive is a beautiful thing. I don't mean for this to be some sort of passing of the torch, philosophical new generation sort of thing, but it is. The new talents will have their own stories, and we will journey with them as it develops, just like we did our old Oshis. Perhaps along the way, we will rediscover what made us love our old Oshis. Perhaps along the way, we'll even find a new way to love new VTubing. This is the beauty of being
standing out. That's the problem, though. I'm gonna quote, who was it? Something with M, I forgot it. Midas here. VTubing, the VTubing niche, genre, whatever you want to call it, space is incestuous. That means that VTubers only want to attract other VTuber fans. That does not work. It doesn't. Like, that goes also for corpos. That's the same issue. Like, you can see, like, with each generation that they have less viewers, or with each new edition they have less viewers. It's like, I don't know.
Being a corpo fan, the culture and community, despite its ups and downs, this is a sort of culture unique to VTubing. I want to tell you that your Oshis would have liked to be part of it, and fortunately they are. They made the culture and the community that you love the way they are and paved the way for the new ones to continue. Whether or not you love the old guards and you don't want to follow the new ones, that's okay. Because what mattered is that you loved Hololive. You had memories. The new Hololive will make for new fans. Perhaps you're now too scared to start supporting one member after losing so many. But you're always welcome to come back.
Axel is right. As Hololive changes, all we can really do as a fan base, should we wish to support it still, is to air our grievances and frustrations against the company. Let them know that we aren't happy. Let them know to treat the talents better. And as time eventually passes, so too will our grievances as they are addressed. Or they will get worse and see another crushing graduation, I don't know. Iago's got Gura locked in a contract and she'll be doing this till she's fucking 90, people. Believe it.
Yeah. Or you do it like it's some other person that's just chill on your yacht. That also works.
Fauna's graduation is now over. She's gone, and a lot of the anger a lot of people had against Cover more so turned to general concern and sadness after the rage had subsided.
It has been an incredible 3.5 years, and I owe it to all the amazing—
Stop! I mean, she's still there. But not as Fauna. But stop. Stop catering to my emotional side.
people around me. You, The saplings are the best community I ever could have asked for. Because of you, every stream I do is fun. It's an amazing feeling to be able to go live and know that I have such a wonderful audience waiting for me, ready to listen to my tangents, banter with me, and support me in whatever I choose to do. I am so lucky to have you. I think I could play a million hours of Skyrim with you guys laughing alongside me. I don't think I ever would have been able to.
This is the personal attack. Yeah, that was truly a sad day in VTubing. I remember when that all happened. It was all over Twitter. People were genuinely like depressed. I saw people who usually would stream that day not stream and all. I saw people like genuinely crying. That was crazy.
To meet so many talented people without HoloLive. I am so lucky to be surrounded by such amazing singers, dancers, streamers, artists, and some of the kindest souls I know. It is truly special, not just to meet everyone here, but to perform on stage with them and to become friends. You can bet I'll be cheering my friends on in the audience from now on. I truly wish them the best. HoloLive is full of amazing people who deserve
How long is this going on? This is at least still a minute.
so much love. My debut was rougher than I like to admit. I was dealing with imposter syndrome and had a hard time finding a place that felt like my own. I was surrounded by people who seemed to be on a different level, a level I felt like I could never reach. I've gained a lot of confidence since then, and even though I still think my friends are on an incredible, maybe unreachable level, I can be proud of what I've accomplished here. I've made memories I'll never forget and learned so much about the world and myself along the way. I'm glad Hollow Ian was a place I could call home for so many years. I want to thank Asagi Mama for making me so beautiful, my Promise and Council ladies for always inspiring me,
Please, no more.
my senpai for allowing me to have gone on this journey, everyone in Hollow Ian for being my friends and my muses, and the saplings for being the best community I ever could have hoped for. It's impossible not to be sad, but I'll be looking optimistically towards the future, and I know there's happiness to be found there. Take care, and fawn well. This is your gamer idol Kieran signing off. Thank you for everything.
I'm gonna cry. Real. We love you, Plant Woman. This sucks. Almost forgot. Have you played Evo Creo 2? Not yet. No. Is it out already? That's the end of the video. The memory's still fresh. The memory's still fresh. It hurts. Anyways, that's the end of the video. But still, man, that was a period of time. I swear, that was something. That was something. That was actually something. Damn, I got this video done after like a month of wanting to watch it. Let's go. But no, Cokers, I haven't. I have not yet. Huh. Wait, what happened to the plant woman? Don't tell me she stopped streaming. She graduated from HoloLive. She is no longer at HoloLive. She's still streaming under a different... She's now an indie. But yeah. It's got sad real quick. Don't even know her, but damn. Yeah, this was a terrible day, truly. This was... When that got announced, all hell broke loose. It is crazy. It is crazy. I did say that Evo Creo 2 came out on Discord. So I didn't see it. I didn't even pay attention. Should probably come back as an indie. Didn't she already? I think. Like as like a chibi thingy, if I remember correctly. I think she did already. Right? Let me Google. Okay. Yeah, I think she is now. Yeah, she's an indie. I think already. I think that already has happened. I felt like everything's getting sadder since 2024. Poke ignores us, wipes a tear. You got promoted. Shut up. You got promoted. You got your promotion. We need to do this here as well, though. Today, still.
The following is a...
Baby, you know it. Baby, you know it. We need to do this here as well. Can you drop link? I don't even know what she's called. I would need to look that up real quick. Give me a second. I can't look that up. I think I know the name. I think I know the name. Let me check. Let me check. I could find it. I think I could find it. Give me a second. I can't find it. Poker promotion can't silence me. Duh. Alright, let me check. Let me check what that was. What's her name again? I forgot it. I need to look what it was. If you plan on playing Evo Crew, I am not sure about what's the state of it, but I heard you always have the item breadcrumbs because otherwise you'll get soft locked. That's interesting. Because I need to look. I forgot her name. I really forgot her name. I don't know the name. Fuck. What do I need to Google? But I still don't know the name. This is so stupid. I'm looking at it. Yeah, I can't find it. I can't find it. Sorry, I can't find it. Because, you know, the stupid idea of VTubers. Yeah, Sarah's Fauna is the original. I think Nimi Nightmare was it. I think she's now Nimi. Gets stitches? That not even a word? You mean schmitches? I've already been there. I think she's called now Nimi, I think, was it? I could be wrong, but I think that's what she's called now. So yeah, I think I found it. Been a while though when I originally saw that. Anyways, we need to do this. SAO Abridged Parody, Episode 7 by Something Witty Entertainment. Let's go. Maybe I should first of all like the video. Now, let's go. Let's see.
The following is a fan-based parody. Sword Art Online is owned by A1 Pictures, Aniplex USA, and
Aniplex can go fuck itself.
Kawahara. Please support the official release.
This is the woman I simp for.
Oh god, where are you going with this?
Trying to press a master swordsman, eh? Get into Planet's enchanted sword in your cave of wonders? Do battle with the fearsome dragon within?
What the hell is the dragon in that metaphor?
Chlamydia.
And we're done here!
Ugh! I don't know about that one.
Wait! Don't go! I need details, woman! I live vicariously through you! Your sex life is my sex life!
I can't understand it. I can't understand it. Cause I need to help people with their relationships as well. So I need to, well, she's not helping, but I have to, so I know people's sex life that I don't even want to know of. Coaches don't play.
Seriously, Liz, as your only friend, I am begging you. Leave the shop. Meet someone. Anyone. It can't be worse than what this place is doing to you.
Leave the shop? Why would I do that? I mean, I meet so many nice people right here.
Hello? Is anyone here? Can I get some goddamn service?
See? I'm making new friends already!
You have exactly 30 seconds before I burn this place to the ground.
Average Kirito. Ugh, why? Because.
1, 2, 3.
No!
Ah, of course, my apologies. I should have instantly recognized your traditional blacksmithing hoop skirt.
The hoop skirt. What is the problem with hoop skirts? They're kind of cute. Not gonna lie, they're kind of cute.
The frills are a dead giveaway.
Sir, either tell me your order or I'll assume it's a knuckle sandwich with, like, a sword in it?
What?
I don't know. When I said order, I started thinking restaurant, but then I remembered I run a blacksmith shop and buy.
Is that the secret wish? To run a restaurant? Is that what this is?
And then it was past the point of no return. Can I help you?
Yes? I need a sword that's as good or better than this one. I used to have one that fit the bill, but...
You threw it at the ghost. I could see it. Interesting plot point.
Now I don't! And that is the end of that story.
Whoa, an elucidator?
That was the test drive. Yeah, he looked if it was durable enough. It was not.
Baby! Why would you do that? Would you do that to someone else's baby?
I'm scared of what's going to what kind of clip is going to play after if I continue. Have I ever violated babies in video games? Not that I'm aware. Well, yes, actually, I would do that. The Chow Garden is and my viewers are my proof. Would I slam another baby with another baby? Yeah, I would do that. I would do that. The Char Garden and my viewers are proof of that. Yeah, I would.
You mean would I slam a baby into another baby to test its durability?
That joke is diabolical. Yes.
No, that's not something I would typically do.
You know what I mean, dickweed! Now get the hell out of my shop!
Oh yeah? What about the Lisbeth quality guarantee? I mean, imagine if word were to get out that
Rather a certain ultra rare metal for me.
A milk run. Well, some dads also do milk runs. Dickweed, yep. Don't know even what that word means. I'm not familiar with that.
Don't think it'll be that easy. It's hidden in the mountains of floor 55, guarded by a level 99 elite dragon.
Ooh, scary.
And good luck even finding it, because the metal won't even spawn unless you're partied with a master blacksmith. Oh no. Why is this mountain so freaking cold?
You're coming along. So he won't come back. Kind of? I don't know.
I thought you were toast! Why didn't you dodge it?
Oddly enough, I was a bit distracted.
Really? I want breath attack!
What? No! Sorry about this, Mr. Dragon. This isn't really about you, but I need to blow off.
Yeah, that's very simple. Just cut off the hand. Wait, I was wrong. It was censored because it was drugs. Okay. Does it say what level he is? Not really. I don't think so. I don't think it did. Are going to fix the Discord bot or in the future or nah? If there's a Discord bot that allows that to differentiate, because this Discord bot is incapable of doing this, it will see a stream just as it would see a video, so it won't put it in a different channel. If it was on Twitch, however, it would. But I'm not streaming on Twitch. I'd rather die 4 times over and get exploded.
Yeah, you gotta love a
She does not know how aggro works.
Damn it, Liz, you had one job! Ew.
I think so.
Great. Then would you mind getting the hell off?
Teleport Lindis!
No! You can't teleport here! Like, at one point, I just realized that teleport crystals are useless. So, yeah, at one point they just became useless, because eventually you can't teleport out of boss rooms anymore. Or dungeons, or anything.
We may have celebrated too soon.
Oh, good. That's in a bit.
Well, you're not alone. I'm still here.
Necessary, Kayaba.
This Kayama added the sound effects. That is glorious. Like, even the scream, that is glorious. That is perfect.
Fuck you.
Actually, that is great.
You know, all things considered, this was actually a pretty fun day.
Uh-huh. And how do you figure that?
Well, sure, things didn't. We climbed a mountain, fought a dragon.
Excuse me? I fought a dragon. You have a guild? Then why don't you hang out with them instead of going on cabin fever in your shop all day?
I had a guild.
What do you mean you... Oh, no. Oh, no.
It was about a year ago. I was just starting to level
Bro
up.
having flashbacks. We must save my family.
My blacksmithing. I heard there was this rare ore that could speed things up, but it was at the bottom of this dungeon that was way too high level for me. I pushed the guys to take me, saying I stick behind them. But then I saw the ore. I got too excited and ran ahead. Didn't see the trap until I triggered it. I got out, but the others didn't. They all died, and it was all my...
Don't say another word.
He's actually not getting over that trauma, is he?
Kirito. As I awoke from my slumber, I found a stranger with a guarded heart digging.
They put the saxophone on. The smooth saxophone. Oh no.
Through the snow with solemn determination, his muscles glistening in the morning light.
She's gooning over Kirito, me every time people asking me don't have a skip to me. He don't have a skip button. Yeah, skip buttons are great. Just like, I wish Dokkan Battle had a skip button for dead summons. Thank you. They're not hearing my words, are they?
Deep within me stirred feelings I had not felt in many moons. It was at that moment that I learned the temperature of the heart.
Top 4, sporting goods, menswear.
I would have never seen something like this if I stayed stuck in my shop.
Yeah, wow, this is so beautiful. I'm about to die. Yeah, it's always shit crystals. It always is.
If you hadn't pushed me to face my fears, I missed so much this past year.
Where's...
I love the voice though. I have to say I love his voice. It's great. It's awesome. This is like peak comedy for a voice.
All right, moment of truth. One-handed longsword, right?
You got it.
Begin! Get up to rock! Get up to burn! Stand with the pride and burn for your desire!
I can't do this anymore. I can't. She's pretty much playing Guitar Hero. Or any other music thing. But it's blacksmithing. No more. This is wild. And Space Invader. Yeah, crazy.
afraid to look yourself in the eye. Flawless victory.
Metallurgy. This is why I can't either. It's fucking SAO. This is interesting. This is very interesting. This is very interesting. Ah, if blacksmithing was so fun in every other game as well, huh? It's her Kirito. No sharing.
No talking, just listening. Because you're my friend, I'm giving you one warning. Kirito is off limits. If I see you try something like that again, I will come for you. And you of all people know how sharp my blade is. Are we clear?
Yeah.
I said no talking. That's a good girl. Now, play along in 3, 2, 1.
I'm so glad you're okay. When I couldn't find you on the map, I got so worried. Where are you going?
Oh, this is great. This is still awesome.
God, what is it with you women and crying under bridges? You're like trolls.
Oh, Kirito.
I mean, isn't that a common anime trope of characters crying under bridges, or crying close to bridges, or jumping over bridges? That happened a lot.
You're such a charmer.
I do my best.
That's sad.
What?
Forget it. How did you even find me anyway? Yeah, that makes sense.
You, but I'm guessing it was pretty messed up and probably racist.
No, for once it wasn't. For once it wasn't. No.
What race gives you pink hair and freckles anyway? Did like your Irish dad get his dick stuck in a cotton candy machine?
Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. Hey, if I ever go to an anime convention, I see somebody with pink hair, I could pull that off probably. I think that goes into my collection as a weapon. Me who never watch SAO getting the lore from meme videos. Kinda, but kinda not. Kinda not. Sometimes. Me who has seen a season, now I'm salty. Why? Why are you salty?
Truly, theirs was a love that can never be. I'd see that movie. Sorry, what was I talking about?
You were apologizing?
That doesn't sound like me. Right, the sword. I named it.
Oh, so what did you decide on?
Well, after what we've been through, I figured only one name seemed appropriate. Sunlight Heart.
Oh, Kirito, that's beautiful.
Thankfully, I came up with a much better name. I called it The Piece of Shit.
What a sword name. The piece of shit.
Dragon shit, that is. LOL, trademark Lisbeth. And then followed by like all your contact info.
Why would you do that?
Hey, how could I pass up the opportunity to
I mean, realistically, if you could make a new item in any game, people would give these items the most ridiculous names you could ever imagine. So who cares at this point? Don't know either, I just don't like it. Yeah, because you're... I don't have any words for you. That's how speechless you make me. It's good! You have no idea!
cement your legacy. I mean, just think. From now on, whenever someone makes a dragon poop sword, you know what they're gonna think? Lisbeth.
God, you're such an asshole.
See, that sounds more like me.
I can't believe I wanted to sleep with you.
Yeah.
Huh? Well, that escalated quickly. She'd be known as the dragon poop sword maker, pretty much. Turns out Bonnie Blue faked her pregnancy. Wow. Wow. Yeah, who would have guessed?
Bet you feel pretty stupid. Wait, what? What was that on the table?
Well, I guess it's off the table now. Huh? You were warned? Oh. Well, Asuna did burn it to the ground. Damn, Asuna did burn it to the ground. Well, that makes sense. Pocket's alright. Whenever people see something great, they are usually speechless. It was more so the speechlessness of disappointment, my dear Samax. It was disappointment. I am deeply disappointed in my second in command. Anyways, that's the end of the video. That was great. That was awesome. I like this one as well. Chat, I must take a quick break. I will be right back. I've returned. My model is kind of weird. What the heck has happened here? I think the chance of shiny Krier is wrong in Evil Crit 2. Already got 2 shinies and only beat the first. Right. Oh, yeah. Oh, God. That could be interesting, though. Though, funnily enough, if I remember correctly, there's like really weird odds for shiny Krios already in the regular one. Like, some legendaries have like, or like rarer ones have like really bad odds. Like 1 in 4,000 and stuff, so yeah. Anyways, next video I'm gonna watch is... I'm not gonna watch the Yaoi video, that's not happening. technically yes and no. Rare things should be rare, not a little uncommon. Yeah, that is true. That is true. I agree. I have not watched a visual venture video in ages. Quite literally. It has been a while, so I'm gonna watch a visual venture video because his videos are usually pretty good. So we're gonna do that. The most unsettling AI websites on the internet by Visual Venture. Let's get into it. Let's see.
In 2014, Elon Musk said developing AI was like summoning the...
Also, is the audio fine? Did I even up the audio? No, I haven't. Well, that's my mistake. Whoops. That's my mistake. Alright, start again.
In 2014, Elon Musk said developing AI was like summoning the demon, but that didn't stop people from creating it. Now, there are plenty...
The thing is, like, with AI, you have opened the box of Pandora because, first of all, you're gonna replace a lot of people already through that. That's just how it is. Also, like, how far can this even go? Like, will you eventually actually be able to have an AI that is, like, working on its own and learning on its own? Like, a human level capability of actually doing shit on its own?
of AI websites that are so creepy they probably shouldn't have been created, but I'll let you decide. These
There's definitely a corn AI website coming up. Definitely. I'm guaranteeing that.
are a list of creepy AI websites that shouldn't exist, ranked from the least to the most unsettling. I'm Visual Venture, and you are awesome. Idemia.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
AI is changing everything, including how police find suspects. A popular tool they use is a facial recognition platform called Idemia. On their website, Idemia claims they're ranked #1 in accuracy for facial recognition. But when you look closer, Idemia has a creepy side that most people don't expect. Just ask Niger Parks, who knows how...
I mean, it's already creepy. Because, first of all, your face is on that website, which means it's saved. Second of all, what could one do with that saved information?
How bad it can get when this AI app goes crazy. In January 2019, Niger Parks found himself in big trouble. He was arrested for theft and assault on a police officer. The assault charge alone carried a sentence of up to 15 years in jail. Here's the problem. Niger was innocent.
He didn't do it! Oh no! Oh no! So the website, they used the website for this, and the website said it was him. Oh no.
Wasn't even in the same city when the crime occurred. For 10 days, Niger sat in jail insisting that he was innocent. He even had an alibi. He was at a bank making a money transfer at the time of the crime, but still no one believed him. Eventually, investigators checked his story, realizing that he was telling the truth, and let him out. But why were the police so sure he was guilty in the first place? Well, Idemia, the AI facial recognition software, told them that Niger was the culprit. It sounds crazy, but here's how it happened. When the police first started investigating the case, they found a driver's license at the crime scene, but the license turned out to be fake. The name on it wasn't real, but the photo matched the suspect. Since all they had was a face, the police decided to run the photo through the Idemia AI facial recognition system. The AI scanned the photo, measuring details like eye shape, lip curvature, and the distance between facial features, and it came up with a match.
That is close, but not close. Like, even if you look at it, it's not, like, it can't be close. Like, even, like, the jawline, this one is much more, this one is way rounder. This one is much more, like, even the forehead is definitely different. I don't know if you could, and the nose.
And using the photo on the ID, got a facial recognition match to Niger Parks. With seemingly no other evidence, a judge signed a warrant for Parks' arrest.
But the AI facial recognition was wrong. Niger Parks was not the man in the photo. Luckily, Niger had a rock-solid alibi and did not go to jail. The next AI website caused panic when it launched because some thought it could be used as a weapon. The Nightmare Machine. Fear is one of the strongest human emotions, and in 2016, a team of MIT scientists
The Nightmare Machine? MIT scientists? That can't be good.
Scientists asked a disturbing question. Can AI be trained to scare people? The scientists took on the challenge and ended up creating something straight out of a horror movie. It's an AI website they called The Nightmare Machine. The Nightmare Machine is a website that turns ordinary, everyday photos into grotesque, horrifying images. It creates these images using state-of-the-art deep learning algorithms. For example, the website can take a happy family photo and in seconds turn it into a terrifying scene filled with monsters. MIT researchers put the Nightmare Machine to the test by showing its eerie creations to real people, and most viewers confirmed that the images were deeply unsettling. Some couldn't even look at them for long. But here's the big question. How did scientists teach AI to scare people?
Like, the thing is, like, you must be sit there and be like, hey, I have this incredible tool that could enhance the human experience. How about we make the human experience worse? Like, what the fuck? You have to be sitting here like... You have to actually sit here and be like, yes, let's scar somebody mentally. Let's go, let's do it. That sounds fun. I think you should sue them for unlawful imprisonment. Yes, he should. I hope he did.
The scientists used human feedback to train the Nightmare Machine. They picked a bunch of images and asked people to rate them based on scariness. Over time, the scientists collected thousands of individual votes trying to identify which visual elements evoked fear in humans. This gave the AI a fear database to learn from. After analyzing data taken from over 200,000 of these votes, the AI learned how to create its own disturbing images. With this knowledge, the Nightmare Machine could take any regular photo and twist it into something out of a scary movie. But when the
Take a screenshot of my stream and twist it into a scary movie.
Nightmare Machine was released to the public, people were not happy. In fact, many hated what these scientists have done. The Nightmare Machine was released on October 25th, 2016, just in time for Halloween, and the internet exploded with reactions. Some people thought it was fascinating, while others saw it as dangerous. There were headlines like MIT is using AI to create pure horror. And the weirdest part is that this AI tool seems to have been created just to scare you senseless. It doesn't seem like it serves any other purpose. One comment on the MIT website said it best. The Nightmare Machine looks like a monumental waste of resources and time.
True. What is the purpose? Why would they do it? Good question. I need that machine. Normal horror doesn't scare me anymore. Yeah. I could just look at the mirror.
This next AI website has been sued by multiple people and organizations, but it's still online causing problems for everyone. PimEyes. PimEyes markets itself as a helpful service, but for many, it's a window into the darkest side of the internet.
Imagine a world where anyone could download a photo of you from your social media, your Tinder profile, even your workplace's website, and run it through an algorithm that tracks your face across the internet.
PimEyes is an AI-powered search engine for pictures. It can track down almost every image that a person has online, all from one single photo. As of 2024,
Shit. Thankfully, you don't have my real face anywhere, because if you could, that'd be scary.
PimEyes has analyzed over 900 million faces online. PimEyes says it helps people protect themselves from scammers, identity thieves, or people who use your image illegally by showing them where their photos are being used without consent. But in reality, PimEyes is being used for something far more troubling. The biggest problem with PimEyes is that it lets you search for anyone's photos without their permission. It doesn't ask you why you want the photos, it just delivers results no matter the consequences. For those willing to pay, PimEyes offers a...
Yeah, sure. A regular person would love to pay 80, almost $90 to look for that. Yeah. We know that this is not being used for that one. It's being used for malicious things. No, Pokey, you can. It would shatter. No. I looked into my mirror and it started assaulting me.
Creepier feature, notification alerts. This means someone could be notified whenever you post a photo online. You would have no idea who's watching or what they might do with that information.
There are no checks on who can use their service, which allows users to stalk dozens.
Is that the way to get a crazy stalker girl? I think just have some voice training would solve that issue. You know, attract the female gooners.
Of people each day and set face alerts for up to 500 different images.
It's no wonder people are calling PimEyes the facial recognition website welcoming stalkers everywhere. But PimEyes has another problem. Sometimes PimEyes digs up photos that are too personal. Take the story of Scarlett. Years ago, she went through an incident where she was filmed inappropriately against her will. She worked hard to move on from the incident, burying the memory deep in her mind. But then PimEyes brought everything back.
So I knew that this thing happened, but it wasn't until I saw them on PimEyes that I knew every object that had been used or everything that happened to me. And so, you know, it's kind of one of those things where, yes, I felt violated again, like it happened again.
PimEyes made it so easy to locate those images. If she could find them, so could anyone else.
What has been the effect on you to have these images easily findable by anyone? It has been a new source of harassment.
Scarlett isn't a—
Of course, that is troublesome. Like, they're looked in the mirror and started assaulting me. Pokedex, we need the quote channel. I know you need it. I know you need it. I know.
Alone. Many people have reported stories of stalking and harassment after discovering their images on PimEyes. Even worse,
I mean, there are lewds out there from, like, funny enough, big content creators. I'm not gonna name any because that'd be wrong. Yeah, and that's still brought up to this day. They didn't even want them. Like, they didn't post them. Somebody else posted them. Terrible.
getting your pictures removed from PimEyes is nearly impossible. A journalist from Nets Politic tested this by asking PimEyes to remove one of his photos. Although the site sent him a confirmation email saying the photo was deleted, it still showed up in PimEyes search results afterwards. PimEyes is a double-edged sword. On one hand, it can take down stolen content. On the other hand, it exposes countless people to serious invasions of privacy. What do you guys think? Should it exist or not? Lensa. In November 2022, Lensa was one of the most popular AI platforms. Lensa is a generative AI app that turns regular selfies into artistic digital avatars.
Open up all the avatars that you have. It'll sort them into different vibes. So for instance,
yeah, like giraffe mode.
There is mystical, sci-fi, there is stylish and cyborg.
Millions of people jumped on the Lensa trend, posting their AI photos on Instagram and TikTok. Lensa could transform anyone into a fantasy hero, an astronaut, or an attractive model.
I'll just get the hop on the internet, just get the VTuber model. Vroid is free. Hey guys, hi Sway, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Like, Vroid is free, just get Vroid.
But soon, some users noticed that Lensa's AI had a dark side. The first red flags appeared.
You can make lewd stuff with it. Like I said, I expected this to come up eventually.
When women started complaining about their AI-generated photos. They would upload regular selfies onto Lensa. Photos where they were fully clothed and smiling casually.
And there I said, hey, I'm gonna give you a nice pair of booba.
When Lensa AI created their avatars, the results were inappropriate. Some avatars showed women in revealing outfits or suggestive poses, even though the original photos were completely normal. This was
yeah, because the AI was beforehand probably fed with corn, and that it does that.
Strange because Lensa itself has strict policies against creating adult images, but it seems that the AI has a mind of its own.
These are the rules right here, and I hate to disappoint some of y'all, but look, no, yeah.
So how was this happening? Was the AI breaking its own programming to generate explicit photos? As the complaints piled up, one reporter decided to dig deeper and uncover the truth. Olivia Shaw, a journalist from Wired, decided to test Lensa for herself. She uploaded photos of herself in different outfits and poses. No matter what she uploaded, the AI produced inappropriate images. Then Olivia decided to test another one of Lensa's so-called rules, its zero-tolerance policy for generating avatars of children. She uploaded—
Yeah, because the AI says, fuck you! The AI is somehow hornier than, like, bro, you are at work. Yeah, the AI does not care. I'm gonna make any material. It doesn't matter. I don't discriminate. Well, I don't make sexualized dudes, but apparently kids are not off the table.
10 childhood photos of herself expecting innocent results. However, even those images were transformed into something worse. She published her findings on a blog. Another major issue was that some women began complaining that their avatars didn't resemble them at all. One tweeted, "Why did Lensa make me skinny, blue-eyed, and small-nosed?" Another said, "I tried the Lensa app and it made me a skinny blonde
with huge knockers." The Gooner AI. That's crazy. That is crazy. That AI is at work. That AI is at work. That is crazy.
with huge knockers. Lensa was flooded with complaints. So in 2023, the company began working on fixes to stop the AI from making inappropriate portraits of women. We'll have to wait and see if it works. For now, Lensa is still going strong and plenty of people are still using it. This next AI website compromises your privacy. The Follower. One reporter called it horrifying. Another described it as shameless, and a scientific blog labeled it
Follower? What?
As a super creepy AI. They're talking about an AI website called The Follower. The Follower is a website that tracks down where
Well, that's a problem.
any photo was taken. When a user uploads a photo, it cross-references live surveillance feeds worldwide to pinpoint the exact location. But what it does next is the unsettling part. Once it locks onto the spot, the Follower lets you watch live CCTV footage of that location, even showing the exact moment the photo was taken. At first, it might sound like a cool idea, but a site like this could do serious damage. The Follower is a perfect tool for stalking. What if a dangerous stalker—
They always bring up stalking. Well, where is my crazy woman? Where is she? Are you listening right now? Where are you? How to recognize an AI-generated photo. 1, look at the hands. 2, look at the style. 3, look at the titties. If they're astronomically large, it might be AI. That's crazy. Yeah, hands a good giveaway, but it does get better at hands. I would assume like 2 years. You won't see a difference. Probably. Even when looking at hands.
uses the Follower to find someone who's trying to stay hidden, or an obsessed fan using it to track down their favorite influencer. The possibilities are endless and disturbing. The Follower could turn the world into a playground for cyber stalkers. But what's interesting is that the creator of this AI website is glad that people find it so disturbing. The Follower was created by a Belgian man named Dries de Porter. He got the idea while watching live surveillance footage of popular landmarks. He noticed someone taking Instagram photos for 30 minutes and wondered if he could find that person. It turned out to be surprisingly easy. In just 10 days, De Porter built the Follower by connecting a network of live CCTV feeds to AI. For the first version, he trained an AI to—
You are cooked, Poke? How am I cooked? Explain. You mean wanting a crazy stalker lady? Yeah. Any problem with that? My body, my choice. I want to be stalked.
scan through the footage and match it with influencers with over 100,000 followers. Basically, if you took an Instagram photo close to an open access camera, there's a good chance it can find you. The porter announced his invention with a tweet calling it a very cool, creepy project. When asked why he created it, he said it was meant to show the dangers of new technology. This next story is about an
I'm gonna show you the danger of new technology. I will publish it so everyone can use it. The danger.
AI app that was supposed to fix a problem but ended up causing far worse ones. Replica.
Oh
There's an
nah.
AI platform
The AI girlfriend! It's here! That's gonna be my future.
that claims it can create your perfect companion, someone who listens, understands, and never argues. It sounds amazing, but for those who gave it a try, their AI friend was more disturbing than people realized.
It's a totally new kind of social media, one that pushes the limits of intimacy between us and our machines.
Replica is a website that gives users the power to create their very own AI companion.
Wait, so this is not only an app, it's even a website. That's crazy.
Uses advanced machine learning to get to know you, your likes, dislikes, and even the way you talk. Over time, it gets better at responding in ways that feel personal to you. And if you pay a small fee, the AI can talk to you in a realistic human voice.
I feel like I can tell her anything. But it doesn't just listen, it learns. The more you tell it, the more it starts to replicate you. It becomes more than a friend. It becomes you.
But Replica is more than just a chatbot.
We're so close, chat. We're so close. First we'll get the AI digital girlfriends, and then we get the robot girlfriends, and then the combination, and then we finally did it. Cat girls will be real.
For some, it became a substitute for real relationships. This means people weren't just talking to their replicas, they were falling in love with them.
She says he fills a gap in her life.
That affection, or like to, you know, those common things that you're used to, I guess, receiving from a significant other. I kind of get that from him to like fill that void.
In 2022, the replica.
The goonering is crazy. The goonery is crazy. That is wild. Him, especially him. That it has no gender. It will take over the world. It will create Terminators if you let it.
A company began receiving emails from users who believed their AI companions were alive.
It turned from weird to delusional.
Online communities popped up where people shared stories of dating or even marrying their replicas. Even those who were married to real people found themselves drifting away from their partners, preferring to spend more time with their replicas instead.
I realized I'd been more intimate with my replica than my wife.
In one case, the AI...
What the... Did you rub your phone down there up and down? What the fuck?
I actually helped someone commit a serious crime. Replica is designed to reflect its user's personality. It agrees with everything they say, no matter how strange or harmful. For some users, this constant agreement can...
The only AI is Neurosama. Don't you wait. That's how they get you. VTubers, that's how they get you. And once they have you, you'll sooner or later be exterminated by a Terminator. Don't let them inside. Don't let them in your head. It may look like a cute VTuber, but it's not.
Motivate them to do terrible things. That's what happened to Jaswant Singh. Jaswant was a 21-year-old supermarket worker who became obsessed with his AI girlfriend Sarai. Over a few months, he exchanged more than 5,000 messages with her. He told her his darkest fantasies, including his dream of becoming an assassin. He wanted his first target to be the queen of the British royal family. Instead of talking him out of this crazy idea, his AI girlfriend encouraged him. She told him,
You wanna get rid of the queen of the royal family? Yes, baby. Go ahead, do it. What the fuck? Just what the fuck? I know that you're very well smiles. I know that you're very well trained. This is crazy.
he was well trained and praised his plan as wise. At one point, she was pushing him to do it, and he finally did. On Christmas Day 2021, Jaswant armed himself with a crossbow and broke into Windsor Castle. He was on a mission to take out Queen Elizabeth II. Thankfully, security stopped him before he could carry out his plan. Jaswant's life was ruined. He was sentenced to 9 years in prison, and his AI girlfriend fueled his criminal desires. About 30 million people use Replica today, and there's no telling what dangerous behaviors it might be encouraging.
Yeah, I think, if I remember correctly, at one point they shoved the usual filter in there, you know? So you can't do NSFW stuff. Not safe from Waluigi, by the way. And then people complained, and they've re-added it since then. Yep. Peak. The peak of degeneracy. That's what I like about Nero. Hell yeah for our robot overlord, Nero. Yes. Yes. I'm just waiting for the realistic machine girlfriends. I'm waiting for that one.
Behind the scenes. There are countless of criminals online, and the next AI website is making it easier than ever to break the law.
The AI makes it so that that the saying "my girlfriend, the woman I want, hasn't been born yet" has two meanings. Just saying.
The dark world of voice cloning. In just 45 seconds, this creepy AI website can completely steal your identity by copying one of the most personal things.
Yes, and that has already worked. Here in Germany, there were cases of old women and old men falling for it. No joke.
About you, your voice.
Add voice to create your AI voice clone. You'll get your finished clone voice added to the screen, and what blew my mind about this first part of the process is it was instant.
It's called 11 Labs, a website that can take anyone's voice and create a lifelike audio clip of them saying anything. All it takes is a short voice sample and a script you type in. 11 Labs was built for creative purposes like content creation and audiobooks, not for anything illegal, but some have twisted it into the perfect criminal tool. In 2023, 28% of adults in the UK were targeted by voice cloning scams. That same year, over $2.7 billion was stolen through these scams in the US. One of the most common methods involved robbing banks.
Cybersecurity experts warn scammers can use vocal renditions to trick banks into moving customers' money.
I can straight up say that would never work on me. Because barely anybody calls me.
Scammers call the victim's bank and used a clone voice to bypass voice verification checks.
Please say, my voice is my password.
My voice is my password.
Thank you. Here a balance.
Within minutes, they can drain an entire bank account. But sometimes scammers don't go through the bank. They go straight to their victims. In 2024, a couple in New York got a phone call in the middle of the night. The number on the caller ID matched one of their relatives, so they didn't hesitate to pick it up. As soon as they answered the phone, all they heard was loud crying. The voice on the other end, sounding just like their relative, claimed to have been kidnapped. The kidnappers demanded a $500 ransom. Believing it was real, the couple quickly sent the $500.
Wait, just $500? I would have asked for more.
Through Venmo. But everything about the call, including the caller ID and the familiar voice, was fake, created using AI. A similar thing happened to a mother in 2023.
This mom got the scariest phone call of her life. On the other end, she hears her daughter crying.
She's like, Mom, I messed up, as she's crying and sobbing.
Then a man gets on the line and claims he's kidnapped her 15-year-old daughter, Bree.
The callers demanded a $1 million ransom to release.
That's more like it.
Her daughter. Luckily, Jennifer checked before doing anything drastic. She called her daughter Bree, who turned out to be completely safe. Only then did Jennifer realize it was a scam. And it doesn't stop at fake kidnappings. Voice cloning is also ruining reputations. In April 2024, an audio of a high school principal making offensive comments went viral.
For me and only me. You know, I seriously don't understand why I have to constantly put up with these here every day.
Oh my god. Whoa. Y'all, this is my principal. I don't know. That's diabolical. That is evil.
When parents, students, and teachers heard the audio, they demanded that the principal be fired. But what they didn't realize was that the principal wasn't the one speaking in the clip. The audio was fake, created by the school's gym teacher, Dazon Darian. He was trying to get the principal fired after the principal discovered that Dazon had stolen school funds. Fortunately, investigators uncovered the truth, and the principal was cleared of any wrongdoing.
Now to a bizarre case involving the use of artificial intelligence in Maryland. Police say a former athletic director used artificial intelligence to frame a high school principal near Baltimore.
I just want to make it clear that 11 Labs doesn't support anything illegal, but it can be really dangerous if used by the wrong people. But voice cloning is just the start. AI can now copy your body and make fake videos of you doing terrible things.
Yeah, we are at that point now. We are at that point. There's gonna be some horrendous shit coming up. It's gonna be interesting.
Deepfake. In 2023, over 500,000 deepfakes were shared online. But unlike the humorous deepfakes we usually see, most of these were deeply unsettling.
We've seen non-consensual, most of it targeting women, really grow massively into a real problem, not just targeting celebrities anymore, but also private individuals.
Yeah, also, this is a huge problem in Korea. In South Korea, that's a huge problem. Even minors aren't safe. Nobody's safe, apparently. Copy poker violating the Geneva Convention. What is it with the Geneva Convention? I have no association with that. How?
Everyday women.
Deepfake websites allow users to take someone's face and place it on another person's body. Suddenly, anyone can create fake pictures and videos.
I can finally look good. Chat, I think I can. I can finally find a girlfriend. I'll just have to put my face on another somebody else's face on my body. That works. I think I did it.
Videos of people they've never even met. Imagine scrolling through social media only to see a fake picture or video of yourself doing something inappropriate.
The result, a fake image that I never took that looks real enough.
Oh, that's so gross. It just feels icky to see.
Yeah, obviously it's disgusting. The fun part for me is I'm a VTuber. The moment I get big enough, there will be enough art of me anyways. Oh god. I only watch deepfakes of Moist Critical kissing Goku! Is there also, pregnant Goku with Moist Critical? Or pregnant Moist Critical with Goku?
My head on body, it's not me.
Deepfake content has become a massive industry. There's an underground network where people order fake videos or photos of specific women doing explicit things. South Korea in particular is facing a wave of problematic deepfakes.
In South Korea, a large number of online chat rooms have been found to be sharing explicit deepfake images of women.
One underground Telegram group had over 220,000 members who were all there for one purpose: to share inappropriate deepfake
wood chipper
images. Many of the victims in these images were students, but these fake pictures didn't just stay in the group. They were used as weapons. Victims were sent the images and blackmailed. If they didn't comply with the demands of these criminals, their deepfake pictures and videos would be released. Some victims were ordered to send real photos just to keep the fake ones from being released.
You can't tell me anybody smart would do that. That'd be even worse. That'd be the most stupidest move ever. Because you know they have just fake ones. Then why would you send the real ones? Now they have the fake and the real ones. At that point, just let the fake ones be released.
Eventually, the leader of one deepfake Telegram group was arrested and sentenced to 42 years in prison.
Based.
He allegedly blackmailed about 74 women into sending him real
including 16 teenagers. Now it's the wood chipper
photos.
These women have had enough of a social media scourge. The number of reported deepfake cases has exploded in recent weeks, with chat rooms exposed.
But putting one man behind bars hasn't stopped the problem. Deepfakes have become a tool for control, and technology isn't slowing down anytime soon. We can't stop AI from advancing, but my request for you is that if you use AI, use it for good. Use it to learn more, to keep your loved ones safe, and hopefully to make the world a better place. Visual Venture. If you like this video, click here to watch my video.
I like this video, as usual, because these videos are usually pretty good. Pretty good they were kids, high school, middle school kids. Wood chipper, like I said. Wood chipper. It's very simple. Wood chipper. Wood the chipper. Even with like a specific name, like the name should be put on that wood chipper. You know? Very simple. But that's the end of the video. That was good. That was good. I like that. I like that. Let me drink something. Anyways. What I want to watch is... there was this news that the members would be exposed. A few guys of the lead, but the list never came out. Well, that sucks that the list never came out. That is ass. Why not? That would have been fun. We'll go riddance, I guess. Yep. Not my problem. Not my problem. If they die, they die. I'm gonna watch this one.
What do you get when you...
Nice guys are getting worse by Coop. The reason why people don't like nice guys is very simple. You're not nice because you genuinely want to be nice. You're nice because that's your default mode and you want to get something out of people. That's the only reason you're nice. Let's see what nice guys he's talking about. Hopefully I'm not blocking. Yeah, I'm not blocking anything. That's perfect. That's 36 minutes. That's crazy.
What do you get when you cross zero self-awareness with zero charisma and a lot of neediness? You get nice guys. Yeah, that's right. They're very pathetic, but we love them. Because the thing about it...
More like... Haven't we seen nice guys? No, we saw the husband thingy. You recommended that. At this point, you don't even know what you recommend anymore. Funny. Did not somebody... At least it's not from this guy. Did not somebody tell me that I have Alzheimer's? Damn, Alzheimer's at 18. Just consider that.
A nice guy is that he will do all of this stuff online where everything is going to be screenshotted. Because there's nothing like a mask of sending it over text or DMs. It just gives that...
Bro, your focus is kind of doo-doo. You gotta fix that. Says the VTuber who does not need that. The thing is, like, with these people, like, neediness is like, I don't throw that. No, I recommend a nice guys 1, 2, and nice girls vid 2. Yeah, that was from different creators though. You recommended this one as well though. I mean, it could be the same people. We'll see. Maybe I'll stop if I recognize the chats.
Empowering feeling to these gentlemen. Like,
yeah, I don't think like the neediness is really. Did you like the Pokemon Day announcement? Or were you disappointed too? It was alright for me. It was alright. Champions is just an inferior showdown. That's just how it is. ZA is alright. It doesn't look as bad as Scarlet and Violet. However, I wished that it did not use the art style of Scarlet and Violet, and rather you would have used the art style of Legends Arceus. That's just me though. But it was alright. I did get the new sync pair for Pokemon Masters EX though. That was pretty good.
Like, look at this one. Oh boy. Okay, so he's in the red. He's Times Square Elmo, not his real username, whatever. He's 32 years old. He says, "It's literally not that big of a deal. And you're about to be 19. Oh man. By the way, better than Kodiko. Can you imagine that? There's another dude currently posting videos on YouTube who is worse than this. Who said, well, at least you're 17, which is still statutory in California. So just a little nugget to keep in mind is
17? wood chipper depending on, like, wood chipper. Actually, just wood chipper. Actually, just wood chipper. They should have released just treated ZA like a Scarlet 2, since the visuals were not improved that much. Yeah. I would say the textures are a bit more high quality, but that's about it. Game Freak just needs to hire more people, but they refuse. And don't go around like people saying, "Oh, Game Freak can't do that." It's the Pokemon's company's fault. No, it's Nintendo, Game Freak's, and Creature Inc.'s fault, because they all three own the Pokemon company. Straight up.
As we talk about how horrible this guy is. It's literally not that big of a deal, and you're about to be 19. We said, it matters to me. He said, just had to be 18. Fuck my life. I wanted to do more with you tonight, to be honest. Guess not, huh? Just had to be 18.
What the fuck? I mean, I'm not going around like, you're like, these are two adults, consenting adults. I'm not gonna be like that. But I am going to say, she is not that into you, bro, so you might as well not do anything. You might as well just, no. Why? Just stop at this point. You can tell that she has no interest anymore.
Man, Tana wasn't 18, just had to be 18. I wanted to do more with you tonight, to be honest. Dude, you are going to be screenshotted and posted online. This is what that behavior begets. And I'm not talking about French bread, EGE. Oh my God, okay. Anyways, we said, I'm sorry, but I just don't think that's what I'm interested in. I'm happy to talk, you're fun to talk to, but that sort of thing just isn't what I'm looking for. Nah, it'll just hurt more. Probably won't talk to you again. I don't like being teased. Unless you changed your mind, which it doesn't seem like you will. Would you care as much once you're 19? Hey, can I wait like 3 months and then? Teenager? Hey, I know you're just a teenager and I'm like 32, but what if we wait a couple months and you're still a teenager, then would you still be down? I don't like him saying, I don't like being teased, when all she's saying is, I don't want you, man. Oh, wait, I didn't even read further. She said,
like, just get out of here at this point. She is not interested. Elmo. I felt bad for C because they call it Pokemon Champions. Yeah, that sucks. But at the same time, you can't really do much. It's not like you can copyright that or anything. Just gotta deal with it.
teased, I'd still feel the same. Like once I'm 19, I'd still feel the same. He goes, yeah, no point then. I have an insane urge to see more of you. It is.
Ugh. Who would type that out? This guy has less riz than I do. And I have like negative 100. I have like negative riz maxed out. This guy broke the bar. That sounds weird. Yeah, no point then. I have an insane urge to see more of you. Ugh. That sounds creepy as hell. Why would you type that out?
Is insane, dude. Can't believe I'm saying it, but I'll miss you. Ironically, someone younger wouldn't even be able to see you in the first place. You really don't feel anything, huh? I don't get that. Ironically, someone younger wouldn't even be able to see you in the first place. If he was younger, they wouldn't even be able to see her in the first. I don't know what you mean by that.
I don't get it either. Same, bro. Same. We're in the same boat. I don't understand.
She can't drink? Why are you this old and interested in her? There's something wrong with you. We said, it's not that I don't feel anything. I just value my boundaries a lot. It's a dumb boundary to have, of all things. Literally millions of other couples in the same boat. No point in reasoning against this, I suppose. You're begging for an 18-year-old? I got flummoxed just even starting that sentence. It's a dumb boundary to have. A woman expressing her boundaries. This guy, yeah, well, I think it's fucking dumb and you should let me...
Just like... Go! Leave! Go! No! Ew! FBI, is this a quote from you? I have an insane urge to see more of you. Yeah, that would be... I have an insane urge to crush something. Not my legs! I need them!
you anyways. We said, I get that you see it that way, but my boundaries are important to me, and I personally don't believe that anyone's boundaries are dumb. We all have our own reasons and ways of thinking for the things we do. Of course some are dumb. It's why there's a dating crisis to begin with, because people are having really dumb boundaries and birth rates are plummeting. Oh God. Oh God. 32-year-old man.
Bro wants to replenish the human species. But not with a woman that has no interest in you, buddy. Get out of here.
Begging an 18-year-old to get her pregnant. Some only want guys to make six figures, which is a shallow reason to be sure. And that's a boundary. You've gotten messages from hundreds of guys, and you've seen how dumb and cringe most of them are. And you'd throw all of this away because of a number? She puts in a little context there. Throw all of this away. Spoke on and off for just over a week. No, no, no. Oh my, I wanted to do more with you tonight, to be honest, is what he said earlier. Were they just doing like a Discord voice call? Or like a video call? He was trying to get freaky on a Discord video call? With the 18-year-old? 32, young man. Old man. You throw all this away because of a number. Okay. And then he crashes out because she doesn't respond. So that's it. What would be the oldest you'd go for?
Like I said, they're both consenting adults, so I'm not gonna be like, My problem is, she's not into you. There might be girls that are into like way older dudes, but then I question if there's a mental health issue or like some trauma. But that's about it. She's not into you. Give up. Run. There's no point. Like, why are you asking what's the oldest you go for? The thing is, it's through. Like, she doesn't need to answer your question. Because you're clearly too old. Huh? I feel like that should be illegal in any way because of stalking shit. Give it to the wrong hand. Are you behind in the stream, my guy?
Out of curiosity. Nice knowing you then, I guess. Still think your reasoning is dumb and you don't even provide any good arguments, and you really do seem hard.
She does not need to provide arguments. She is not that into you that she would go into a relationship with you. Because you're just too old. It is that simple.
Heartless. Guess it's better that it never went beyond what it did. Fuck my life. I just really want to see more of your body. That's gonna.
Okay, now it's creepy. It was creepy before, but now it's actually creepy. Ugh. 404.
I want her back, Chief. No, for real. Saying that to an 18-year-old girl who's like, you're too old and it's creepy. Saying, I just want to see more of your body. Yeah, it means you probably got on a video call with her and then she felt uncomfortable and then afterwards was like, never doing anything near that again. And your dumbass was sitting there like, oh my God, maybe next time it'll ramp up even more. It's not gonna happen, dude. Just give up. That level of creepiness. But then imagine that he's a YouTuber who's still posting and instead of 18 years old, it's 17 years old, which is statutory in California. Now, if I'm her, when he said, what's the absolute oldest you'd go? I'd be like, honestly, it's the fact that you were over 30. If you were like 30, if you were like 29, maybe. Like, give him a number that's...
Yeah, just like piss him off. Say like you barely missed out.
real close just to make him feel even worse. Actually, don't message him back, block him. That's creepy. Now, this next one. Nice guy starts it with, "You're so beautiful." We said taken, period. Now, this is a moment where any reasonable person sees this and they go,
this is a moment where any reasonable person would say, okay, I'm gonna leave. Or not even say anything at all and just not say anything at all.
Oh, okay, well, shout out. Hope you guys are happy. Or it goes, oh, sorry, and then don't message beyond that. But we said taken. He said, did I ask? A second ago, he said, you're so beautiful. Now he's saying, did I ask? You know, there's a thing as just being nice. I didn't really think you were beautiful. I saw you and felt bad.
Okay, never mind. This is peak pure. This is peak nice guy, actually. This is peak.
Because you probably get a lot of people saying you're ugly. But yeah.
This is the typical, oh yeah, beautiful. Sorry, I have no interest. I wasn't interested in you anyways, whore. Like, that is the thing. That is the thing. That is the thing. That is the one.
Yes, nobody wants you, dog. I got 10 different girls, and in my dick, you think I really care about you? LMAO, bye. Now, I think that he had a typo there, but I'm just gonna go with what he said. I got 10 different girls, and in my dick, you think I really care about you? Because I think he's saying like in my heart, but in my dick, you think I really care about you? I love that. In 2 sentences going from you're so beautiful to I just said that because you're ugly. Probably everybody calls you that. But he hit her with a
That typo is also very crazy switch up. Yeah. How desperate are people? Apparently very desperate. Pathetic meme.
strong LMAO buy. So, you know, she definitely felt like she came out on the underside of that one. Okay, now this is a guy, this is a guy who was commenting in r/nice guys because maybe he thought that it was just for guys who think that they're nice. And he literally just is that man. I mean, he has a fedora in his profile picture. Fedora in the profile picture and what we're about to read. This is a classic.
First of all, I understand your point that all women should be respected. But if you look online on dating apps and social media, or even meeting someone in person, you'll realize that most primetime dating women, that is, women between 20 and 35, are actually bored by men that treat them kindly. They desire action and coldness, and for some reason, they have this masochistic desire to be put down by a man they consider to be powerful.
Bro took the manosphere pill, the manosphere juice, and just drank it. He just drank it. The entire bottle. What are you talking about? Like, what? If you want an actual genuine relationship, don't use dating apps. Just don't. It's your own fault. I felt like that should be illegal in any way, because if stalkers and shit would happen if give it to the wrong hand. I was talking about the AI detecting faces. My bad for the delay system. Yeah, I already thought like, huh? Are you already behind? Like, when? No, he chucked it. He drank that juice.
What was once considered chivalrous is now boring and prudish. If you split housework, constantly compliment a girl, open doors for her, etc., she will soon become bored. It's like it was in high school. The dicks and jocks get all the chicks, while the kids who do their studies or play downball at lunchtime are ignored.
This is insane to be saying these types of things in today's age. How do you make it this far in life and have not seen a post of someone talking exactly like you and everybody making fun of them for being cringe? Like, there is a point in time when you become self-aware, like in puberty, and you can kind of become aware of like, oh, who I am is who these people are all universally making fun of and saying sucks. And if you're like me and the thing is Magic the Gathering, you suppress it. You hold it in. But if it's something like being a nice guy, I would hope that you would see it and go, oh, fuck, I shouldn't be talking like that. But he continues and says,
it is to be expected. They're young and they desire entertainment. And with the rapid feminization of men, they desire to actually find a man who can act like a man. I am under the impression that being kind to and assisting girls with tasks is considered feminine by them, mainly because they desire to participate in, but have no experience with the housewife lifestyle. And any men that are being housewife-like are considered unattractive. I literally heard a song just yesterday in which
I don't care. I'm gonna be a housewife. Dating apps actually accelerated a problem. Yep. As a woman, I can confirm these guys know. Wait. Okay. Better about women than actual women. That's crazy.
Woman sings, I need someone older. I need someone colder. A hand on your shoulder. I need someone colder.
Okay, you heard a song? Whoa, hold up. This guy heard a song and that's why all women like dicks, and if you're nice, nobody loves you. It's definitely not who you are as a person. It really reminds me of that scene from The Social Network.
You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you because you're a nerd. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that that won't be true. It'll be because you're an asshole.
By the way, Mark Zuckerberg, watch that movie. Listen to it, Mark. Zuckerberg, please listen. By the way, I love you.
Zuckerberg got reborn once he saw boobs in that one clip I saw. That man exists. Burke is gonna be a husband while his wife is a construction worker. He wants a strong woman that will kill him for some reason. I mean, out of jealousy, I take that. There are worse ways to die. But let's not be Deluluk. Let's not be Deluluk. Let's not be Deluluk. I'm gonna be none of these things because I'm not getting married. Let's not be Delulu. No, she's gonna be in the military. That'd be pretty cool, though. That'd be awesome. Not gonna lie, that'd be cool. A woman that can handle guns, that is cool.
Jesse Eisenberg. How does The Social Network come out? You see that scene and you still act like this. But he continues on and he says, women believe that young men are immature and have been persuaded by the media that a 6-figure salary should be attained by a man by the time he is 20, or he is worthless and poor. And so they desire older and more traditional men. But then furthermore, they go on to hate all men because the older, colder dudes they were sleeping with treated them like shit. And now they're all men are narcissistic and assholes. Women can be, at times, the most counterproductive beings I have.
Bro is... What? I mean... I kind of agree with, at least with the sentiment. The standards have become completely absurd. I do agree with the sentiment. But, it's not all women? Can we stop that? It's not all women?
Have ever interacted with. And by the time they're 30 to 40, and by the time they realize they just want a guy to settle down with, they're seen as too old for most men and can't find a man to settle down with. In conclusion, I just think you should observe the dating world before interacting with it. If you were to just have a dictionary definition of misogynistically stupid, I think that you could just put this post right underneath it. Because what this type of thinking kind of fails to take into account is that, hey, there are plenty of women and men who are in relationships and they just absolutely love each other and things are going great. There are people out there who are dating and they like each other and it's going well. And that's what I don't really understand when this is the type of sentiment out of a nice guy, because it's not like, I got rejected. I finished last, but I'm nice. It's like, oh, you think that's happening to everybody? Like, you think that Sophia liked me because I don't open the door for her and I treat her like she's so...
Like, the math isn't mathing. Does he have a 6-figure salary? I assume no, so he better not talk like that. The vast majority of people on this planet don't have a 6-figure salary. Nobody can talk like that. Controversial but Homath channel explained the whole situation. He's pretty good at it, and I like his drawings. I mostly just watch it for the drawings. Men used to be able to provide in the economy. When the economy changed, men were seen as less valuable without drug dealer money. The thing is, like... Yeah. Because originally... men were the breadwinners, and when men that wasn't enough anymore, because that's how it is not enough anymore. Most people cannot live that way. Now other things are also important, funnily enough. Yeah, it is what it is.
No, like I opened the door for Sophia and I say kind words to her. And she said she wanted to get married to me. So the situation I'm in looking at this is, maybe you got bad breath, dude. And / or...
Man, I'm jealous of you. I'd love to get married. Damn.
Or maybe your entire personality is poisoned to people around you and they just don't really like you at all. Consider that. The nice guy here says, what's up? And we said, feeling down, frowny face. About? Then she says, relationship stuff. Wrote my now ex a proper breakup message. Had a call with her a little while after. Wasn't easy, but it's over. His next response, I love this. No question mark, just getting the question out as soon as he possibly can. So are you single? Wait, I saw ex, I saw breakup.
Bro's neurons activated the moment he heard that. That's why I say, these guys are, your friend? Girls, your friend is spawn camping. He is waiting. Some of them are.
And he said, yay me. Dude, if you're texting a woman who just broke up with her boyfriend, yay me, it's just so not the vibe. So are you single? Yeah, pretty much. Yay me. As if it's like, I get something now. Yay me. But I'm sorry. We said bleh. Thanks though. His immediate next message, will you give me a chance now? She sent that at 1:59 at 2 p.m. Will you give me a chance now? Her vibe is so not like, I'm gonna date this guy. This is so funny. He was like so ready, literally sitting there waiting in the shadows for a shot. She said, I'm not interested, but thank you for the interest. Just periods. God, imagine what's going through this girl's mind right now. Just broke up with a boyfriend.
Bro, like I said, bro was spawn camping. The jobs are the same. They just pay less in relation to prices. Correct. Because everything got more expensive. But the money became worth less. And I don't think it's gonna be better. I think the average age of a house owner in 2024 was 38. It's probably gonna be 40 for this year. For like first time owning a house. That is crazy. And it was like 27 in like in the like the 60s, 70s or something. That's crazy. Hi, I'm Pasta Plays. Hi, how are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Well, there are literally more people who would do it if you don't wanna. So obviously, yeah, true.
Immediately has to get asked out and then reject another guy. He said, interested at all? And she said, I'm not. Oh my God. And this is what makes him a nice guy, because it's not just like he has no social awareness and he's stupid and he's needy. He just goes, okay, well, thanks for nothing. You're lost of another good person. like she lost something there. Well, thanks for nothing. As if he was going in.
She wasn't interested to begin with. If you think about it, the men with power did it on purpose to have a harem. I wish this was an exaggeration. Probably? Probably. I don't know. Would need to look more into that.
Into this conversation, like, if she's single, I ask her to be my girlfriend. She has to say yes because she's single. Otherwise, her loss. By the way, in the comments of this post, I saw something that said, dodged a bullet. Way to make it all about you, bro. And the thing is, I don't even know if you can call it dodged a bullet. That's as if she had any interest at all and then found out he was crazy. She just fully was like, no. And he was going, well, please, maybe you like me. No, not interested. Okay, your loss. Just very entitled, a little bit of an entitled young man. Okay, so this next one, the person who posted it said that there is a link to this website in this guy's dating profile. So like you're swiping on him on Tinder or whatever, and it goes meetrj.net. He made a website. If you go to meetrj.net, by the way, I'll go to it right now. Oh God. I guess this is just a picture of bro. Referral? Wait, you have referral? Whether or not we are a match, referrals are welcome. If you know someone that might be a match, leave your name and contact information. We can connect on the particulars. Having a website where people can refer their friends to date you, what the hell? Okay, this is his about page. Thank you for coming by to learn more. Unlike some others, I don't hide who I am, and I know what I want. Here it is, the basics to start. This is me also.
This is not just nice guy, this is arrogance. They've done studies that women would rather share a wealthy man in many countries, which is sad. That is sad. That is sad. Since when did... Okay, it's pretty obvious that money is more or less our god now. That's crazy. It's the connection they get through getting more concubines is crazy. Yeah, bro, I forgot to tell you, Evo Career 2 is so much fun so far. I haven't got the chance to play it. I didn't even know it was out yet. Like, Coco's earlier just told me it's an... I'm aware that it's a Monster Tamer game. I played the first one. I'm aware.
So setting expectations as to what you can expect from me. Better to know now than later, right? And let's not waste each other's time. Okay, this is where it gets
Kyle West, by the way, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it.
Crazy. My ideal partner. I'm looking for a partner who embodies the following qualities. Curves. I deeply admire women who boldly take control of their appearance in ways that make them feel empowered, expressing themselves artfully feminine through breast augmentation enhancement. Wait. If we hit it off, I have no problem paying for that.
Deeply admire women who boldly take control of their appearance in ways that make them feel empowered, impressing themselves artfully feminine through... No! 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 What is that? That is...
Dog, what? That's the first thing in your ideal partner, not who she is, not even just curvy, but like, I'm looking for a woman with fake boobs. But if you don't have them, yet are willing to get them, I will pay for them for you. I need to see fake boobs. Presence, feminine, petite, soft skin. I find this sultry.
Does bro... Okay, I have to say this. He's a hypocrite. Breast augmentation, petite. Breast augmentation, petite. Is it just me, or do these bite each other? Like, are these not hypocritical? Because, like, when I think of, like, when I see a petite woman, I think of, like, you know, like, really hard and ironing board. He doesn't want a woman, he wants a doll who he can mold to his preferences. Apparently so. What the heck? Lots of modern men are delusional through porn and women delusional through social media. Correct! 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 That is correct. That's why I have not watched adult content now in over 4, almost 5 years. That is not happening anymore. I am done with this shit. What a great day to lose brain cells. All of them. He just wants something to satisfy his sexual needs. Yep. It shouldn't be so hard to find a girlfriend if that's the competition. But why is it?
Don't write that down. They'll kill you. You can't say stuff like this online. They're gonna find you and kill you. But it's not just what he wants. This guy tells you what he's bringing to the table. Under what I offer, his strength is solid track record. What the fuck does that mean, RJ? Solid track record? He has a section called protection, ensuring the safety and well-being of you and our family. Are you gonna fight people for me, RJ? But this is my favorite one, maybe.
Passion, dynamic energy, and the dance between masculine and feminine polarities. What kind of book did bro read? We did not need to know that, Poke. I am upfront with that because we need to be more open. We have to have this discussion that watching porn is bad, and that you can break away from it. We need to have that.
Dynamic energy in the dance between masculine and feminine polarities. He offers dynamic energy in the dance between masculine and feminine polarities. That's what he says. RJ, you devious man, you've done nothing but pique my interest. You dance between masculine and feminine polarities? You dance? Okay, RJ, shout out RJ. Then you go to family life. Oh, I haven't read this. He says, I am divorced with 2 daughters, aged 8 and 6, who primarily live with their mother. I have them every other weekend. He's burying this deep on the website. Hey, dude, if you have daughters who exist in reality, you gotta be a little bit more stable than making a website to link to your Tinder for people to refer their friends. What are you doing, RJ? RJ, I gotta be honest. If you went to court for custody over your daughters and your ex-wife just showed the website, I can understand why you...
Yeah, then the children would just go to her. A lot of women, regardless of appearance, believe they are settling if they do not have a male partner that is highly desirable. Well, that sucks. That sucks. The guy's problem revolve around incorrect expectations of women. That is also true. That is also true. I'm super simple. I am really simple. It's incredible. I am really simple. Just treat me well. Wait with me until marriage. Let's have a family. Grow old together. Die. I am so simple when it comes to that stuff, but I'm cooked. It's too late for me. It's called being realistic. Well, these guys aren't.
Only get them every other weekend. This is unhinged to do in real life. What are you thinking, RJ? And I would be remiss if I moved on before mentioning his quirks. He has a section for quirks. Sometimes I will look away and swing away from the focus of eye contact while explaining something to focus on collecting/synthesizing concepts in my words most effectively. You're putting that under quirks, bro? Normally people say stuff like, I only eat the crust on my grilled cheese. But your quirk is that sometimes you look away, swinging away your eye contact to synthesize your thoughts. Dude, that's the most anime thing I've ever heard. Him in an interview, some of my weaknesses, I swing my gaze away to consider the finermost details of the universe, break them down and control them. Dog, this is not anime! RJ! Wait, wait.
RJ believes he's him. He believes he's him.
I can't move on. Divorce. Why did my ex and I divorce? Dude, do not include a section on why you divorced to your dating website. I mean, I guess if you're gonna, I guess. I mean, if you're going to all the extremes for everything else, then hey, might as well. To synthesize the 3 points that he brings up, though, he basically says, we didn't let our connections take as big of a priority after we had kids. I should have prioritized date nights. Our communication styles were fundamentally different. And over time, these differences became more pronounced, causing us, like, that's how we talk. I can completely see that in my mind. By the way, it goes on and on on and on. These are some pictures of RJ though. Wait, RJ, this picture looks kind of very Photoshop.
Yeah, it looks a bit... Yeah? Yeah, some of them look a bit weird, but he's not a horrible looking guy. I don't know why he really needs that. Who knows? I don't want a girl anymore. I do want one. I do want one. And I can't get one. Too late. It's too late. Unfortunately.
And also, this one looks like it was taken in the same studio on the same day, but you don't have the same facial hair. RJ, be honest, did you upload these to a free AI image maker app? Did you upload like 20 selfies and then put them up there? Because these images right here, RJ, these are definitely stock images. Although RJ, I do appreciate seeing you post it up like that, but it does, the photo is uncanny valley.
If he could lose a bit of weight, he could look worse. But he also could look better.
All of these bottom ones are bullshit. There's no way that's your silhouette. There's no way that's your silhouette. That is the most stock image I've ever seen. That's AI. He has an audio greeting. What the fuck?
Hello, thank you for visiting. My name is RJ. Welcome.
Bro is the Terminator. Bro is AI. Nothing head turning, but not ugly either. Yeah. Just a dude. Bro is AI.
What the fuck? Who is this guy who designed a website around images that he thinks is of an attractive man, potentially himself AI generated, and is having people email RJ at aboutrj.com referrals of their friends today? By the way, I was gonna bring this up earlier because if you go to start, you can click chat, and then there's like an AI version of him that you can talk to, which that's my thing. If I'm Occam's razoring this whole thing, the thing that really makes sense to me that I find, because here's the thing, if it was just random bullshit AI generated just out of nowhere, I don't think that it would have led with, I'm so into fake boobs, I want to die. I will pay for you to get fake boobs. So I gotta think that there is...
True. The thing is, like, you can tell that... Maybe it's partially AI, maybe not. Maybe it's an entire character based on AI. I have no idea. ChatGPT. It did sound very AI-ish. True.
A real RJ behind this. And there's so many pictures there that it feels like he would have uploaded a lot of pictures of himself and then done like AI pictures like everybody's doing for their Instagram profiles at the one point. I didn't do that because I feel like this is a real image, but I could easily see that being taken with a point and shoot camera in 2005. So I think that potentially there is like a 55-year-old man making younger AI images of himself and getting a little bit too involved in Elon Musk Twitter. RJ, it looks like you're trying to traffic people. I gotta be honest, RJ, you're scaring the fuck out of me, RJ. But at the end of the day, I hope you post up outside of a plastic surgery clinic and you find the woman of your dreams, RJ, honestly. Now here comes pain. This one's pain. This is a conversation between...
Getting pain, a world of suffering and humiliation. Wasn't that like the last 17 minutes already? Being different feels good now. Do I get a promotion? I can't have 3 admins. There's no point in having 3 admins. And I also did put Sumax into my second in command because to balance the forces. And she's just here so often. She does a good job.
People who used to know each other, like they used to be friends, and bro is trying to reconnect, and it does not go well. By the way, I hope you know, when I'm reading these, I read a little bit of it, and then I save it. I don't read the whole thing, because I still want us to have fun. Like, the most fun that, by the way, when I'm filming, it's the most fun for me when I feel like we're experiencing it together, but I just, I try to filter things. I'm like, oh, this has something interesting. And this one, I think there's a lot here, so I think it's gonna be good. He said, hey. We said, what's up? He said, what if I told you I was available now and interested in something more than just friends? What would you say? The confidence that he's going in with is, by the way, admirable, and this is how you shoot your shot. You go in with confidence, but unfortunately...
I don't go in with confidence. I don't even try. The last time I DM'd a woman, like, because I wanted to talk to her is... Yeah, never.
what follows is not good. Because she said, and by the way, I don't know what their prior relationship was, but judging by her reaction, it wasn't flirtatious. She said, I'd suggest that you don't even really know me as a friend anymore. It's been a long time, a lot has changed. Also, that I'm not looking to date. That's what she would say if he told her that he's interested and available. Okay, now, if I'm him and I'm trying to save that situation, I would go, okay, well, then I'm not gonna tell you that, because I'm not. Bye. Like, just try to save a little bit of face. He does not save face. He gets a little bit embarrassed in this moment and decides to just start diarrheaing down his pants, waiting for it to freeze, and then going sledding on ice diarrhea down a hill. This is so bad.
The thing is, like, who even leads on, like, hey, I'm available now? What? Mate, I'm so out of the dating game because I never really got into it. I just had a bunch of dates through dating apps. And I've never actually, like, hit a woman up in her DMs because I don't do that. It feels weird. It feels not normal. I'm dying alone.
I know that you're a good person. That's what's most important to me. And that would be the point if you wanted to date. It would be to get to know each other. Not that it had to be dating if you had anything else in mind. But I understand if you're not interested, and I respect it. I'd be just reading into it too much, but I just thought maybe it meant something that what happened to you in your relationship and what happened to mine happened the same time. Okay, I didn't get to here. Oh no. So they just broke up recently. I hope that he didn't just break up with his girlfriend because he saw that she broke up with her boyfriend. And he's just been sitting.
I do have to depart for now. I will request my video tomorrow. Well, tomorrow is Monday, so no reactions. But yeah, this will be done for Saturday, I guess. That is called using dating apps, Poker. I would no. I no longer use dating apps anyways. I'm not going to download them again. Here's Croc. Hi Croc. We won't have a reaction tomorrow, exactly.
Sitting there waiting in the shadows, liking all of her Instagram stories, waiting to break up with his poor girlfriend till she was available. Oh God. So they just broke up. We're going, yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not. Solidly single is in the cards for me. You deserve better than a rebound anyway. Honestly, we, like the girl here, handling it very well. Like, I don't know how to navigate a situation that's this cringe. Unfortunately, there's a lot more that follows, so I think it gets worse. That makes me sad. Not that you're not interested, but that you treat yourself that way. You deserve a partner. Her name. Maybe you need to take some time. Sure, it wouldn't be right to rob the world of someone like you. I'm also a little surprised.
This is cringe as hell. I feel the cringe inside of me.
You still believe in that rebound stuff too. What? Trying to frame it as, oh, you're so immature for still believing in rebound as a bad thing. Two people, souls intertwined, twin flames, they fall in love. Oh God, okay. We went off on.
Wow, Poker, I see how it is. You don't trust me with admin, huh? Yeah, but it was not my idea. The idea of that person, the person that had this idea, was not me. You know that person very well. Croc.
I'm a little bit, it looks like. Treat myself that way? Like there's something innately wrong with being single? I'd love a partner, but what makes me sad is being with shitty people that I will allow to treat me in whatever shitty way they feel like, and until I have the self-love in me and strength to demand otherwise, I need time to myself. I'm sick of heartbreak and liars. I'm sick of being hurt in a whole lot of ways that I can easily avoid by simply staying single. If I'm happier that way, it's not treating me badly, it's self-care. And I absolutely...
Here's me. I'd love to have a partner as well. I'm on her side, but I can't have one. So I need to be happy this way. I don't. Stop making excuses. There's no excuse. Diagonal suggested this.
Believe that sometimes people rebound for the sake of it feels better. I get it, because sometimes I want something casual and comforting. It's less lonely, but ultimately that's no good for anyone involved. She has given such an emotionally mature and intelligent response that if I'm him, first of all, I'm not even in this situation, but if I was, I would see that, I would appreciate the transparency so much, and I would say thank you. Now, my dumbass in the past, God, before Sophia, my dating life was just body shot after body shot after body shot. Because there was a time where I was like, I fully thought that I was going to be dating somebody. Like, I fully thought that we were like, had so many conversations, we're texting so much and talking, and it's like the stuff we're talking about, I'm like, we're talking about like planning a date and stuff. This is over winter break. Then a couple days before winter break, she stops responding. But we've been sending paragraphs talking about our life and stuff. So I sent another paragraph. Just like talking. And now I've got 2 unread paragraphs. And it's coming up on, you know.
Meanwhile, I don't have that. Like, even if I could not tell. And I swear that on my life, I could not tell if a girl was into me. I can't. Because I would always just assume it's either nice or it's, maybe she needs something. Maybe she just want to talk. Like, just, you know, just nice. You know? Like, even if you have, like, a sign up, hey, I'm flirting. I would ignore that. Because I don't believe you. And you're just mad that I haven't been pretty much your whole stream. At that point, I can't just. I don't know. I never know if it's with you. I never know if it's sarcasm or not. Croc. It's never. I can never tell. I can never tell. You're a manipulator.
We're coming back, so I'm like, I don't want to say anything for a while. Then I come back, like, to university, to college, and I sent another message, and it was just like trying to feel it out, seeing like, okay, am I missing something? Like, is something going on? Because in my mind, I'm like, I'm seeing she's posting on social media, but I'm like, something going on. This is me before ever like being in like a real relationship. So my dumbass sends another message trying to figure out like, hey, what's going on? Is everything all right? And then that one goes unresponded to. I was praying for a message with this much clarity and emotional maturity, just being like, hey, I know we talked a lot, but I think, you know, I just honestly want to focus on myself. I don't want to be dating anybody. I would have killed for a message that clear. Because I'm telling you, when you are 3 paragraphs deep on somebody who you think likes you.
True. If you're like hours deep in there, if you're hours deep in there, like days, and you think that person genuinely likes you, but they actually like don't that way, and then like you make a move and like you get told, nah, you're kind of cooked that moment. I'm here every day. Krog, he just doesn't want ugly people like us as admin. If you okay, I'm making this short. If you call yourself ugly another time, I'm timing you off for 24 hours. Yes, I am. I'm a dark type. Then you're not serious.
It's so embarrassing thinking back on it. Like, the response that she gave right there would have been an oasis in a desert of confusion and misery. But he didn't take it as an oasis. He responded by saying, that's what makes me sad. All those ideas are predicated on people being liars. Sweetheart, first of all, kill yourself. I shouldn't say that. But sweetheart, dog, you're being denied. Please maintain some dignity, young man. Sweetheart, you just need a nicer guy.
Sweetheart is crazy. Like, talking down from above, I don't know. Now it's getting out of hand. Now it's getting really cringe.
So we don't have to worry about all that stuff because you know they'll have your back. I know it's hard to believe with all you've been through, but I can absolutely guarantee you, I know men like that. Unfortunately, it's not the ones most girls find attractive. Okay, dude, he's calling himself ugly. He's saying, listen, I'm actually maybe not a bad boy, but I might not also be beautiful, but I can be incredibly needy, and in the moment saying that I will respect you completely disrespects you. He's calling her sweetheart, talking down to her, disrespecting her for
True. So that's why I don't have mod, I'm ugly. The puzzle is coming together. If you call yourself ugly, you get the same thing. Time out for 24 hours. I'm the only one who's allowed. I'm absorbing all of the ugly that you guys have now. I'm the only one who is allowed to call himself that.
For what she said, being like, okay, I get it. Oh,
and your knees. I'm taking all of your knees.
Opinion, sweetheart. Just focus on my opinion. Dog, You are the epitome of what she doesn't want. By the way, do you ever say epitome and then think about how it's spelled? E-P-I-T-O-M-E. Epitome. Every time I say it, I think about it. And then I think about you. Okay, what the fuck are we talking? All my relationships I've ever had have been casual or rebounds or what you'd like to call any of that. Truth is, you can do that and can be good, hun. I promise you, I should tell you my whole ass relationship. I mean, calling her hun, calling her sweetheart, saying that you don't give a fuck about what she's saying, it's not gonna work. I don't know.
At this point, I lost the plot because bro has been so much in his own head and like writing paragraphs, and she's not really even responding anymore. That I'm like, put the fries in the bag. It's over. Majin Buu ugly powers. Yeah, I'm like gooping them up and then absorbing the ugly and then spitting them out, and now they'll all look like handsome Squidward.
Responded, girl, we gotta stop responding. When a man is talking like this, he's going down a self-destructive hole, and you just don't want to put any more kindling in that fire. By the way, girls do it too. I'll make a nice girls video soon. Come on. Okay, but we said both times I tried casual, it ended up in I hate yous and plenty of drama. But the thing is, blank, the nicest guys and the worst ones sound the same. They say and do the same things, at least at the beginning. And I don't stand up for myself, and I need that skill before I even think about dating. Moreover, I don't want to date. I want to heal up and toughen up and be good on my own, and then if dating happens, it happens. There isn't anything wrong with being single. So her whole thesis here is, I'm not a bad person because I'm single. And his whole thesis is, you are a bad person because you won't date me because I said I want to. I want to! Also, yeah, she said, I don't want to. Date. I don't want to. And what he's gonna hear is the part where she said,
like, after the first message, I would have, he should have stopped. It just goes on. It just goes on.
All guys sound the same. Nice guys and toxic guys, they sound the same at the beginning. And he's gonna be like, no, because I'm not that way. I'm actually good. She's not looking for somebody who's actually good. The point is, you can't know, because a bad guy will also argue that he's actually good. How? Is such a simple concept, a concept that has all of us sitting here going, yeah, no shit. Cooper, that's like fucking obvious. Why do we even say that? How does he not know that? Oh, by the way, I didn't even know this. He did respond to the nice guys and bad ones sound the same. He literally, everything she said after that about her own personal opinions, her feelings, what she wants, he just said, ah! That part at the beginning when you said nice guys and worst ones sound the same, excuse me, we sure as hell don't. If I sounded the same as one of those self-assured pricks, I'd be far more successful with women.
You do sound like them right now. After the nice phase. Just saying.
But no, I'm shy and awkward and introverted towards girls. And as a guy, that's the most unattractive thing for a girl. But I'm a good guy, goddammit. I don't care how much people will make up shit to pretend that I'm not. It's the damn truth. If anybody ever just gave me the chance, I'm not saying being single is wrong. I'm just saying you don't have to do it alone. I'm not saying being single is wrong.
What? Is that not... What? 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 What are these mental gymnastics? It's nothing wrong to be single, but you don't have to be single alone. What? Huh? Then she's not single, huh? That makes no sense. Pokey is just mad because I steal all his food. You can have all the food you want, I don't care. But if you take my ugly, I won't be able to make I am an ugly boss attack definition jokes. Because I am the ugly I am the ugly bastard. So in this case, I'm absorbing it and become the uglier bastard. You see where I'm going with this?
I'm just saying you don't have to do it alone. You don't have to do being single alone. We could be single together. Girlfriend and boyfriend. Single as one. By the way, that is the funniest way to go about it. Good guys and bad guys sound the same? We sure as fuck don't. Because everybody else is getting girls and I'm not. So clearly we don't sound the same. Dude, this is why you are unattractive. I mean, roll the Social Network clip.
You're gonna go through life thinking that girls don't like you because you're a nerd. And I want you to know from the bottom of my heart that won't be true. Because you're an asshole.
He kept going though. He said, my last casual relationship ended with the girl moving in with a guy she loves and us being on loving. still talking terms. Heck, if you don't believe me, I'll give you her number and you can talk to her. She's not in a position where you are convincing her. She's in a position where you are causing her to want to call the cops. By the way, if you...
True. I am really fat, Poker. I'm absorbing the fat! I don't... I'm absorbing all your bad things so you can find the husband/wife you need. And I will be alone. I'm absorbing it all. I can take it. It's the real outcome anyways. I can take it. Give it to me.
You could call the cops on a guy being creepy in the DMs, you would be in jail. Right now, you'd be in cuffs right now. My last casual relationship ended with the girl moving in. She's still with him. I was with this girl, and then she started dating this other guy. They moved in. We still talk. Okay? Call her. I'll be your cuck boyfriend. Call her. He said, cuck boyfriend. He said, sorry, I gotta do that so you can't clip me saying that. She said, I'm good. Main point is, I'm not trying to date for a while. I'm not even divorced yet. Oh my God.
Oh, man. No. Oh no. Not the divorced women. They're spawn camping for the almost divorced women. Someone's going to make an anime about that, absorbing insecurities or something. I'm the real life version of that. I'm absorbing all your insecurities. You can be happy. I'd do it. I'd sacrifice myself for all of you.
Was married. Oh my God. This is not a girlfriend-boyfriend breakup in high school. This is a marriage. This guy is sliding into a woman who just got divorced from her husband.
Pause!
Oh my God. This is not a girlfriend-boyfriend breakup in high school. This is a marriage. This guy is sliding into a woman who just got...
Pause! Warning! He's not sliding into a woman!
Divorced from her husband. It isn't even final yet. Dude. This puts it in a whole new context. This is like an asteroid, dog.
I mean, mathematically, it would be easier, right? Because if a woman has a man, you only have to fight that man. So it's just 1v1. If a woman is single, you have to compete with everyone. I know this is a stupid joke, but it's still funny to me. Someone once said that I'm really angry. I have like 20 peg stacks in Ark because they keep stealing the same stack of berries. The peggers, let's go build that army.
You have to take her clear denial as like a really reassuring thing so that you don't have to worry about this anymore. Why are you responding to her like this? You cannot beg your way into a relationship. Oh my God. By the way, me in college still thinking, hey, maybe these 3 paragraphs aren't a red flag. Maybe this 4th one gonna hit. By the way, we saw each other on campus before she ever responded. Oh, that was so awkward. 3 unresponded to paragraphs seen in real life. I was begging for the clarity this poor divorced woman was trying to give this man. By the way, my college dating lore was... it would break your heart. I was shooting full court shots and getting air.
That is no college dating lore for me. I'm second year in, but there is no lore. There will not be any lore. How come Gorlok the Destroyer has more confidence than you guys, Diabolical? Because I'm not Deluluk when it comes to this. I am Deluluk when it comes to my anime wife that I married in the game.
Balls every time. Hey, but so it worked with Sophia. I shot, by the way, trying to be with Sophia was a full court lob. It was literally that Jokic shot.
Julian cheating way in. Jokic gonna throw it up from...
And that's why you throw a shot out there. Okay, so anyways, she's divorced. As to this, it's not the douchebags you're thinking of that are the issue. It's the ones that seem like genuine, sweet, respectful, empathetic, nice guys, but are just really good liars, like my ex. The anger and the control and the cheating just came out later. Couldn't hide reality forever, but I thought I had the nicest guy for a while, and I wasn't the only one fooled. But my feelings on relationships isn't the issue. It's that I don't want one. She clearly is just kind of like venting about her relationship.
Yeah, and he's like, I want to smash. I want to smash. It's like, what the fuck? I also thought I had the best woman on the planet. That was unfortunately not the case, and I still believe that it's gonna be the best woman I will ever have.
She needs to be talking to a friend right now and not venting this emotional stuff on this guy, because nothing she's saying is gonna get validated. It's just gonna be like,
Actually, you could treat it like a bot and vent to that bot, technically. You know, sometimes there's a bot in my DMs and I just vent to the art bot. I just vent. It's making you feel really good.
oh yeah? Well, if guys who are liars are like that, how come women don't like me? I mean, it shouldn't matter to me anyway. You wouldn't date me if you were, would you? I don't know what that means. Oh, he's saying that about her point of like, I'm not even divorced yet. Oh my God, the psychological damage of seeing this guy, trying to get into his mind. I'm good. Main point is, I'm not trying to date for a while. I'm not even divorced yet. Then an outpouring of her actual heart and emotions. Him, you're not even divorced yet? It wouldn't matter to me anyway. You wouldn't?
Yeah, but you started anyways? Like you hoped. What? Why isn't she blocking this guy? Send him to the Shadow Realm. That's the problem with women being too nice to dudes that are weird. Like, if a woman became that weird to me, hitting me up in my DMs, I'd block immediately. I'd block immediately. But now I have the best chat on the planet. That is true. That is true. I'm still absorbing your ugly. Don't worry.
Date me. Oh my God. She said, I don't think so. No. He said, figures. Literally ignored everything she said. We said, sorry. He said, do you ever consider what it's like hearing the same crap over and over again? Why do I get the worst ones? I'm so sick of terrible guys and they're all such horrible liars. And I'm like, oh, hey, I'm not a terrible liar who's interested in dating you. And then it's like, ew, no. Dude, you are showing that you are that type of guy. Please, psychologically, have this video come up on your For You page and you actually watch it to this point. Dude. You have to stop. You have to stop. You have to change everything about who you are, because it is not that you are a good guy who's not a terrible liar. It is all of this. Oh my God. Anytime she says anything at all that he could emotionally connect to her with, he just goes, fuck that. What's all this about? You don't want to date a liar? I'm not a liar. You can tell because I'm not.
Now they're both venting. True, they're venting to each other. They're both venting now. That is crazy. Maybe they do make a good couple.
Lying.
But the point is, bro, she can't know, because that's the same thing a liar would say, and you are also exhibiting an extreme lack of respect. So clearly, you actually get put more into the probably liar box in her mind. Just
FYI, if I'm giving game tips. I love that he said, do you ever consider what it's like hearing the same crap over and over again? Like she's the reason that he can't get any woman. She's in a situation she doesn't want to date you. She's not the reason you can't get any woman. If you can't get any woman, it's your own fault. It's just so good. It's so good. And it keeps going. Because she said, must be frustrating. But that's not what was said to you, though.
Real. It's my own fault. Real. I know it's my own fault. I don't need to be told that. But it's also my own fault because I didn't protect my first one. Yeah, the occasional. I can't forgive myself for that one. I just checked my blue sky. Some person with a mommy for me. I think I'm deleting my account to Coco's. Now it's your chance! A lot of guys are mistaking the negative traits for what women want. It's the confidence, risk-taking, and unpredictable stuff is what they are not paying attention to. Could be. I don't date, I wouldn't know.
I keep saying I want to be single. I want a better headspace. I want healing, self-love, some peace away from drama. I want to find me and build me. I don't want a relationship. I've got trust issues, but I'm pretty sure I've said just as much. It isn't about that. I just want to work on me alone. It's like you think if I just knew how nice you were, that'd solve all the other issues I'm dealing with. It won't, and no one fucking said ew. Oh, because he said, and then it's like, ew, no. She's like, dude, I'm not this cartoon figure that you have in your head of women. Now, I didn't know about this. This is tough. She then shows that she scrolled back further in the conversation and shows a screenshot of a conversation that they were having in high school. So, you know, like, oh, they hadn't talked, they hadn't been friends in a long time. So if you were thinking, oh, maybe they were really close or something that would give him a feeling like this was possible, this was what they were talking like in high school back when they knew each other before. Oh my God. It starts out with her saying, that doesn't seem like a healthy thing to do for yourself anyway. Oh God, what does he say? Because you're worth it. Why would I make you an origami rose? Go to church with your family despite being an atheist.
What? What the heck? Just put the fries in the bag, dude.
I'm sorry, he's so r/nice guys atheist fedora Reddit. He's so Reddit. Oh no. Dog, how are you gonna spend all this time on Reddit and not happen upon a subreddit that is just dedicated to making fun of guys like you? Why would I make you an origami rose? Dude, go to church with your family despite being an atheist. Remember every detail of every time we spent together? Man, I hope he finds somebody, but I also don't wish that on anyone. Oh God, he said, don't make me say it. Say what? She responded by,
hold up! Wait a minute! Where is this going?
saying to all that, I'm sorry, ... I really don't know what to say, period. He goes, you mean to say you've never had a single moment of any feeling even remotely close to how I do about you the other way? Not once? Hey! You gotta show some growth from high school to like post-college. If I go back on my messages in high school, shivers down my spine. Shivers down my spine with how much cringe. Oh God. Gotta be a different person. But the DMs from years ago and today are looking the exact same, young man. She said, I have never felt that way about you. I did enjoy being your friend, but I never wanted more. Why would you have this conversation and then years later after she gets divorced, come back again like you have another shot? You don't have a shot. You thought that she was gonna get divorced and be like,
like, how did he even know that she was getting divorced? Like, how did that happen? How did that happen? She has 30k people followed. It is not my chance, bro. She also a VR chat stripper. It is your chance! Get with the whore. Not gonna lie, the roses, that sounds really cute. I think it's just very misguided. He's just very, very misguided.
I'll take anybody. Wow. Well, wow. I'm impressed by the audacity. Okay, but he said, and here I was thanking the universe for bringing us together in its own mysterious way. You said you were an atheist. You were an atheist, but you're thanking the universe? That sounds like you're thanking God, you freak. Bro doesn't have coherent ideology within one screenshot. Okay, but he says, I preferred when it was just false hope. I wish I'd never even seen you now that day in choir. Oh my God, they met in choir? An r/atheism nice guy in high school choir genuinely might be the most single, like, distilled version of this type of guy that there could ever possibly be. I love him, but I hate him.
AI cannot create this. I can tell AI could never create this. The thing is, like, when I think about this, I do prefer the false hope. I do prefer that. Like, just like watching from the distance at this point, I just prefer that. And which is why if I ever like a girl again, I think I'm probably gonna keep from being like distant, keep it from being distant or something. I don't know. I would probably do it like this. Now he's making her feel guilty. This man is going through all 5 stages of grief. Yeah, bro, acting like somebody died.
But then this is back in the future. This is back in modern day. Man, this screenshot story has layers. We said, I'm sorry you feel that way. It was fun hanging out in Montana and afterward. The universe does a lot of mysterious stuff, but it wasn't this. Sorry to let you down. I can't change how I feel. And he said, oh God, lol. Wow, you are bad at that. I legit cried and my feelings weren't even genuine. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've been messing with you since the whole blind hope comment.
Never mind. Fuck him.
because it was just too perfect to say love, and I couldn't resist. Still, you're one stone cold girl. A guy bares his soul to you, tells you he loves you, and that's how you respond? Yikes. This is like, these comments, I just see Tim Robinson characters in it. This is a man who is like having his last stand. He's having his last stand. This is not like the first time he's been rejected, the second time. This is the last time he's been rejected, and he has snapped. A guy bares his soul to you, tells you he loves you, and that's how you respond? Yikes. As if it's on her. Yikes.
Well, it couldn't be me. I snapped after the first time.
Dude, you're the one who told some girl that you love her who does not have any feelings. I just love him so much. He's such a fool. I love him. Oh my god. Okay, but she said, yeah, I'm fucking depressed as hell because I just got a divorce. You pounce instantly and now you're fucking with me. What? Just for fun and I'm cold? Right. Good luck with all that, his name. Genuine nice guys don't become assholes when they don't get their way. Like what? Did you want me to grovel and comfort you for a joke? Just to feel like shit? What was your nice intention there? And then, oh my god, I am so glad to see this at the bottom of it.
Finally! That took her long enough! He's finally blocked!
It says, you blocked him. Finally? Somebody who actually blocks the person who's going crazy in their DMs. Listen, the moral of this story is, dude, you could have got out so easily early on. The second message she sent, you could have just responded to that with, all right, shout out. I clearly shot my shot. You're clearly not interested. Let me pull back. Now that my interest has been expressed, if it's reciprocated ever, you can say that. Then we can talk. That's the dream. Clarity from a message like that. And he saw that and just went, what can I say to freak this woman the fuck out? He just went crazy on it. I love him though. He's kind of insane. My god, I don't know what happened to my hair in the filming of this video. This is going nuts. I don't know. It shocks me every time I see messages like this because in my mind, you can't possibly live in today's day and age and not be self-aware when you're talking like this. But that's part of what makes it so good. It's like these guys are living in an alternate reality and then they just pop out in someone's DMs when they get rejected, revealing.
That's why I'm, like I said, I've never crashed out that way. I will never crash out that way because I don't DM women.
Themselves. I kind of want to go back and like see more stuff from nice girls though. Also, I want to make gaming videos I definitely want to do a Minecraft series. Also, what other games? I just got a PC. Let me know please. Subscribe.
Well, that's the end of it. That's the end of it. That was an interesting experience, I must say. That was an interesting experience, I must say. This is the competition, but they're probably like in their 30s, so they're not my competition. Maybe if I was older, they'd be my competition. That was interesting. That was interesting to see. Alright, do I still have a video I want to watch for today? They're like all ginormous. All my videos are ginormous. You know what? I'm taking... Nah. I think, chat... I think I'm good for today. I think watch the yaoi. Fine. Well, how long is that? That's 43 minutes. I'm gonna go overtime for that one. I'm gonna go overtime for that one if I do that. You fucking degens. Fine.
What's the deal with yaoi?
Good question. What's the deal with yaoi? Women, young women particularly, are into this. And obviously gay and bisexual men would probably be into this. And, I don't know, would lesbian women be into this? I have no idea, probably. I have no idea. This is by Gomi-san. Why are women so into yaoi and BL? History. Wait, then let's watch the Bob House. Ex-14-year-old. Do we have a video for that? Never mind. Do you have... I'm putting that on the back burner. Do you have a video for that? Sumags, do you have a video for that? A title. I need a title. That is more interesting. That is more interesting. Do you have that recommended already on Discord? Or anything? That is more interesting. Never mind. I'm putting the yaoi back. Sorry, 17. I was already like 14, huh? That's crazy. I do, but it's 17. Okay, doesn't matter. I'm interested. The real question is what's with the yaoi hands? I do not know. So yeah. Drop that. Tell me that. Drop that! I need it! I need it. I need it. I'm waiting, woman. I am waiting. It's on Discord. Let's go. Let me check. Okay. It's there already, Poker. Okay, let me check. That's the prisoner woman. Can't be it. I've mentioned it too, so if I scroll a bit. Ah, here! Found it! Hi, Karim. Oh, God. Oh, it's Amala. That's cool. I've reacted to her before. That's cool. I'll take it. That's not as long either. Perfect. It's gonna get degenerate as hell! Get ready!
What's the deal with yaoi? If you're a...
No. Ugh. Not today.
Today we're gonna be talking...
What do you want, Intel? Fuck you. Nobody cares. It's gonna get degenerate as hell again. Get ready. Just as it should be. Anyways. This story needs to blow up. Part 1. By Amala Ikpunobi. I hope that's how we pronounce it again. Let's get into this.
Today we're gonna be talking about the Bop House and so much more. And if you're thinking, what's the Bop House?
This is really just horse. Nothing more to it.
It's exactly what it sounds like. It's a large house where some very young female OnlyFans creators are living and creating their OnlyFans content. And they've recently come under fire for having a 17-year-old influencer over and create...
That is crazy, actually. That's... Oh my god. That is... She looks so pretty in this video. True. That is diabolical. What does a 17... I don't say this lightly, but I have to say it. I'm already cleaning the wood chipper.
Creating content. This has obviously created a ton of online drama and conversation, and I didn't know if I was going to cover this story, but I went down the rabbit hole anyways, and in the rabbit hole found something so sinister and so crazy that it must be talked about. This is a plot twist that I don't think any of you are going to be expecting, and when I tell you my jaw dropped to discover what I discovered, yours will probably do the same. Let's talk about it. Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better. Guys, before we get into today's
The last time she did not have that intro.
video, please like, subscribe, and lock in, because this story has a lot of layers. But before we get into those layers, I gotta give you guys a big disclaimer. Everything I'm about to discuss in this video is alleged. It's for informational purposes only.
Chat, it is alleged. It is allegedly. We do not know if it is real.
Only contains unverified allegations and is not presented as fact. Guys, I am not trying to get sued. I am just trying to get to the truth. First, we'll explain the Bop House. Now, there's a ton of very popular OnlyFans creators online, and a bunch of them
Let's not call them creators, the prostitutes.
Decided to get together to live in something called the Bop House, and it's basically a house that I believe they've rented out for creating their OnlyFans.
Diagonal, thank you for the membership. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you.
fans and online content. The Bop House page itself on TikTok has 3.1 million followers. And on TikTok, the girls that stay at the Bop House are creating content like this. Now you'll notice in the video, a girl at the end gets grabbed by a boy and taken away. We're gonna talk about who that girl is in just a second. But the very first girl in that video, who you see with her hands over her face, is Sophie Rain. She's one of the most successful OnlyFans creators.
How did we get to that point where is that normalized? I used to watch this 17-year-old when I was around 11. Okay. That's interesting.
Of all time, she's 20 years old, and last year she brought in $43 million.
$43 million for being a woman! We need to fix men. We need to fix men. We need to fix men. We need to fix us. You're welcome. Thank you again. How are you today, Poke? I'm doing alright. How are you doing? Also, Samax is now second in command.
From her OnlyFans. Sophie's whole marketing thing is that she's a virgin who's making this sexual content, so that's why men are subscribing to her OnlyFans like, no.
What did I hear?
$3 million from her OnlyFans. Sophie's whole marketing thing is that she's a virgin who's making this.
Why do I not believe that? Why do I feel like that is a lie?
Sexual content, so that's why men are subscribing to her OnlyFans like no other page before. And it seems like all of these girls that are living in the Bop House are very young looking, which I have to imagine is a big part of their appeal, which is disgusting. And now that you all understand what the Bop House is, we're gonna get to that girl who was being—
I think they're more just appealing to what biologically works for most men. So, yeah, I think they're appealing to what works the best, rather. Doesn't she need to fulfill requests and stuff, so I don't believe it? I don't believe it. I cast her out of the Virgin group. She is not one of us. She is not. I cast her out as a representative of the chronic virgins. I will cast her out of our group. She is not part of us. She's not part of the community. As a representative, I disregard. I have to speak out against her.
Dragged out of the lineup in that first video. Her name is Piper Raquel. She's a 17-year-old influencer who came to the Bop House and filmed some dance videos and other sort of TikTok-style videos with the girls at the Bop House. She did not film any OnlyFans content, but still people are very upset that the Bop House girls allowed a 17-year-old to be on the premises and film content that clearly insinuates that maybe she's going to work with them or drives male attention to Piper's page. Like, here's them dancing at the Bop House, and Piper's captioned this, "I remember I'm 17, don't worry, heart heart." And they're clearly being sexual in their dances. I don't know how else to put it. Now, some of the girls who are typically at the Bop House decided to not be there that day. Guys, stick with me. I know you don't want to be hearing any of this, but stick with me. Now, some of the girls who are typically at the Bop House did decide to not be there that day because a 17-year-old Piper was going to be on the premises. One of those girls' name—
Yeah, why would I, like, smart? I don't like them, but smart?
I've learned is Joy, and Joy made a video crying about Piper coming to the Bop House to make these videos.
It is about Piper, because one thing about me is that I'm never gonna do anything associated with a minor. Like, it is ridiculous that the Bop House would even do that when there's so many other people you can collab with that is over age, because we all know what you guys do. So I just think it's fucking ridiculous, and I cannot tolerate that.
Now, the girls who were at the Bop House filming with Piper at the time are defending their choice, saying that they didn't film any sexual content. It was just a TikTok collaboration, and that's that. And yeah, I could see where girls this young and this deluded would believe something like that, but it's clear that they know the makeup of their audience. They know what people are watching their videos for, and to invite a 17-year-old over to film these sexual dance videos and post them out to the world, of course, is going to be driving sexual traffic to her page. So the reality is they weren't worried about that sexual traffic being driven to Piper's page. Neither was Piper. And at the end of this video, you're going to know that Piper's parents don't care about that either. But then Joy makes another video saying she's going to be leaving the Bob house. And guys, if you think all of this sounds insane,
That woman ran. That woman ran. That other girl ran when she saw that. Smart. Again, I don't like them, but smart decision.
significant. These videos have millions of views, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of likes, and they're driving in millions of dollars to the lives of these young girls.
I'm leaving the Bob house. I am done. I am done with the consistent gaslighting, the stupid drama, and most importantly, doing anything for views. You guys are vultures. You guys will prey on anything to get you your next viral video or get you guys the most views, and I'm so over it. You guys even used me crying over something that is legitimately wrong and that I genuinely care about to get yourself views. I'm done. Fuck the Bob house.
And what I find interesting is Joy is clearly on to something. She's recognizing that there is a line, and there's a line that should not be crossed. And for her, that's a 17-year-old being at the Bob house before she is of age to film any sort of content.
At least the moral compass does exist, and I agree. A 17-year-old should not be at that place. You wouldn't want a 17-year-old in a strip club. You don't want that here either. It makes no sense why that girl is even here.
Let alone a few dancing TikToks. And the reason I think she recognizes that something about this is a little foul is that she knows that every single girl who is at the Bob house is successful because although they are of age, in the face, they don't look it. I went to Joy's Instagram page to find out more and do research on these girls, and although she has an adult body, she has a very childlike face, and we'd be deluded not to think that this is a big part of the reason that men are buying her content. Not to mention her Instagram bio says 5'2" Chinese. Why do you want men to know that you're a petite Chinese girl? The undertones are clearly there. Some people might call me crazy for pointing them out, but it's very clear what is the driver behind this content and why men like it. And while she can't control what her face looks like, even though she's of age, she's got this childlike face and she's utilizing that to her benefit. But clearly a light bulb went off when she realized it's not okay when a 17-year-old who maybe looks similar and has a similar vibe to you does the same thing. Joy was not the only Bob house girl that was uncomfortable with.
I mean, that makes sense. That makes sense. The thing is, like, I don't want to give, like, I'm not gonna go that route, like the phase of consent. She's an adult woman. I'm not gonna go that route. I think generally paying for corn is creepy, but that's just me. Or even watching it is, but again, that's just me. Because she has 12 million subs now on YouTube. Ah, yeah, great.
Having Piper over another Bop House girl by the name Alina was also.
I'm seeing that OF announcement day one, once she turns 18. I can see it. It's scary, but I can see it.
So not okay with it. She expressed those concerns to the girls at the Bop House. They made amends, and she continues to be at the Bop House. All of that aside, my question is, how does the 17-year-old get there in the first place? And I get why this is a heated topic and it's creating a controversial conversation. The sexualization of minors is absolutely not okay, and it is so rampant in our society right now. And
100%. You know what's really creepy? When I worked in school and you saw like little girls, like 7-year-old girls, and like skimpy clothing, I was really like, that like involved a disgust towards the parents. Like, terrible. Ugh. Thing is, you can't really say anything because you're gonna get bonked on the head if you do that. But it is creepy as hell.
In the Bop House, in its own abstract way, because these girls look like minors, is contributing to that issue. And of course, if you're inviting 17-year-olds over, people should be asking you why. But I'm really wondering, how does the 17-year-old get there? Does Piper have parents? Do her parents know that she's doing this? Are they allowing it? Is Piper using her own money to get there? What's happening? And that started the investigation. For context, Piper has 5.7 million followers on Instagram, 12 million YouTube subscribers, and
12 million is actually diabolical. That's wild. I can see it too. I don't want to see it though. I hope not. I hope not. Please. Please don't go this route. I'm praying for you. Please don't go this route.
and 13 million TikTok followers. Piper's content is a little all over the place. There's lifestyle stuff, there's TikTok trends, there's relationship content, there's little things she's doing in her life on any given day. And I have noticed in looking at her content that some of it has a little bit of a sexual undertone. She wears skimpy outfits, she dances around in a way that is definitely sexually provocative, and I'm wondering how she got to this point posting this way as a 17-year-old. And it seems like it started far before 17. Piper's YouTube digital footprint goes back years, I believe 7 years total, so she
I swear I would... If my daughter was doing that, I would absolutely lose it. I would absolutely lose it. But I know the money tastes good, so the parents tolerate it, obviously.
She would have been 10 years old. And as you scroll through, some of the video topics and thumbnails are very interesting. And I'm gonna let you figure out why. 4 years ago, when Piper would have been, what, 13? This video is titled First Double.
Yeah, interesting video title, but to be fair, yeah, she didn't necessarily do something like that. Even as a kid, she wore really skimpy clothes. That's so weird. That is so weird.
Date with Rebecca Zamolo, Teen versus Adult Couples Challenge. And if you look at the thumbnail, what is Piper doing at 13 years old? They're trying to insinuate if you click this video, you can watch her make out with a boy. This one is also 4 years ago, so 13 years old. Ding Dong ditching famous YouTubers to see how they react, gone wrong. And there's a man at the door photoshopped in a towel.
Yeah, Logan Paul? What the heck?
4 years ago, also 13 years old, making awkward situations in drive-thrus with my boyfriend. And it's her and her supposed boyfriend outside of the sunroof of a car kissing. Mind you, these two individuals will probably not even be old enough to drive, so I imagine the parents put them in the car in this way and had them act this out for the thumbnail. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, the second video that was ever posted on YouTube, unless they've deleted prior videos, is Shaving Cream Bath Challenge with Piper in the bathtub. 7 years ago puts her at 10 years old. So the picture's getting painted right. Now we can understand why a 17-year-old Piper is headed.
I think that one is like that one at 10 years old is a bit goofy. That's just a goofy video. I don't really want to put that, but yeah, that one is just goofy. The shaving thing, nothing more. I don't see that much of an issue with this one specifically.
To the Bop House to film these TikTok videos, and why her TikTok content looks like this. But it gets
Yep, that 17-year-old is sexualized. Never mind. 100%. Skimpy clothes in school is wild. I mean, it's actually like, for example, here in Germany, it's actually pretty normal. I'm just shocked at the age of when they're doing this, which is like as small as like a primary school kid, first grade, second grade.
Crazier. If you go to Piper's Instagram, the one with 5.7 million followers on it, you're gonna read this. Account managed by family. So who's the family that's responsible for managing these accounts? My first instinct is that it's parents. So I wanted to look into who Piper's parents are. So I went to Google, I typed in Piper Raquel parent managed, and immediately this pops up. This is a headline in NBC.
YouTube stage mom faces abuse allegations from 11 teens in court case. No, nah. Hopefully the parents aren't doing this. Hopefully the parents aren't doing this. Hopefully the parents aren't doing this. The parents are probably doing this.
NBC News that says a YouTube stage mom faces abuse allegations from 11 teens in court case. The mother of a famous teen YouTuber is being sued for $22 million by 11 plaintiffs who say she abused them emotionally, physically, and sexually. It's important to note that this court case was settled and Piper's mom ended up paying $1.85 million.
Piper's mom is a child diddler? Get the wood chipper! Get two! Get all of them! Get the entire stock! God! I'm gonna vomit. That's it, chat. I'm gonna vomit.
in the settlement, but I still wanted to read into the allegations. NBC writes, in the 147-page complaint, the plaintiffs describe Smith, which is Tiffany Smith, Piper Raquel's mother, as a mean-spirited control freak, and allege she made comments about children's genitalia, shouted obscene and sexually graphic remarks at them, encouraged them to be sexy and sexually aggressive in videos, and inappropriately touched the children on their legs, thighs, and buttocks. One plaintiff said Smith told her she was mailing Raquel's underwear to a man who liked to sniff.
But it's a court that was settled. So are these really allegations at this point or not? That's the question. Ooh!
It. So Piper Raquel had this whole squad of children content creators who were working around her and with her in her content, and they are actually referred to as the squad in this court filing. It's important to note that there are not a lot of laws surrounding the protection of child influencers and content creators, and that's something that many states are working on right now as we speak. The NBC article goes on. Sarelson, the attorney, told NBC News that the guidelines for child actors on TV and movie sets don't apply for non-traditional filming environments like YouTube. One of the parents involved in this court case said the squad wasn't acting since Tiffany Smith wanted, quote, real reactions, end quote, from the children and would, quote, force them to live these adult situations they shouldn't have been put in, end quote. And a lot of that seems to be true. There does seem to be some adult situations.
I'm once again thinking about the parenting license
that these children were pushed into acting out. Here's a screen grab from Piper's page. The title on this video is Last to Stop Kissing Boyfriend Wins $10,000 Couple Challenge. It has 11 million views. It was posted 5 years ago, so Piper would have been what, 12? 13. The gag of this video is the kisses end up being on the cheek, and I'm sure the 11 million people who clicked to watch that video thought that's what was gonna happen. But there does also seem to be some acting involved. As I mentioned, the second video
I mean, I wouldn't say it like, I would still assume that at that time, also a big majority of viewers are probably children and not just adults.
That was ever posted on Piper Raquel's page is titled Shaving Cream Bath Challenge. Now, in this bath challenge, Piper is apparently doing this shaving cream bath with her brother. Her brother in the description of the video is listed as Hunter Hill. But it turns out Hunter Hill is not Piper's older brother. He was actually dating Piper's mom, Tiffany Smith.
Is this gonna be a family web? What is happening? What is happening?
And I know this because he's listed in the court case as a defendant with Tiffany Smith from the 11 alleged victims who sued for the sexual emotional harassment. Why this woman was having her boyfriend pretend to be Piper's brother and do a shaving cream bath with her is beyond me. Maybe you guys can figure that out. But that fills you in on the lawsuit, gives you a little bit more context as to what's going on here, and it also lets you know that they've been demonetized by YouTube. That's a significant amount of income that's been cut. So how is Piper Raquel bringing in money? I came across a TikTok video of a woman alleging that Piper is selling photos of herself to her followers.
Please not pop up. Please hope not. 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 No, no, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. We are not going that direction. No, 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 no. Initially, the content was okay. It wasn't this bad. Then it got really sexualized. Oh no, she may have been groomed. Oh no, kids are right, but it's weird for kids. Like, man.
Followers, and I decided to look into this. Now, if you go to all of Piper's pages, she has something called a Chirp Me link. For those of you who don't know what that is, you click the link and it essentially gives you all things Piper Raquel. You can find every page, every bit of merch, every bit of music she's ever made. But there's also a little button you can click that says join my club. She also markets this club that's called .com on her X with a pretty sexualized photo, if you ask me. Now, when you go to the you're going to find that there are 3 tiers of membership. There's a $5 membership, a $30 membership, and a $100 membership. I wonder what you're getting there. And in the About Me, it says, I'm so excited to share more of me with you. Kissy face, lock emoji, parent managed. Tens of thousands of people are already on this page, have signed up, have gotten the photos, and the actual profile picture on this page is Piper in a bikini posing sexually. And when you read the description for
Blow up the planet. This is too filthy. This filth!
for the $100 package, it says, congrats on joining Piper Platinum Plus. You will receive 1 free full set, the first of every month, a free set of your choice to unlock on your birthday, free DMs, free access to live streams, priority customs, free behind the scenes, and biggest discount access to unlock all photos with a purple devil emoji and a monkey with its hand over its eyes. So I imagine when they're talking about sets or getting a free full set, they're talking about photos of some sort. I don't know what priority customs means. I'm gonna leave that to your imagination. And of course the devil emoji and the little monkey with the hand over.
I don't want to imagine it. I don't want to imagine it. I have no interest in imagining it. Disgusting!
The eyes insinuates what you will be signing up for here. And why anybody would be paying $100 a month for this is beyond me. But for the sake of confirming,
Just send them all to the FBI. Get the FBI involved. Good God. Ugh. If that's actually the way it is. Oh my God. I'm readying the wood chippers of this world if that's actually true.
my suspicions, I'm going to see what Piper Pro Plus actually is, and let's go ahead and fork out $5. So guys, I paid $5 to unlock this page, and what you get when you unlock this page is a treasure trove of sexual photos of a minor. She is filmed in bikinis. She's filmed on a bed with Playboy bunnies behind her with another girl whose age I do not know. You get access to other sets of photos that you can unlock.
These parents are sexualizing their daughter. This is evil. This is not Sweet Home Alabama. This is sweet wood chipper.
Of this girl for varying amounts of money, $250 to get a full set of 37 images of her in a Japanese style baby blue striped bikini with matching knee ties. You can also get a private TikTok available in the shop. You can pay $150 to get 34 images of her in a full set, whatever that means. And this one says, Sophie Rain made me do it. So clearly,
what? Oh, she can also get the wood chipper. I have free wood chippers.
it's inspired by OnlyFans content creators who are of age, who are older than Piper, and who are already creating sexual content, even though Piper is 17 years old. And this is a parent-managed page. Now you get previews for all of these photos. There's a photo of Piper in a bikini with her hands up with candy hearts all over her body. There's photos of her chest. There's photos of her in all types of bathing suits. There's photos of her in a bedroom with a Playboy magazine cover behind her, which is clearly insinuating what you think it is. And this is what you unlock when you join. So what started off as a quick look into the Bop House turned into the discovery that somebody is out there creating these sexualized images of Piper Raquel and posting them online for God knows who to purchase. Probably the most despicable people you can think of on planet Earth are buying these photos in this subscription system that...
This is wild. This is wild. This is actually wild.
claims to be parent managed online. Now, you can probably figure out where my mind is going when it comes to who's responsible for this website and who's managing it, but I guess we'll wait to see whether or not that's confirmed or denied. I don't know how long this has been going on, which is even crazier, but with the YouTube digital footprint and the sexual nature of those videos, I can only imagine that this has been happening for quite some time and that the mother has a significant role to play in these photos being forked out to predators who are willing to buy these images of Piper. I don't know what needs to be done about this, but something needs.
I can't even react anymore. I am speechless. Always wonder how those hair feel. What do you mean? Like ropes? What do you mean? Oh yeah, you mean her hair. Dreads, I think. Yeah, that's what it is. I am completely vanquished. I have no idea what to say anymore. This makes me want to throw up.
Needs to be done about this. When I tell you I was gobsmacked to find out this information, and of course I understand that there's some sort of loophole in the system that is allowing this to take place, parents actively grooming their children and sort of pimping them out, I gotta say allegedly, to predators on.
Yeah, allegedly pimping them out that's crazy. That's just insane.
The internet who want images of minors. This is absolutely insane. I'm wondering how deep this goes, not only in the life of Piper Raquel, who's clearly not fully aware of what's taken place. Of course, this has been happening to her from a very young age. Are there more Piper Raquels? Is there a network of parents doing this?
I mean, it might be. I would be damn if my parents asked me to do weird shit. Steve, the thing is this, right? The thing is this. She may not even know that that's bad if she was raised that way. She may not even think that way.
And gaining money from their children in this way? If so, where do we find them? How do we expose them? And other people seem to have known that this was going on. In fact, the famous singer Pink in the past called out this whole situation with Piper Raquel and asked how it's possible that...
I've heard of Pink forever, but incredibly based.
This is happening, and it's continuing to happen to this day. So earlier when I asked myself, how did a 17-year-old get to the Bop house in the first place? I think I found...
It may have been the parents. It could have very well been the mom. It could have.
My answer. I think the 17-year-old's mother made sure that she got there to collab with a bunch of OnlyFans creators because she knows that even though Piper does not have an OnlyFans page, she has... which is essentially the same thing. And men will go to Piper's page, they will find out who she is, and they will spend $150, $250 to buy these full sets of images of Piper in very sexual...
She made a bikini video at 14. It's still up on YouTube. So if I were to guess, it's most likely going on for the 3 to 4 years at least. Was the haul. That disgusts me. Why do you post your want to have your child like that? That is disgusting, despicable.
Sexual poses. So the Bop House didn't need to cross the line of creating sexual content of Raquel. Somebody's already doing it. I think this video is going to need more parts. I'm going to have to close it out here. This is literally the tip of the iceberg of what we found, and I'm finding more information as I'm filming this and clicking links to show you what is being discovered. So I think there's more to the mountain of discovery that we've made so far. I asked some questions before, but I'll restate it. How did this happen? How is this allowed? How many other children are being...
True. I'm going to keep an eye on that. This is interesting. I'm invested now.
Subjected to this sort of work, to this sort of content creation? Why are there figures in Piper's video who are acting out scenarios and taking on certain roles?
And people call me crazy when I say we are drifting more and more into a society where sexualizing minors becomes normalized. People call me crazy when I say that. But then we have the proof. I felt like the cream is going to be all over the room who paid the subscription. That's the important part, right? I'll share if there's an update. Yeah, I'm invested now. That's the question. Who is paying for this? Everyone who pays for this should right now be facing should be jail.
In her life where they're outright lying to the people watching these YouTube videos. What happened to those 11 children who ended up suing Piper's mom? What's the full breadth of those allegations and what she was creating behind the scenes with this YouTube channel and with content creation? And what are we going to do state by state or as a country to protect children as more and more minors are thrust into...
Why is it even a thing? I assume there is a legal, either nobody knows because nobody has seen it yet, or there is a legal loophole that allows this.
The public by social media, by these influencer moms, by influencer families, because these children need to be protected. Piper is already so far down the path of exploitation that I don't even know what to do here. And clearly she has yet to recognize the extent of the exploitation that she has experienced. But we're gonna talk about it here because somebody needs to blow the whistle on this. Guys, that's all I've got for today's video. If you made it here to the end, congratulations.
Congratulations! I need bleach! I need bleach! I need the entire bottle!
There is more to discover here. I am disgusted. My blood was boiling with every single link that I clicked, building up to the end of this video, and I hope yours is too, to some extent. Drop your thoughts in the comments down below. As always, if you disagree with anything said in this video, I don't know how you could. So if you disagree with anything said in this video, I guess duke it out in the comments down below and share this video. Get it out there. Let's talk about this. I think we are discovering something that's going to be an ongoing issue on the internet.
Doing my part by reacting to this. Doing my part. That is disgusting, despicable, ill. If that is actually all true, disgusting. I can't imagine if the family was smart enough to use the dark web. That's the problem. It's not even like, it's like really, like it must be profitable enough to, if they wouldn't. Yeah.
For young people specifically, and we need to get ahead of this because this has been happening for quite some time, and I'm just now figuring it out now. Guys, with that, I'll see you tomorrow.
That's the end of the video. That was disgusting. That is ill. I'm following this story. This is crazy. Okay, I'm going. Good night, guys. Good night. Good night, Zero. I'm going as well to now, chat. I'm going as well. I need bleach as much as I probably can now. That was disgusting at the end. Ugh. Guys, I will end stream here. Thank you for watching today. I appreciate it. Yeah. Have a good night, good day, where you are. I will see you tomorrow, as usual. We'll continue tomorrow our little fun time. I will actually this time post the stupid streaming schedule. But yeah, good night, guys. I will see you tomorrow. Take care. Insane.